Alright, we are live. Let's make sure this camera's not too crooked. And that we are pointed in the right direction. Point down a little. Yeah, we can go down a little bit. There we go. Yeah, everybody. I hope you're having a great day. Got some things to talk about. Some crazy people online and in public, honestly, have been desecrating Charlie Kirk's memorials that people have been putting up around the country. Um, More people playing games and messing with fire. Um, Pastors saying evil and non-pastoral things about Charlie Kirk and putting him down even though he's in the grave already. Just despicable things. Very despicable things. I did want to talk about the pastor one. It's a black pastor who has some politicians that go to his church. Like Jasmine Crockett. And he continuously took Charlie Kirk out of context just to make him look racist, look like he hated people and stuff like that. Just because people are manipulative like that. And this pastor is known as a prosperity pastor who only cares about you putting coin in his purse. And as long as that coin keeps flowing, he doesn't care what he has to say. And there's a lot of them out there. And they're willing to lead the sheep astray just so that they can get the money. As much money as they can from the wolves that are ravaging the sheep. But that's what they're doing. They're paying him to allow him to convert the sheep and twist the sheep and lie to the sheep. And then we have Destiny here that is making innuendo threats and people in our own lives making despicable claims and being downright evil. And attacking where they can attack. And people are going to do that, especially when you don't align or become an activist for what they believe in. Because you're not allowed to have your own thoughts and opinions and see things from a different worldview. Especially a Christian worldview. When raising your kids in a Christian worldview, they're all ignorant. Very ignorant and thinking that the way our school system was when we were coming up as kids, that the school system's the same, and it's not. School system's very indoctrinal right now, trying to push its political agenda on the children, and it's wrong. And politics should have nowhere in the teaching space whatsoever. College, yeah, sure. I mean, that should be, but you should have both sides of the aisle in college having those conversations and challenging the ideas of people coming into college. And I don't think college has challenged anybody's ideas. They've just accepted whatever comes their way, especially if it's within the LGBT square cult area, or if it's in like gender ideologies, all kinds of stuff. And they're willing to pervert it to try to make it seem like it's scientific. And it's not. And it's a lie, and it's allowing people to live into a lie. Which tells me those people don't really care about you. Because if they did love you and care about you, they would tell you the truth and be honest with you and forthcoming. Which is why some people have been cut out of life in my life specifically and in other people's lives as well, just because they don't want to deal with the truth. They are okay with putting on two faces. And it's a hard life to live, that life with two faces. And honestly, I've just been done being quiet and sitting back and watching people post and talk badly about certain beliefs that I have and about Christ. I cannot stand when people defame the name of Christ. Cannot stand it. It gets my blood boiling. But I always thought I wasn't educated enough, and I'm not. And I'll get more educated as I do this, and that's kind of the goal of this, is to gain more knowledge and be able to explore and question out loud and make comments out loud, and maybe eventually look back on them in a couple months and be like, okay. And even like open up conversations with people about these ideas that are being spit at us and thrown at us or shot at us or whatever. Because there's more to come. It's not going to get easier, especially if they're realizing Christianity's having the impact that I think it's going to be having on this country. Because I think people realize we need to get back to the roots of our ancestors and the roots of our country. I was thinking about today, going through the Declaration of Independence and reading it fully to see what it says, reading the amendments and things along that line. But I also want to watch some YouTube videos with you guys, especially this one with Crowder. I love Crowder, man. He's hilarious. Even though it's such a rough time, he still somehow finds a way to be funny, even though it's sometimes a little dark. But you know, sometimes dark humor is okay. Sometimes we need it. Yeah, we'll watch us Crowder with the Destiny calling for all Republicans to, if they wouldn't have voted for Trump, then Charlie Kirk would still be alive.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. It's unacceptable that that feeling doesn't exist over there.
Wow.
And the reason why it doesn't is because
it's as bad as Kamala with word salad, like other than trying to say kill people.
Civil war machine. And then everybody on the left just rolls over on it. It's so crazy to me.
No. You don't fear being killed because we don't do it, and you guys don't roll over. You commit acts of violence. Let's go to and I don't know that we've ever run a clip of him. I know that I know he's been around, and I know that Andrew has had some debates with him. I guess he's a pretty prominent leftist YouTuber. Destiny, and this is making the rounds. That's his name. That's his screen name, Destiny.
Yes. That's his God-given name, or
he crystallizes. Yeah. He crystallizes, he embodies in this clip what we all know to be true about the left.
Mm-hmm.
And he's very clear. Conservatives need to be afraid to die because that's good for the country. Something. Here.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now...
He wants us to just roll over and accept whatever trash they want to spew and want to throw down society's throats. Their leftist ideologies, their trans ideologies, there's public pornography that they want to produce and other things like that. They just want... They want it to be like Rome when Rome fell. And as Americans, we can't let it get that far because America will fall then too. And we're pretty darn close. And we were starting to accept the same ideologies that Rome was accepting when it fell. When a lot of societies have fallen because they've accepted these ideologies. And they've torn countries apart and societies.
Don't feel like there's any fear.
It is history. Just look at history.
Like,
that's all you have to do.
It's like memes. It's just
That is completely untrue. Verifiably, I'll prove it in the second play.
memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games. Okay, I'm done today. I don't give a God, it's gonna be so fucking gay if I get killed in the next 2 months of shit I'm doing. Well, the cuck shit out here. Please don't anybody make any actual the most cucked, weak ass bullshit speeches on my side. God, if it happens, holy shit, I'm gonna make a death note before I go out to go live and not. God, it's so cucked. It's so optics cucked.
This guy's literally a cuck.
Yes.
I don't understand what is.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about him, but I know a couple things. I know he's a streamer. I know he's a cuck.
Yeah, well, maybe
Well, only cucks can use the cuck word.
That's right. He's speaking from experience.
Yes.
And so therefore we should take it. So he really knows.
Yes.
It's their word.
So
Okay.
I'll prove to you that this is.
Thanks for educating me.
And I get some people will say anecdotally, but we've already gone through, and you can check the previous shows as far as the statistics, as far as the totality, the overwhelming evidence that the left is largely responsible for violence. I mean, if only for the George Floyd riots, right? Billions of dollars in damages and thousands of casualties.
What about George Floyd?
But
They're
Pops
fentanyl
Carter made this
lord.
point last week. Hey, I want you to compare something. Here are liberals, leftists with their children out in public. See that? Front facing, right? Hey, look, on display.
They look safe. They look secure. And
Here's how Charlie, if his children were ever included, would make sure that pictures were taken with his children. Yeah. Always back turned. You will never see a picture of my children on social. And then, of course, the left will use it to try and say that you're a horrible father. Well, where are your kids? Well, because you won't see them. Charlie was very careful about it. The left is unafraid. The left parades their family out, often as an accessory, right? Look, test tube babies. That, in and of itself, you can see that. You can notice the pattern, and I would recommend that you go and look up any famous individual. You have some exceptions. And I also have a pretty clear comparison because I believe Destiny, someone brought to my attention, had copied the Change My Mind himself.
Jeez.
Compare, there he is. No security to be seen, right, if he's on campus. Compare that to the, over the course of this company, millions upon millions of dollars and tens of thousands of dollars that we've had to spend just on security for those individual Change My Minds alone. If your definition is a woman feels less comfortable alone at night because she's weaker than a man, then I would agree with you, but that's not an example of rape culture.
I'm not here to talk to you, Steven.
No? No one? Radical trans liberation now? And the subject, let me ask you this. Because there are people, for example, we had four, so we kind of have to jerry-rig it. We'll have one person sit here, and then we'll have one person behind the rope. And for the sake of, surprise, we'll never show you how many are around. Those are just the ones that you guys have seen because they've had to take out the trash a few times. Now, in Destiny's defense, apparently he has made the argument, and the left will do this, right? They'll gaslight you and say, I was taken out of context. And I've always said, hey, anything that we say here that's taken out of context, we have a rule. Make sure that within 30 seconds, either before or after, extend that clip, the context is very, very clear so that the left can't pull the tricks that we know they will. I want to be fair. Here is Destiny in full context. You tell me if it changes a damn thing.
The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games. Okay, I'm done today. I don't give a God,
He's in
it's
fact
gonna be
not
so
done.
fucking gay if I get killed in the next 2 months of shit I'm doing. Well, the cuck shit out here. Please don't anybody make any actual the most cucked,
He doesn't know what he's doing.
bull speeches on my side. God, if it happens, holy shit, I'm gonna make a death note before I go out to go live and not. God, it's so cucked. It's so optics cucked. The question you should ask is, why is nobody on the right afraid enough to say, hey, Trump, can you, like, tone it down a little bit, bro? We're getting killed out here, like, literally. Can we, like, chill? It's unacceptable that that feeling doesn't exist over there.
Wow.
And the reason why it doesn't is because
It gets worse.
they're just, like, infinitely hyped up on their civil war machine And then everybody on the left just rolls over on it. It's so crazy to me.
No. You don't fear being killed because we don't do it. And you guys don't roll over. You commit acts of violence, not just the terrorist attack, murdering assassination of Charlie Kirk, but burning down cities. Right? The closest thing that you guys can use as a comparison is January 6th, where the only person who was shot was a protester themselves. It's not even close. It's never even been close. And in context, it gets worse. That's the point. It only gets worse. This man cannot say that it was taken out of context. Let me provide some more context. I want to read you the definition of terrorism from the United Nations. As a minimum, terrorism involves the intimidation or coercion of populations or governments through the threat or perpetration of violence, causing death, serious injury, or the taking of hostages. So him saying, hey, why people on the right need to be afraid. We need them to be afraid. Does that meet the definition, according to you? And let me be really clear here. Destiny has seemingly not needed any security sometimes, but certainly not to the level that we do, certainly not to the level that Charlie did, certainly not to the level that Ben Shapiro does, certainly not to the level that Jordan Peterson does. And I'm not talking about elected officials. I'm just talking about people with opinions. He's not needed that level of security, and I hope he never does. I hope that if Destiny wants to be unoriginal and go out and do Change My Minds and copy it, I hope that he does it, and I hope that everyone can hear him speak and hear his point of view, and I hope that no one ever commits an act. Please, I mean this. Don't be violent. If you're going to protest respectfully and silently. Just as surely, I hope that any minions who come over from that kind of program to disrupt or commit acts of violence at my events or any conservatives event is terrified because they might meet a bullet and at the very least a tase and tackle. Does that make it clear? I don't want anyone to go to his events and be violent. I want anyone who even thinks of that when coming to ours to be petrified. To have to be willing to risk life and limb just as we have for speaking. So is it terrorism? Well, I don't know. Here's Osama bin Laden addressing the American people. What do you notice?
وها هي أمريكا قد امتلأت رعبا من شمالها إلى جنوبها ومن شرقها إلى غربها.
And for the United States, I want to tell the United States and its people, I swear by God, by Allah, He who has praised the sky, that the United States will not have peace.
Not just be afraid to speak, be afraid of death. Right. They should be afraid to die when they go to these rallies. That's what he's saying. And by rallies, we mean conversations.
Yeah.
There is, we were talking about this yesterday, there is no tamer way of doing it than having a conversation with somebody. There are different ways to set it up and do that, but it just overall, it's not going out there and just rah-rahing a crowd necessarily. Having a conversation with somebody, debating ideas, going back and forth on why you believe what you believe. That's the bedrock of this society. You can't do that.
No.
That's too much.
Well, I think his premise is flawed. He said that the people on the right aren't afraid. They don't fear. They do fear.
He has no idea.
They do fear. You have all the security. You fear. The difference is, and what he's angry about, is that the right has courage.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That's what he doesn't have.
And he's angry.
He doesn't have to have the courage because
Right.
he is not afraid to go out in public and do his copycat Change My Mind.
Right. And also, what does that tell you? That tells you that people like Destiny have conceded the war of ideas. They have lost.
Yep.
If your last resort is to intimidate the opposing side into silence, it means you've lost. And we genuinely have never called for leftists, for liberals, we're having conversations to be banned. We want as many people to hear them as possible because the more they speak, the more we win. I want people to be able to look at a side-by-side, the original, the copy, and see who's better and see who has the better ideas. That's why I say, please, do not even disrupt the left's events if they're having conversations or lectures. Do not. Just as surely, I want you to fear for your life, and you should if you come to ours. Yeah. That's the violence I am advocating for. It is lawful, and the left has been afforded grace. People like Destiny and the people who follow him, who show up at the events, have been afforded grace that they would never ever have been afforded if it was just taking place at a crosswalk or in a restaurant. That era is over. And you can comment below if you think that's too extreme.
No.
No one would blame you for defending yourself. It's your moral obligation to do so. Oh, you're still here watching this.
Yep, I agree. Oh, is he going to talk about Candace Owen and her crazy conspiracy? She is such a narcissist. Like, she is just trying to make this all about me, 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 me. And how the Jews did it. The Jews did it. I have evidence. I have evidence. Well, Pierce Morgan was on Fox.
Hey, Pierce Morgan is with us now. Pierce, when you're looking at all this, could you give us an idea of how the king is doing? I think he spent the last 2 years battling cancer, and we heard about the treatment, which is never easy.
And
How's
Kate.
he doing?
And Kate, too.
And Kate.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at actually 3 people there who've been in health woes. The king has had cancer, obviously. Kate's had cancer. And the Queen has been recovering from sinusitis. She wasn't able to attend a major royal funeral yesterday. So they've all been through different kinds of health problems. Look, the King is in his mid-70s. He's been pretty sick, I think, with the cancer. But he's a remarkably resilient man, like his mother was, like so many of the royals are. And there was absolutely no chance he wasn't going to be there today to lead the charge for the president. And I have to say, I've covered a lot of royal events, a lot of state visits over the years, but for American presidents, other foreign leaders. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite on the scale that's being rolled out here for President Trump. And that is a mark of the respect, I think, that the UK has for the United States. This is really quite exceptional. And I think that, you know, I'd like to just put that on record. They wouldn't even do this for Brian Kilmeade. That's how big this is.
Well, you don't know that for sure. You don't know that for sure. That's just your
No,
speculation.
I do know that as a nailed down certainty.
Hey, Pierce, I'm curious. I know in the UK, everything is about protocol. I don't think I've ever witnessed American president and first lady. They were extremely chatty immediately there. Right. Normally, it's very strict and everyone is standing for the photo. Is that because of that prior relationship or just the respect they have for him?
Well, I think, A, they know each other quite well now. And I think, secondly, you know, I spoke to one of the people that you've just seen with the president. I won't say which one it was, but one of them told me, one of the royals, that they love him coming into town because he's very different to most of the people that come that they have to meet. They have to meet a lot of boring people. But in President Trump, the one thing, whether you like him or not, President Trump, no one's ever called him boring. And I think they find it pretty entertaining when he comes to town. And I think they genuinely like him. I think also important to note that the history of Donald Trump and the British royal family is really embedded in him, and they know that. Apologies for the sirens going off behind me. You know, I spoke to Donald Trump a few years ago about the fact that when television first came out in the early 50s, the first really major televised event in the world was the coronation of Queen Elizabeth. And Donald Trump's mother, obviously Scottish, she sat him down. He was about 6 years old, and they were in New York, I think, and they watched it together on this small television. And that really cemented in Donald Trump his mother's love for the royal family, his mother's respect for the royal family. And I actually interviewed Donald Trump on Air Force One after he last went to see the Queen at Windsor Castle. And he flew in on Marine One, he came on the plane, and he was absolutely buzzing with real excitement about having spent quality time with the Queen, because it took him back to that moment he shared with his mother watching the coronation when the Queen was just in her mid-20s. So there's a long history there of Donald Trump with the royals. And I think that King Charles and Queen Camilla and the Princess of Wales, they know that. And I think that's why they really like him coming for these big royal events, because they know that it means a lot to him.
Martha, Pierce, I don't know if who booked you, but it was a good idea. You know a lot of stuff. So does Martha. Martha, not only do you have a big interview tomorrow, but for the UK,
the president,
they need us more. You have the President of the United States. They need us more than ever, because that Brexit, which was a buzzword years ago, it's really taken root now. It is a UK separate from the EU, and we could be helping to supplant to be the main trading partner. And we have yet to, and we're in the middle of executing that trade deal.
Absolutely, Brian. And I think that was one of the hopes for the original plan for Brexit, that it would strengthen England's ties with other countries, obviously primarily with the United States. A little glimpse inside the carriage there as they're going on their procession around inside the gardens at Windsor Castle. But it is, you know, the hope that they will be able to strengthen this bond. And you look at the relationship with the EU. The EU, a couple of members have continued to buy Russian oil. They are huge buyers of liquid natural gas from Russia. So this is a huge issue because you think about the global dynamic in the world. You've got that meeting that we just saw a couple of weeks ago with Modi of India, Vladimir Putin of Russia, and President Xi of China. Remember, President Trump will speak with Xi on Friday. That's a very big conversation.
Huge.
So look at the global dynamic, and you've got the lining up of the United States and the UK in this huge moment that the whole world will be watching. All of these things are very significant in terms of these relationships and how it shakes out in the global picture.
Pierce, question for you so that you know the lay of the land. You live there. We were amazed after Charlie Kirk's death when we saw tens of thousands join far-right rallies in London. They were mourning his death. It sounds like your country is going through a lot of what we're going through in our country. And a lot of the articles I read this morning were talking about the protests against President Trump. So give us a map of the feelings amongst the residents in your country.
Yeah, well, first of all, I would say I've been really struck just driving through central London today and by the scenes in Windsor about the lack of protests against President Trump. Very, very different to his first state visit and very indicative that I think that whether people like Donald Trump personally or not, very interesting piece in The Economist magazine, very respected economic magazine this week, saying that Trumpism, in other words, what Donald Trump stands for, his policies, his sort of gut feeling for how things should be, is getting more and more popular in the United Kingdom. And what you saw in the big march on Saturday, yes, some of the people marching were far right, and some of them, frankly, were thugs and got into fights with police. But they were a small minority. There were over 100,000 people in that march, one of the biggest marches in modern times.
More than 100,000 there, Pierce.
Were just regular, ordinary members of the public, not identifying as far right at all, but they're fed up with things like unrestricted illegal migrants coming over our southern border on the small boats that you've talked about, I know, many times. That problem, we were assured by Prime Minister Keir Starmer, he was going to smash the gangs. That was his big mission statement when he was running to be Prime Minister. Well, he's been Prime Minister every year, and actually the numbers of people coming over on the small boats on our southern border have increased. So the gangs haven't been smashed, but record numbers of migrants coming in illegally, that has been smashed, those records. So that's a big concern for people, as is housing the would-be asylum seekers as they frame themselves, but many, of course, are economic migrants, it turns out. They're being housed in pretty nice hotels and being treated in a way that many British people
treated like royalty compared to the struggles of the British
themselves. So a lot of resentment building up, a lot of extra pressure on public services. So when people marched on Saturday, they were, I think, a lot of them thinking, you know, we could do with a bit of Donald Trump in our country. Keir Starmer's getting very unpopular, a series of scandals. The UK ambassador, Peter Mandelson, to Washington has just had to resign in a scandal connected to the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. You know, he had his deputy leader, Angela Rayner, had to resign the week before. It feels like a government in crisis, and people are crying out, I think, for strong leadership, which is why, for example, Nigel Farage, a close friend of Donald Trump, is increasing in support and popularity with his Reform Party here. So there's a lot of turmoil in the UK, and a lot of people are saying to me, you know, even if they don't like Trump personally, I do, but not everybody does, but they're saying even if you don't like him personally, it's hard to disagree with a leader who believes in a strong border, who believes in tackling crime aggressively, who believes in fewer foreign wars, who believes in paying less taxes and so on. And I think that people are looking at it and saying, yeah, we could do with a bit of Trumpism here.
Well, Pierce, that's been the most fascinating thing.
Look at this.
I know, it's beautiful.
I feel like I'm watching a movie from the 1700s.
Never seen anything like this before. Obviously, a great honor for the president. Pierce, you talk about the politics domestically there in the UK, and Starmer, as progressive as he is, he gets along with the president. How do they make this work?
I think that's a facade.
If anything, the one thing you could say Keir Starmer has played very well is coming into office is the relationship with Donald Trump. And I've spoken to President Trump about this. In fact, I spoke to him the day after Keir Starmer was in the Oval Office giving him the letter from King Charles about this historic second state visit. And Donald Trump said, look, obviously we're different politically, but he said I get on with him very well. He's a straight talker, straight shooter. We have a good relationship, and that's increased, I think, and they built on that ever since. I think the trade deal we did was a good thing for the UK, and I think indicative again of that good relationship. So although Keir Starmer has lots of domestic problems, on the international stage, I think particularly the way he's forged a good friendship and relationship with the President of the United States, that's been a good thing.
So if I could bring in Benjamin Hall for a second. Benjamin, big story in the London Times today about Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and his great relationship with the former prince turned king.
Imagine what Trump's mom would be thinking right now if she were still alive.
And they've become personal friends.
Just imagine.
If you are looking to
She
reduce
would be so
tariffs and
proud
get
of
that
him.
trade deal, and this was the first deal to come in.
Especially getting
that's the guy to be
a
tight
welcome
with,
like
because
this.
the president really
It's
listens
kind of cool.
to Scott Bessent.
Well, absolutely, and that's what they were hoping might take place tomorrow as well. Take steel, for example, where around the world the tariffs are at 50%. Well, the UK has that down to 25%. And they were hoping that would come down lower, and I know Secretary Bessent is going to be at Chequers tomorrow talking about that, but there were no quotas involved in that. And so I believe that the UK was given an option. They could have a smaller quota at a lower percentage, or they could stick at 25%. And they've decided that overall 25% will be better. But look, the UK economy needs a lot of support at the moment. It really is floundering. And I think that Keir Starmer and the Prime Minister here, who has so many negative things on his plate at the moment, Piers just talked about quite a few of them, he is hoping that that relationship with the US will bring some good news over the next couple of days. And look, many people are looking ahead as well. And one of the key parts to talk about tomorrow is countering China. It's about countering China in the AI race. It's about providing all the infrastructure for that. And so that's one place where the two countries are working very,
Yeah,
very
I don't know why we're so worried about Russia. We really need to be worried about China. They're trying to compete, and you can tell.
I think Ridley
but
Scott.
certainly the UK needs its help.
This seems like Ridley Scott is doing a movie dated in the 1810.
Well, Martha, we were there for when Harry and Meghan were married. And is this the long driveway that is in front of Windsor Castle? I know usually people enter through the back entrance, which we saw oftentimes during that week when we were there. But when they got married, they went around the entire town of Windsor. Everyone was lining the streets, and they came back up this long driveway.
Yeah, the long walk is what you are correctly referring to, Inslee. And Ben and I are both trying to get a look at this vantage point because I know they are inside the walls of Windsor Castle for this entire visit. And at Harry and Meghan's wedding, they did a procession through town and curved up around the castle so that people could greet them and see them. But I think security measures are a major part of why you're not seeing anything outside of the walls and around town right now.
That's good.
I don't know, Ben, if you have anything to add on.
I mean, to Martha's point real quickly, there's not a Secret Service agent in sight. The vehicle is the carriage. This is unheard of for an American president. And honestly, there's no other country where this would be allowed. This just shows you the protection of the president, and this is why the camera angles are off a little bit right now. They don't want you to know exactly where he is.
It's the castle that kept out barbarians 200 years ago.
I mean, just a sight to see.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, these are very tight camera shots, and they do make it a little difficult to tell where they are at any given moment within the park. But you see them entering the castle walls as they move through that archway right now.
Wow.
And then they will enter the green in the center here. And this is where they'll be greeted by, and Ben made this point earlier, 3 of the different guard groups, including the Royal Guard, the Grenadier Guard, the Scots Guard, and the Coldstream Guards. I'm looking at Ben to make sure that I have that correct. He's nodding. So this is, you know, I just want to emphasize again how unprecedented this is, and that the entire purpose of this and the preparation that's gone on for the last 6 to 8 weeks on the part of every single person who you see as part of this is to roll out the red carpet in the biggest way possible for Donald Trump.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And that means Lee Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
That was cool. Nope, a text from my wife. Hang on. Trying to set up doctor's appointments. Gotta get some testing done. My feet keep swelling up. They are down for like 15 minutes. They just balloon up to like 2 to 3 times the size. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh yeah, this.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
and
it's
ridiculous
few
guy.
to people like you that got that man killed, sir.
No. There are such a thing as neo-fascists.
Piers Morgan's show, which I mentioned I did on Friday, I don't really like doing it anymore. The panels are just mostly completely idiotic, and there's no point, and everyone's just screaming. And my feeling was I'll do it to honor Charlie, and it is what it is. Yesterday, I just thought this was a good example of the hysteria around all of this. There's a guy by the name of Andrew Wilson, who was one of the panelists. He's more on the conservative side, and he was on with Cornel West, who is a far left radical who runs around saying sort of the craziest things about all of us all the time. And it got rather spicy, as the kids say.
You see, this brother right here says, well, all leftists want to see me dead. Well, I'm a leftist. I don't want to see you dead. I'm a Christian.
You called Trump's administration a neo-fascist movement, you lunatic. People have gone out
You're
of your way.
absolutely right.
You have gone out of your way.
No, let me make the
to
case.
do everything possible to cultivate this.
Let me make the case.
Yeah.
Will you allow me to
They
speak,
like
brother?
sowing the
Come on,
seeds.
man. Come on. No.
And then act like they're innocent.
If you think I've made the case, then you're not interested in dialogue.
You just said this brother over here said this.
You very, very different than Brother Charlie, man. You very different than Charlie, though, man. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
and I can
it's
make
your
the case
few
for
to
that,
people
too.
like you that got that man killed, sir.
No. There are such a thing as neo-fascists. But Pierce, why you have a brother on who's not going to allow nobody to speak, man? We're just wasting time. If all you're interested in is making your money, and you bring this brother on it, and nobody can say a word, and we can't even mourn Brother Charlie passing. I had dialogues with
That
Brother
man
Charlie.
is a
this brother's
joke.
going to say, oh, this kumbaya and so forth. No. Charlie was made in the image of a loving and mighty God. I believe that. I say my prayers for Sister Erica and the kids because this brother wants to trash my Christian sensibility. And look at him laughing now. It's a joke, man. Pierce, it's not worth it. The
is
dialogue
Charlie
is not
Kirk
worth it.
part
Not
of the
with this
neo-fascist
brother.
movement?
Not with this brother.
Is he part of your neo-fascist
movement? Not with this brother.
Yeah.
When Charlie himself says that he is against Civil Rights Act, does that make him a proponent of Jim Crow? When he calls Martin Luther King Jr. an awful human being and a scumbag? I'm critical of that. I am critical of that. You're absolutely right, Brother Wilson. You're absolutely right. But if all you're going to do is be arrogant, you're arrogant just like the so-called leftists you're talking about. But Pierce, you making your money, brother. Go on and make your money, man.
This guy's ridiculous.
This brother right here is part of the problem. This other brother who has a deep connection to Charlie, he's willing to at least listen, but this brother's not willing to listen.
Cornel, can you sit down? I would like you to remain part of the debate.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. He's smoking his cigarettes with his arrogant self. Come on, man. We don't have enough dialogue at all.
Surely you're not going to walk out in a debate about dialogue.
Go on and make your money, man.
Right. Well, there's a kind of farcical to quit a debate where we're literally debating about the importance of free speech and being able to listen to each other's opinions, which seems to me completely insane.
Fad diets have come and gone over the years. Juice cleanses, the cabbage soup diet, the raw food diet, and so many more. By the time the average person turns 60, they've lost and regained several hundred pounds. What most people don't realize is just how much damage this cycle of gaining and losing weight can cause. Doctors call it weight cycling, and half of Americans experience it. If it happens often enough, it can increase your risk for diabetes, liver damage, heart attack, and stroke. The bottom line is that most people need help to stop weight cycling. That's where Lean comes in. Created by doctors, Lean is a non-prescription oral supplement, not a GLP-1 injectable.
Okay, I'm really only showing that because this is what we're up against now. Things are, we've had like a couple of days of mourning where I think good, decent people are in that mourning period, but you can feel some anger really starting to develop. And that right there is what this is going to come up against. I don't know that first guy there at all. I think I've been on Piers Morgan once with Cornel West, but the point is, if you're going to run around calling everybody neo-fascist, this is a neo-fascist movement, and then say, but we don't have enough dialogue. Well, which way is
you
it?
cut the dialogue down by just name calling?
Do you believe anything that you're saying, and then you accuse him of trying to make money or get clicks or whatever else?
Yeah. Cornwell is a fool. He made himself a fool. Oh, shame.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump just absolutely torched California Governor Gavin Newsom's presidential aspirations. And so, folks, between you and me, I think you guys are going to like today's video. Now, as you all know, around 8 months ago, a raging fire swept through the Pacific Palisades in California and destroyed some of the most beautiful neighborhoods in the entire country. And as I'm sure many of you remember, shortly after the Pacific Palisades fires took place, many of us over here on the right began to connect some very curious dots and come to some pretty concerning realizations. And so, as it would turn out, despite being called crazy conspiracy theorists, all of our realizations actually ended up being true. Take a look. As President Trump just posted on Truth Social, shockingly, I have just learned that Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, is in the final stages of approval to build low-income housing in the Pacific Palisades. How unfair is that to the people that have suffered so much? Newsom allowed their houses to burn by not accepting hundreds of millions of gallons of water from the Pacific Northwest, and now the low-income housing starts rising long before he gets permits for California citizens to rebuild, but long after the federal permits were issued. Lee Zeldin, EPA administrator, and I, as president, have done the job and produced all permits long before anybody expected that to happen. Unfortunately, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, and Mayor Karen Bass have failed you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there is your confirmation. California Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass have made it perfectly clear that instead of empowering families who tragically lost their homes in the fire to actually rebuild what they lost, they are using this tragedy as an opportunity to push forward their own radically progressive agenda. And so what exactly does that mean? Well, they're just going to steal everyone's property and build a bunch of government-controlled low-income apartments. That is what that means, and that is exactly what they're doing right this very moment. Really, this is nothing short of another classic far-left land grab. By denying people the basic right to restore their homes and communities, Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass are stripping Californians of their property rights and using the force of the government to advance their own far-left agenda. But you know what? Take a look at this. Here's another little interesting fact as it relates to all of this. 8 months later, numerous experts agree that it was actually Governor Gavin Newsom's mismanagement of California's water that actually ultimately led to the Palisades fire in the first place. That's a little bit curious, don't you think? Given that now they're bulldozing all of the scorched up houses and just building a bunch of low-income apartments. Now, so far, Newsom has allocated around $100 million to help rebuild the Pacific Palisades, but I'll tell you what, every single one of those dollars is specifically targeted at building low-income housing with various high-density building requirements. Pretty much, Newsom is trying to cram as many people into the Pacific Palisades as he possibly can. Hey, I guess you've got to put all of those illegal aliens somewhere, right? But now, folks, as if all of that wasn't insane enough, there's actually something that is perhaps even more insane currently going on in California that I'd like to share with all of you. But first, I do want to say real quick that if you guys enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton. But okay, check this out. In the last 8 months since President Trump has stepped back into the White House, Gavin Newsom has actually spent around $50 million to Trump-proof California, which really just means that he's spending $50 million on aiding and abetting a bunch of illegal aliens. Folks, what this means is that instead of helping Californian homeowners in the Pacific Palisades get back on their feet after the fire that he likely caused, Newsom is spending tens of millions of Californian taxpayer dollars on protecting a bunch of illegal aliens from President Trump. To say the least, Governor Gavin Newsom's hatred for this country and all of us honest, hardworking Americans really is just truly astounding. But you know what? On that note, take a listen to what Stephen Miller had to say about Governor Gavin Newsom just the other day.
The mayor of Los Angeles and the governor of California were in the largest sanctuary city and the largest sanctuary state in America. They refused to turn over tens of thousands of serial criminal illegal aliens to ICE. So they get arrested by state or local authorities and they get cut loose. They then go on to commit crimes like assault, armed robbery, home invasion, and murder. The most unimaginable, egregious crimes you could think of. All of that blood, all of that suffering, all of that heartache, squarely on the soul and conscience of California's governor and the mayor of Los Angeles. They are guilty of crimes against humanity. They are facilitating child trafficking, sex trafficking. Look, they think this is a game. They think this is a joke. This is life and death.
They think it is a
When you meet with the families, as you have, Griff, whose loved ones have been raped and killed and slaughtered by criminal illegal aliens who have no right to be in this country, what Newsom are doing and what Bass is doing are unforgivable. And God bless our ICE agents and Border Patrol agents for going out there and doing this mission on behalf and on the orders of President Trump to make America safe for our citizens. The Democrat Party seems to only care about two groups right now, criminals and illegal aliens. And that's it. Donald Trump's Republican Party is fighting for law-abiding American citizens, and you're seeing the results right here in Washington, D.C., where the most violent city that we have in this country is now becoming, day by day, and will become one of the safest cities in the whole country.
And so, folks, there you have it. And by the way, did you catch that? What he said is that Gavin Newsom is guilty of crimes against humanity. And by the way, is that true? Yeah, I think so. But so now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you all one of Charlie Kirk's final posts on X, because he actually interacted with Governor Gavin Newsom numerous times throughout his professional career. So as Charlie Kirk himself said, retweet if you think Gavin Newsom should do the following. Apologize for failing to cooperate with ICE and deport illegal aliens in California. Apologize for bankrupting his state by providing free health care to illegal aliens. Apologize for allowing men in girls' locker room and girls' sports. Apologize to those who lost their homes in the Los Angeles fires because the fire hydrants had no water. apologize for
Joke.
refusing to address the housing crisis in California.
I don't understand why the feds aren't
apologize for
investigating
refusing
that
to
more.
deal with the homelessness crisis in California, and apologize for helping ruin one of the most beautiful states in the entire union. And so, folks, when it comes to Governor Gavin Newsom and all of the damage that he himself personally has caused in this country, I think that Charlie Kirk was right. Because I'll tell you what, holding all of these far-left radical progressives accountable, just like California Governor Gavin Newsom, is exactly what it's going to take if we really want to actually start putting America first.
Yep. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom, so give me a few minutes. I'll be right back, and then maybe we'll get started on the stained glass. I'm looking forward to doing this, so we'll see how that works out. Right, I am back. I got set back up. I didn't realize it run all the way through both sides. Eesh. I get my foot wrapped. Top of swelling. They're just constantly freezing. Okay. Let's see, I wanted to watch one from Tim Pool. This one.
In them losing lots of money. In desperation, something is seriously wrong with our media apparatus. And I believe it's largely due to the expansion of social media and the internet, which resulted in them losing lots of money. In desperation, they say psychotic things. They don't know what's true. They don't care what's true. All they care about is whether or not they can get your attention and pander to their viewers. Considering these organizations went anti-Trump back in 2016, they've largely maintained an older liberal audience, in which case they have to say things that align with an older liberal audience who hates conservatives. We have two stories for you. In what may be one of the most shocking things you could possibly imagine, an ABC News reporter swoons over the Charlie Kirk assassins'
this is disgusting.
very touching romance. I kid you not. On CNN,
A disgusting news story.
Scott Jennings was shocked when Montel Williams said, "This is the story of someone who was offended that he loved."
Yeah, you all remember Montel Williams. Did you know he dated Kamala Harris? I had no idea until this morning, and was a little wowed and taken aback by him dating somebody so low and stupid. I always thought Montel Williams was at least educated, smart, and could read on his own, but he really falls in line with the talking points of the left.
His trans
Very sheep-like. That's what that whole side is right now. They're all sheep. They're all doing the same talking points.
There is something deeply wrong with this country, and I know you see it. We see it in our broken media apparatus. And it's not just the corporate press. It is also these fake videos online made by individuals where I kid, it has been so insane over the past year. I've told the story about how people have taken clips of me and Cenk Uygur from totally isolated videos, like me on IRL and Cenk on Young Turks, and then put them side by side to edit it and make it look like we're in a debate.
Mm-hmm.
We got American Financing.
Very deceptive.
Check out American Finance. Cover your groups. 6
and that. That's how psychotic our media apparatus has become. Knowing what is true is becoming difficult. But this, let me just show you how psychotic this is.
We have seen an alleged murder with such specific text messages about the alleged murder weapon, where it was hidden, how it was placed, what was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate who is transitioning calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children.
Jeopardized? You mean killed?
Which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his partner. So a very interesting and, as Pierre said, riveting press conference, David.
They are doing everything they can to protect the assassin. You've got, listen, I'm gonna pause. I am no fool. I don't always know what's true. I base my decisions off of probabilities. The message that they released from the shooter do not appear to be genuine. I'm not saying the FBI fabricated them. There are many theories. One, it looks like the messages are transposed, so likely translated from Gen Z shorthand, if that were to be the case. And instead, they're calling it fan fiction fabricated by the FBI. Or, I think what is a decent probability, the shooter is lying. These messages were intentionally written, and Matt Walsh had the first tweet from this. Credit to Matt Walsh, though I agree with him. This is what I was thinking when I saw it too. They wrote this to absolve the responsibility of others involved. Cash and the FBI are currently investigating other people who appear to have foreknowledge. So these messages look to be crafted intentionally to be like, oh, woe is me. You never knew. I was doing crime and you were not included. People posted online that they had foreknowledge. That being said, when they see this and they say, it's very touching, a love story, wait till you see this one. Montel Williams. Uh-oh. Mediaite's always broken, huh? Here we go.
Montel, the conflict started right in the house, it seemed.
But you know what, I gotta tell you, there's so much more that needs to be said. You read a couple of excerpts from some of his texts. One of his texts said, when asked, how long have you been thinking about this? A week and a half. It wasn't, I've been thinking about this for the last year and a half. He said a week and a half. If we're gonna believe what he said in other places in his text, why not believe that?
What does that say to you?
What it says to me is that I think there are people who are trying to pigeonhole this as a leftist thing and a right thing. And what we're really talking about, hear me because I'm going to throw you when I say this. We're talking about a love-torn child, a kid. This is probably his first real relationship, and somebody was disparaging the person that he loved.
Let's just pause real quick. Charlie Kirk did not know these people at all and never made any direct statements about them. So
he didn't.
This could only be political.
He sat on that building for 30 minutes before he took the shot. Why did he wait until the first word trans came up?
Because it's
ideologically because he was waiting for that.
I think he could hear it.
He knew that was going to be a talking point.
I don't believe he was motivated politically. I think this was motivated emotionally. I think this was a emotionally stunted person who literally, when I say it this way, just hear me, tried to defend his significant other, not trying to defend his ideology.
From what
Although
attack?
I do think there's clearly
Other than that,
an
there's
ideological difference. So that's why I
there
played
is an
about
ideological difference.
about the family. I mean,
they're
the
psychologically
ideological
messed up.
difference that he was reacting to wasn't just Charlie Kirk. It was also maybe his dad. I mean, his father.
Oh my God! Even when you have an orgy of evidence, which I have questions about. Don't get me wrong. The liberal media apparatus is staring in the face of a guy who has all the motivations, whose mother has said it, the governor has said it, Axios confirmed, 6 independent sources confirmed this ideology and this as the motive, and they're still desperately trying to say, no.
This guy was screwed
according
up.
to him, MAGA. So that conflict was there.
And
clearly.
hateful for the different political opinions that Charlie Kirk held.
And I'm a conservative father, and I question, let's say,
You can call me a transphobic. You can call me a racist. You can call me an Islamophobic. You can call me a bigot. You can call me whatever you want.
Is this a political motivation?
I'm sorry you can't handle the truth.
Psychological kind of thing.
I guess I don't know that we'll ever get into fully the minds of what happened here,
Homophobic,
but
whatever,
it is
which
really horrible.
I have no
Charlie
fear
Kirk
of
was
any of
murdered by
those
this
things.
person.
Absolutely.
Except for
full
Islam,
stop,
but that's a
end of
rational fear.
sentence,
It's not an irrational
horrifying.
fear.
And whether there are plenty of people who have conflicts with their parents who don't murder people, and I just think we should all just acknowledge that it was a horrifying, terrible thing, and he deserves punishment for what he did because he took the life of a person.
Yeah, he deserves capital punishment.
I just think it's a little complicated to look back and
She likes word
say
salading.
he has a conflict with his father. Lots of
That's the
these
problem
things
with the
happen,
left. They only know how to word salad. They only know how to sound like Kamala
the
Harris.
end of a life of a father who had children.
Because that's the leader of
Just
those
as an aside,
sheep.
we call this patter or pattering. A lot of words came out of her mouth, but she didn't actually
They're
convey any
wolves
ideas.
in sheep's
I'm actually
clothing.
quite good at patter. And
They
when I have
definitely
to- when I have to
follow
stall
along in
for
a pack,
time,
but
I
they
can
all
say a
pounce
whole
on
lot
the
of
same
things that
talking
convey
points.
No ideas. Now, you may be noticing that even right now, as my words are coming from my mouth, it sounds like I'm actually talking to you, but nothing is being conveyed because I'm wasting your time. That's what she's doing. You get the point.
Guys, the evidence here is overwhelming. He said, Charlie Kirk, I can't stand this hate anymore. I'm going to take him out. The testimony from him and the statements of his family, he had become more left-wing. He etched the statements that are made by the left about Republicans and conservatives and Charlie Kirk fascist on the bullet casings.
He made a joke about it in his last
Yeah,
text.
you made a joke, but yeah, that's not a joke.
Dead and about to be buried.
Yeah,
So it doesn't
Montel.
sound like a joke
The
to me.
stupid comment.
So I'm just telling
Stupid
you,
comment, Montel.
There is an effort. There was an effort all weekend long on the left to try to make this guy sound like he was a conservative. That failed.
Yep.
That was passed around all over the weekend. That has now failed. The evidence has now come out. He was motivated by hate. He was motivated by left-wing radicalism. He got mixed up with some trans ideology in his life. We'll learn more about that, I'm sure, when more evidence and testimony comes out. We are
I'm sure there's more people going to get charges filed against them for sure.
Us in the face. Left-wing radicalism got this kid. He went up to a roof and he murdered our friend, and that's what happened.
Just say, I don't think that any.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. And they are so desperate to spin this. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll tell you, there's a bunch of conspiracy
much
theories popping
desperation.
up, videos of Charlie, and it's just, guys, certainly conspiracies exist. Conspiracy just literally means two or more people plotting something nefarious or criminal. And we don't know. What I will tell you is that premeditated murders are often unsolved. Now, in this regard, I have questions, but I will bring those up. I'm going to do a bigger breakdown on these theories, the conspiracies around Charlie Kirk's death. I definitely want to talk about them. There are certain things that defy the official statements that we can all agree on. They're saying in the press that this guy acted alone, but there were at least 7 social media posts from trans or trans-aligned individuals expressing foreknowledge. People knew about this. And so what I can say right now is there is a simple solution. Simple solution isn't always correct, but tends to be. And that is what I will follow probabilistically. So you can make the argument that Cash and Dan are being tricked. Ooh, I don't think so. I think this person that they got is the shooter. There are people who filmed him on the rooftop before the shot happened, and they were like, is there someone on the roof? And that's how we got the footage of it. But there are a lot of questions, and it's always tough. But the one thing that's really crazy to me is the people who have pushed the most insane conspiracy theories, like these liberals, whatever justification they're trying to make, and then the more overt ones. I'll say this. The evidence is overwhelming. Okay, to a certain degree, an orgy of evidence casts doubt. I get that. But I think it's plain to see. Ask the question, why would someone kill the most prominent conservative? Leftist ideology. They're losing elections. Colleges have swung to the right. Young men swinging to the right. It's all Charlie Kirk. They're desperate. That's the simple solution. It makes the most sense.
Yeah.
As for the grandiose conspiracies, I'll do a bigger. I'm going to do like a half an hour breakdown of this. But why would any powerful institution or organization have so many holes that you could point to? Because the truth is, they don't. It is what it is. There are questions, but I think we're on the right track. I don't think this was governmental. I don't think it was any foreign operatives. I think it's homegrown terror. And I think it was more than just this one guy, but we'll see. But shout out to your media, which has lost the plot. I'll leave it there. Smash the like button, my friends. Share the show with everyone you know. Thanks for hanging out. Stay tuned. More to come. And we'll see you all in the next show.
Yeah, people are nuts. People are just nuts. Trying to be like sheep. Downloads he sent here in Kirk probe. What?
I'm back at the top of the hour. I think WGAL, which is the local thing. I'm originally from a little bit east of this area, so I'm quite familiar with this area. I want to see if that local media outlet there, WGAL, which seems like it's like Lancaster County, no chopper in the sky at this time in this area. No chopper. So here's a picture from the scene itself. So we're just on a standby. We're kind of like in a lull here until we get more information about the conditions of the officers and what exactly happened, and do we have an active shooter situation or not. I would think at this point, if there's a shooter still out on the loose, he's probably inside that home there, which is 1879. It looks like a barn. It's like a barn. 1879 Har, Haar Road. 1879 Har Road.
I've never heard of that.
Scanner's awfully quiet. Let me go over here and see if I can find some additional feeds and see what's going on. So we wait and see. Crazy. We shall see. Same clip they're playing with that we shared, just the police response. I think we'll have a boots on the ground report very, very shortly. Looks like it's at a farmhouse.
Yeah.
Some sort of farmhouse. Multiple police officers shot at a farmhouse in York County. So I'll get that photo up here shortly. It looks like some sort of farmhouse.
Right here. I have it.
Farmhouse.
It's a bar. Yeah, you keep saying
1879 Far Road.
1879.
I'm seeing similarities here with the Pennsylvania incident in the Poconos.
Yeah.
And South Virginia just in the last couple months. Just the last couple months. We shall see. Let's wait and see.
Pretty far away.
Yeah, we got the scanner
Past
on.
Somerset. Nope, that isn't.
No activity at this time. I keep refreshing the screen. We'll wait for the more information. A lot of people tagging me on X and Twitter. I appreciate that. Got the heads up from that.
Leaper Meats
About
LLC.
2,000 people in the scanner or so at the time. I don't know how many people are in there now.
We'll keep an eye on that. Family's home. Oh yeah. Let's look at this Arnold. The door is not locked, Gabe.
Governor Schwarzenegger, I wanted to begin on a very serious and somber note. Last week,
It doesn't know how to turn a doorknob.
The country witnessed the most horrific murder of Charlie Kirk on a university campus in Utah. It was a highly disturbing event, and I know that it's shaken a lot of members of our community. And I wanted to ask you, what were your reactions to this event, and what can you say to help our community process what this event means for something that we all care so much about, which is even when we disagree with someone vehemently over politics.
I don't know. I didn't order anything.
Descend into violence of any kind.
Buddy.
Well,
is it addressed to us?
I was very, very upset that someone's life was taken because they have a different opinion. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, this was a great communicator.
It's Gary's.
Advocate for the right, for Republican causes. And he had such a great way of communicating with the students that agreed or disagreed with him. And I just thought, it's a human being. A human life is gone. And he was a great father, a great husband, and I was thinking about his children. They will only be reading about him now, instead of him reading to them bedtime stories. I mean, it's just unbelievable of what is going on. So I was shocked when I saw this, as we all were. And I think that since then, there are endless amount of debates about how do we stop this. But we have to acknowledge that the cause of all of this is the social media companies that are dividing us, the mainstream media companies that are dividing us, the political parties, the Democrats that are dividing us, the Republicans that are dividing us. So we're getting hit from so many different angles.
Hopefully everything goes well.
And we have to be very
I'll see.
that we don't get any closer to that cliff. Because when you fall down that cliff, down there is no democracy.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be very, very careful. And I think it is very important that we turn this
They're pushing it. That is for sure.
And that we show people power. Because the people can turn this around. The people have the ultimate power.
Yep. Choose what they like and dislike.
I recommend very strongly that people always say, well, what can I do? I'm just an individual.
You have a voice.
But each and every one of you in here
Put your voice out there.
can make a difference. You can show leadership. This is about leadership. This is the time to show leadership.
Start green hair.
Where USC students from the Democratic club to the Republican club can get together. Imagine that you get together and you start having communications together and solving problems together.
Mm-hmm.
You would have
There's no camaraderie between either side.
covered that story. And you
One side can't stand the other, and the other side, they killed our guy that was talking.
Together. How you not see the other side as the enemy. Or to
That's
fight fire with fire,
Mm.
saying today. Or to declare war on each other, as they're saying today. You can show leadership and you can get together and be this example.
Dad, guess what? I
Because
rolled
remember,
at
the
roller
people's power
skate
is the
without
ultimate power.
Did you? How'd it go? Good.
That's what democracy is all about.
I can't go fast.
No, but you gotta get used to it. Get your knees under you.
Word Democrat.
Stop eating the stick.
Demo, people, crowd,
Out of your mouth.
power.
Out of your mouth.
That's what it is. People power.
Spit it out.
Not politician power. It's people power. So use that power instead of getting together and show to the country and to the world that we can do it. Let's just do it, okay?
Okay, buddy. How are you? No, buddy. I'm not playing anything on the computer. You may watch something on my phone. That you may do. Mine's charged. You need to charge it.
Why are you holding it?
Because I do charge it. Keep it charged just in case if we need it.
Brett Baer joins us now, chief political anchor of Fox News, special report. He's got a book coming out. It's great. It's called To Rescue the American Spirit, Teddy Roosevelt and the Birth of a Superpower. Brett, first off, this has been, out of all the things that you've covered, that we've been on the air together about, what makes this feel so different since the Charlie Kirk assassination?
Well, I tell you, Brian, it's just profound in that it's had this reveberation across a ton of communities. Not just here in the U.S., but around the world.
Cool.
And you see these
Looks like Gabe's got girlfriend.
And I think you see the fallout from it. I think because it was so public and because that actual shooting made its way around on social media, it also had this kind of spooky effect on people's minds of the thought of that happening, much like when you saw the video of RFK being shot or JFK being shot in the back of that car.
A bag of beef jerky.
It's a kind of indelible image that, it provokes emotion.
The other thing is he's your friend and he's your guest. I mean, he's somebody you think to yourself, especially my Sunday show.
Good.
I had to space him out because, you can't have him on every week, but he always brings a point of view and he always has an idea and he could always move it. He doesn't give predictable answers and he is making news. And then to think that guy in the prime of his life, you could see him tossing out hats 1 minute and the next minute suffer the most horrific wound possible. It's really something that and now at the eve of the internet, you don't have to wait for a film to be developed like the Zapruder film. You see it now. And the fact is, after yesterday, we know so much more about the suspect. Have you ever seen a press conference like that of such substance?
No, and I think that there was a need for it because a lot of people were going down the rabbit hole online, and it was getting a lot of even mainstream attention. And not to say that this investigation is finished or that there aren't other pieces of this or somebody couldn't have supported him, et cetera, but some of the theories out there were getting out there. And I think that was part of the reason they got so detailed in some of the evidence that they had. That thread text message with his boyfriend who's transitioning, I think was probably the biggest moment.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. Here is Jeff Gray yesterday, the Utah County DA, cut 12.
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy, referring to Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate.
He went on to say, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. But yet I'm watching other channels and other pundits say we're still looking for a motive. He just told you the motive in his own words. He said everything except for say it out loud. Mm-hmm. He put it on print. In one, it was a written letter, the other some text messages. Is it pretty clear we have the motive?
Yeah, I've seen that where it's like we don't have a motive yet. Well,
yeah,
what
there's
was
a motive.
That reading
there's a
of
clear
the
motive.
probable cause and the indictment, if you will, it was all motive. It was hatred for him, his belief that Charlie Kirk was spreading hate. It was, he felt that this was the time. He planned it for a week. In his own words, that is the motive. I mean, it's right there. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is that even today, after all of that, there are still outlets that are saying this kid is from a MAGA family and he was really a conservative who grew up in a gun culture, and that's the problem. It's baffling, and, I guess you can only say it so much.
Right. Douglas Murray echoes your thoughts. Listen to him last night, cut 24.
these are the same people who talk about misinformation and disinformation and much more. They're the ones doing that at the moment. It's very clear to anyone who looks at this what the ideology of Charlie's assassin was. It's been clear for days. Of course, those people on the left who've been lying about conservatives for recent years, smearing and defaming conservatives, calling everyone a fascist and a Nazi, now they say, let's not talk about this, or let's pretend it's both sides. And did you see today, some of those same people who've been doing that were saying, look, there's violence on both political sides. Look at the attack on Governor Shapiro's mansion. They didn't mention that the person who attacked Governor Shapiro's mansion was a left-wing Palestinianist activist.
Yeah, he was going after him because he was Jewish. So Douglas Murray, again, that's exactly what you were saying. I mean, we don't pretend like we don't have the answer.
Yeah, it's frustrating, and I think it's part of there's wish casting, I think, on some sides that this person fell into a different bucket, and it doesn't fit into the narrative that they really want. So it's taking them a long time to accept even a very detailed probable cause sheet from the district attorney.
Right. All right. So the other thing was the Kash Patel and some of the sparring that took place yesterday. It was almost like when you get some of these guys on that have been on the air for a long time, you better be if you're going to go after him, you better be ready to get hit back. He was ready to hit back yesterday. And some of the sparring that went on with Cory Booker. Do we have some of that? The Cory Booker as well as the one with Adam Schiff. I don't know. Do we? Yeah, let's listen to.
I don't think you're fit to end the Bureau, but here's the thing, Mr. Patel. I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might be your last oversight hearing.
That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is my time.
I follow you on your social media posts that tear this country apart. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over. The people of New Jersey tell me what my time is. You can't lecture me.
You can tell me my time's over.
You may be the charge of the FBI,
not going anywhere.
but I am not afraid of you.
I'm not afraid of you, which was probably the most interesting statement after that. But you've seen a lot of hearings. This wasn't usual. Typical.
This wasn't Christopher Wray. Let's just say that. Right. Traditionally the FBI director in that mold is very quiet and
just takes it. Just takes it.
And just takes it and moves on, doesn't say anything. Kash Patel is not that kind of FBI director. So he pushes back. And
which is fine.
Listen, obviously we've seen Senator Booker in big moments try to make a big moment. His speech on the Senate floor, the Spartacus moment. Yeah. There's multiple times. I think the Adam Schiff exchange was kind of really interesting in that, Adam Schiff is a focus of some of the investigation of Crossfire Hurricane and what came out of the House Intelligence Committee, and some of that in that exchange came out from Kash Patel.
See, it's good. Just lastly, I think it's also important to bring up what you did last night. You had Senator Fetterman and Senator McCormick on, and that is like an old-fashioned Republican and Democrat. They probably didn't know each other before they both ran for Senate seat. McCormick didn't get past Dr. Oz. Fetterman beats Dr. Oz. The other seat was Casey's. Fetterman came out for Casey. McCormick wins. But these two see eye to eye in a lot. Why was that important for them to call you to come on?
Yeah, it was right after the shooting. It was just a few days, and everybody was still reeling. And they reached out and said, "We want to do a common ground." And I've had both of them on individually with other senators on common ground, so they knew the format, and they wanted to come on together as the senators from Pennsylvania. They wanted to express this message that we need to talk to each other differently. We need to. I thought Fetterman was really pretty pretty eloquent, about not going down the fascist Hitler road, about saying the left part of his party has been lost, but extremism that gets to violence, no matter what it is unacceptable. So we gave him extra time and wanted to have that conversation. I think it was good.
It was good, but there really is nobody. There was Cinema and Manchin, and you had Manchin on yesterday too. His book is really insightful. He also talks about you in his book. They called up Bret Baier and says, "I'm telling everyone, I'm not voting for this massive bill." And Bret Baier was so surprised when he came out and said, "I'm against it. I'm out." And he writes that in his book. But besides them, they were kind of a relief because I didn't know how they were going to react to anything because they had to be sold. They were looking to see what's best for the country. And we really have on the left right now. You really have only Senator Fetterman.
Yeah, Fetterman is like Manchin with a hoodie, and he's the one who's doing a lot of the reaching over. There's a few that are doing a lot of bipartisan things, but when push comes to shove, they kind of go to their corners. And I think
I can't hear anything. I do like Fetterman. I think he tries to talk frequently with the other side of the aisle, even though he's a Democrat. I mean, the foundation of beliefs is differing, but I think some of the substance and some of the minor things can be hashed out easily with him.
I think there's a hunger for more of that, what we saw last night, and we'll see. We'll see if it develops before 26.
All right, Bret. When is your book coming out?
October 21st. Drops October 21st, and you can pre-order now. BretBaier.com is one of the spots where it has all the links. But I'm excited. It's funny, you've done all these book tours, and in the wake of Charlie Kirk, we're having all these meetings about security and everything else. But I'm excited to get out there and talk about Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, I know you're going to be stopping in Jacksonville, so I know they love you, and they'll be looking forward to getting you there over in northern Florida. Bret Baier, thanks so much. Best of luck. Pick it up to rescue the American spirit. You can't get it yet, but have it land in your inbox or at your house on publishing.
Read the book of the day for myself. I'm on Ruth, chapter 1. Just finished Judges the other day. So we're going to read about Naomi being widowed. In the days when the judges ruled, there was a famine in the land. And a man of Bethlehem in Judah went to sojourn in the country of Moab. He and his wife and his 2 sons. The name of the man was Elimelech, and the name of his wife Naomi. And the names of his 2 sons were Mahlon and Chilion. They were Ephrathites from Bethlehem and Judah. They went into the country of Moab and remained there. But Elimelech, the husband of Naomi, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. These took Moabite wives. The name of the one was Orpah, and the name of the other Ruth. They lived there about 10 years, and both Mahlon and Chilion died, so that the woman was left without her 2 sons and her husband. Then she arose with her daughter-in-law to return from the country of Moab, for she had heard in the fields of Moab that the Lord had visited his people and given them food. So she set out from the place where she was with her 2 daughters-in-laws, and they went on the way to return to the land of Judah. But Naomi said to her 2 daughter-in-laws, "Go, return each of you to her mother's house. May the Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me. The Lord grant that they may find rest, each of you in the house of her husband." Then she kissed them, and they lifted up their voice and wept. And they said to her, "No, we will not return with you to your No, we will return with you to your people. But Naomi said, Turn back, my daughters. You will go. Why will you go away with me? Have I yet sons in my womb that they may become your husbands? Turn back, my daughters. Go your way, for I am too old to have a husband. If I should say I have hope, even if I should have a husband this night and should bear sons, would you therefore wait until they were grown? Would you therefore refrain from marrying? No, my daughters, for it is exceedingly bitter for me, for my sake, that the hand of the Lord has gone out against me. Then they lifted up their voices and wept again, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth clung to her. And she said, See, your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and to her gods. Return after your sister-in-law. But Ruth said, Do not urge me to leave you, or to return from following you. For where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there will I be buried. May the Lord do so to me, and more also, if anything but death parts me from you. And when Naomi saw that she was determined to go with her, she said no more. So the two of them went on until they came to Bethlehem. And when they came to Bethlehem, the whole town was stirred because of them. And the woman said, Is this Naomi? She said to them, Do not call me Naomi. Call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went away full, and the Lord has brought me back empty. Why call me Naomi, when the Lord has testified against me, and the Almighty has brought calamity upon me? So Naomi returned, and Ruth the Moabite, her daughter-in-law, with her, who returned from the country of Moab, and they came to Bethlehem, the beginning of barley harvest. I gotta get this blanket switched around. It's all wrapped up. There we go. Hopefully you guys can hear me like this. What we're gonna do, some work here. And wireless. Pen out here, take this. Move the keyboard away since I won't need that. Well, this three intermission. What we'll do is the smoker.
How are you going to pay for the insurance? What I can't afford to help you. Work 2 jobs and go to school. Here. You're nothing but a poser. Really? What do you think? Do anything you do. This is just an assignment. My future. I got an incomplete. An incomplete future. The future's always incomplete. When it's complete, people tend to call it the past.
That's cool. You got a nice back, bud.
Hey, Mom. No. There it is, up there.
Who killed Charlie Kirk? Of course, right now, the media is reporting the suspect is in custody. The FBI has released an overwhelming amount of evidence. But some people are questioning this evidence. Liberals are questioning the motive. They tried framing this man as a conservative. And before the dust had even settled, everyone was trying to blame their perceived enemy for being responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. Now, there are people on the left who believe they have every reason to claim this guy is a right-winger, and they've put those videos out. People on the right say they have every reason to believe this guy was clearly a leftist. And of course, there are people who say Israel, and they say they have every reason in the world to blame Israel. What I can say right now is there does seem to be a simple solution to this. A man motivated by online left ideology who was dating a trans person wanted to assassinate Charlie Kirk, one of the most prominent conservative voices, who was responsible for the victory of Donald Trump, largely, and who speaks out against trans people. And it was just after he mentioned trans mass shootings, this individual, who was reportedly as a trans lover, shot and killed him. But simple solution doesn't always mean correct. There is just a tendency towards that. So what I want to do is I want to go through the theories over what really happened. Now, of course, I think it's fair to say that the conservative theory is largely debunked at this point. But there are many prominent individuals that are bringing up the question of Israeli influence. And I think it's worth talking about. Certainly in my view and in my sourcing on this story, the information conveyed to me by those who work with Charlie, friends of ours from his team, and everyone we've talked to, is that, yet Israel has literally nothing to do with this. But there are questions around pressure from donors pertaining to the issue of Israel. Now, I will say this first and foremost, because I know people are going to say I have my biases. Charlie Kirk was the biggest proponent of Israel. But I'm going to show you statements from Tucker Carlson, Matt Gaetz, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly even, that make it seem like Charlie had turned on Israel. Now, in my conversations with people, I am not in those circles as Tucker, Candace, or whatever. I did not know Charlie nearly as well as they did. But in these conversations that I've had, this is not the case. There was no serious animosity between Charlie Kirk and Israeli donors to such an extreme degree. In fact, what's been conveyed to me, and by all means, you're free to question whatever you want to believe. This is just the sourcing I've done. I am going to show you what Candace and Tucker and Matt Gaetz and others have to say. What's conveyed to me is that Charlie, despite his criticisms of Israel, which were not that serious, he was actively working on behalf of donors. He was actively working towards his own ideology, which was in defense of Israel. In fact, you can watch these videos online where he's trying to convince young men to effectively support Israel. Now, take it for what it is. I think it's important to look at how large organizations are affected by their donors. And I want to give you my honest assessment, but I want to show you what these people are actually saying. And I don't think it's fair to call them crazy. I certainly do not believe, and again, my personal view, I'm going to bring up Matt Walsh's assessment and the current evidence, as well as questions I have over why. Doesn't all add up? I think it's fair. But there are simple solutions here, and there are questions. And I think considering prominent voices like Tucker Carlson, as well as Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens, these cannot be outright dismissed. So I say this in all seriousness and in good faith. Please take the opportunity to watch this assessment, critically analyze it, and I say this with the utmost respect. Please try not to get overly emotional over on what you think really happened and listen to what people are saying, whether it's me, anyone else, and then decide for yourself. I've already told you what I think. I think this was a deranged leftist. I think that there is more to the story than just a lone actor. I believe, as we already know, there are people who had foreknowledge. Evidence shows this. The question is, was this a radical leftist cell? Was this something bigger? Some have even put out videos showing that the shooter may have been at a different angle. But I have a lot to break down in that, and I'll give you my thoughts. And I know that those who have pushed forward these theories will largely disagree with me, but I think I can give you a rational assessment. Again, feel free to disagree and comment and tell me what you think. Now, before we get started, my friends, check out castbrew.com to support the show. We've got a bunch of great coffee. We've got Ian's Graphene Dream, everybody's favorite, as well as Appalachian Nights. Appalachian Nights still is in the #1 slot, mind you, but we got great coffee blends, support the show. And don't forget, join our Discord server. I'm actually curious to hear what you think. So if you're not going to comment below and you want to get deeper in the conversation, you can go to timcast.com/join, timcast.com, click join us, join our Discord server, and let's have this conversation in this debate. I'll say it again. I think it's silly to outright dismiss prominent voices that have all come out and said something similar. While I certainly am critical of what I would describe as Israel derangement syndrome, that does not mean that everyone who criticizes Israel is wrong. And when you have
correct.
Tucker, Candace, Matt Gaetz, Cernovich, Megyn Kelly, these are not voices to immediately disregard, not that they are all explicitly stating Israel killed Charlie Kirk. I think that idea is actually silly. Again, first we'll start with the story from ABC News. Foreign disinformation about Charlie Kirk's killing seeks to widen U.S. divisions. Russia moved quickly to exploit conservative activist Charlie Kirk's shooting death at Utah College, with groups linked to the Kremlin spreading false and misleading claims that experts say are designed to incite violence. Really? They say Chinese and pro-Iranian groups spread disinformation about the shooting, with those loyal to Iran's interest backing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, while bots linked to Beijing claimed Kirk's death shows the U.S. is violent, polarized, and dysfunctional. just pick whichever lie you want to. Now, of course, I will wait for the comments to say Tim Pool was paid by Russia, not correct, or that because I went to a meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, I am somehow now under the influence of Israel. You believe whatever you want, okay? I will say, full disclosure, let's talk about those things as we preface this story. The Russia story is closed. In December, I was informed by my legal team the U.S. government under Biden was no longer pursuing this case against the purported Russian influence campaign. Wonder why they gave it up after an election. And just recently, Lauren Chen issued a statement where she explained that in April, the case was totally dismissed, and they have no evidence of anything, nor have they ever published anything. The story is largely false. My company and the work that I do has only ever been funded by me, and the work that I do through sponsors, members, or otherwise. We have taken no political money. We have various sponsors. You can see them on the shows that we do. They're normal companies. We do ad sales. The money that came for Tenet was a standard licensing agreement from a Nashville company and I will stress the DOJ has dropped that case. There's no evidence of any wrongdoing or anything nefarious. And the meeting I had with Netanyahu earlier this year was basically a meeting with journalists and influencers in order to convince us that we needed to be on board with their war with Iran, to which most people were like, nah, and I strongly oppose U.S. involvement with Ukraine, Israel, or otherwise. I don't care for, I'm not a fan of, I literally have nothing. Israel is what it is. It is what it is. Let me give you the story from the gray zone. Billionaire Bill Ackman convened stormy Israel intervention with Charlie Kirk, sources say. Now, why is this story so prominent and why are people sharing it so far and wide? Well, the story is that Charlie Kirk was turning on Israel. He was critical of Netanyahu, critical of the war in Gaza, as many conservatives are. And I'm not just talking about people who hate Israel. By all means, I can point to people who I think are really Israel obsessed. But I think it's fair for anyone to criticize Israel's actions in Gaza. It is a complicated scenario. And I know there are a lot of pro-Israel people who will justify it and say rather offensive things. In fact, Charlie Kirk himself has a video where he mocks the destruction of Gaza, which is why I'm like, you think Israel killed this guy? But that's just me. I'm not here to support or defend anyone who believes in or likes Israel. Never have I been approached by any Israeli lobbyist types or anything, offered anything in exchange for being in favor of Israel. I was invited, as were many others, to a meeting at Blair House in D.C. where Netanyahu would be. And of course, I took it because I would meet with any world leader, including Donald Trump. In this meeting, some people were pro-Israel, some people were not. There was a lot of blathering, which was really inane. It's supposed to be Chatham House, which means we can say what was said, just not who said it. And it's about respect, I guess, so that people can speak kind of off the cuff without being dragged in the press. Largely, the meeting was about why the U.S. should support war with Israel. to which most people said no. Now, there were some claims about things I had said, arguing that I argued that there were Qatar was funding anti-Israel propaganda. I asked that question based on online stories. I did not assert it. Though I do believe foreign interests are propping up anti-Israel content, I'm not saying explicitly Qatar. I'm saying there are people who live in Muslim nations who are interested in watching this content and commenting on it, and that is anti-Israel. Now, let's read this story. The argument they're saying is that Charlie Kirk slowly turning on Israel created a motive for Israel to kill Charlie Kirk. Now, I'm going to say it right away. By all means, there were donors that were likely upset. That's what the story seems to be. And in fact, when I've reached out to people who work for TFUSA, they all say in no way was Israel involved. This is ridiculous. Charlie was working with them. They loved him. He was their guy. He was so pro-Israel. As for the donors, the response I typically get is it's being overblown, blown out of proportions, and in no way was it murderous or anything negative. Despite the fact there were concerns about people like Tucker Carlson appearing at Student Action Summit or at AmFest or whatever, they were not threatening his life. They were saying, we don't want to provide funding if this is the direction you're going. Very, very different. But let's read. The Gray Zone reports a month before Charlie Kirk's killing, billionaire pro-Israel money man Bill Ackman arranged an intervention in the Hamptons during which sources say he and others hammered Kirk for the conservative leader's growing criticism of Israeli influence in Washington. Kirk came away fretting about Israeli blackmail, sources say, as he contemplated a Catholic conversion. On September 11th, one day after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, so they're just repeating it. Bill Ackman said, I feel incredibly privileged to have spent a day and shared a meal with Charlie Kirk this summer. He was a giant of a man. The Gray Zone has spoken to 5 people with intimate knowledge of Kirk's meeting with Ackman, which was held in early August. According to one source, Kirk was left upset after the gathering turned into an intervention where he was hammered for his increasingly skeptical views on U.S. special relations with Israel and for platforming prominent conservative critics of Israel at his 2PUSA at events. Since publishing this report, the Gray Zone has learned from one attendee of the Hamptons event that Ackman convened the influencers under the auspices of a discussion about Zoran Mamdani and the supposed threat he posed to the West if elected mayor of New York. But the meeting went off the rails when Ackman personally confronted Kirk about his views on Israel. The public face of UK Lawyers for Israel, Natasha Hostorf, joined in the argument and began screaming at Kirk, according to one attendee. When his hosts presented him with a detailed list of every offense he supposedly committed against Israel, Kirk was horrified, said one person. Ackman also allegedly demanded Kirk rescind his invitation for Tucker Carlson to speak at the upcoming America Fest 2025 in December. The whole thing was a disaster, said an attendee. I'll just give you full disclosure. Not that I think it's going to happen, and who am I even asked this? But the idea that we've been pitching is that we bring back the panel we did with Tucker, Luke Rudkowski, Seamus Coughlin, Ian, myself, and leave an empty seat where Charlie was, because this was one of the biggest shows we'd ever done, and it was an honor that Tucker would come on my show. I'm a fan, and I don't know if they'll be able to pull that off, but that's at least a discussion we were having, so I don't know why they would not include him. Kirk, according to one person with inside knowledge of the meeting with Ackman, said he left feeling as though he had been subjected to blackmail. In a series of texts with the Gray Zone, Ackman described his accounts of his meeting with Kirk as totally false. He pledged to release a public statement providing his own account of the event, but refused the Gray Zone's request for clarification or further details. He would not accept phone calls from this reporter. I think I can easily put this to bed, Ackman promised. I have receipts, as they say. Do not abide when asked to provide so-called receipts. We have this from the New York Post. Bill Ackman shares text messages with Charlie Kirk to dispel Candace Owens' claims of Israel blackmail. Now, again, this story is an entirely separate story from whether or not people believe that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by Israel. However, it is being connected because they say this is the reason they did it. I do not believe that for a second. Sorry. I think Israel is a lot of things. I think Mossad is a lot of things. And I think Mossad is willing to do things that you would find to be amoral, evil, or otherwise. I don't think they would kill the one guy who was like the most prominent pro-Israel guy over this issue. Even if Charlie Kirk were to broken away from these donors, I don't see it as a reality. Israel had tremendous influence through Turning Point. Even if Charlie Kirk was not going to give them everything, where he was going to be, we are solely pro-Israel, it would be the most ridiculous thing imaginable for Israel to say, we will lose a massive power platform like this. I'll put it this way. If a prominent leftist asked me to be involved in one of their summits, I'd go do it. The chance to speak with all of these leftists is an opportunity, even if it's small. I'm thinking about this logically and mathematically. You don't stop Charlie Kirk, who is granting you this access. It makes no sense. New York Post says Bill Ackman on Tuesday night published private texts with Charlie Kirk, including an invitation he extended to slain conservative activist do dinner sometime with the ladies to swat down what he called slanderous claims by Candace Owens that he staged a Hamptons intervention to blackmail Kirk over Israel. Now, I do believe I have the actual post from Bill Ackman pulled up, and I believe is this it? Let's pull this up. Ackman says a few facts, correction, and receipts to dispel some misinformation going around social media. The TPUSA Hamptons event was not held at my house, but rather at a hotel in Bridgehampton. As I previously explained, I did cover the cost of the event, i.e. travel, food, and lodging for participants. This was not a secret event, and no one signed an NDA. Everyone, including the Turning Point rep who attended, are totally free to share whatever they want about what took place and what was discussed. This was not a Chatham House Rules event. I love this because everyone's mad at me. I love all these responses who were like, Tim met Netanyahu. Yeah, and I'd meet everybody else. If Xi Jinping was having a meeting in D.C. and I got invited to it, I'd be there as well. Take it or leave it. Some have publicly shared their experiences and perspectives on the convening in the spirit of transparency. I encourage any of the other attendees that have not already shared their thoughts on the event to do so. That said, I understand why some may not want to do so. I'm going to tell you my thoughts. I don't believe that this meeting was convened, as some describe it, as a meeting of prominent influencers they could bring in to teach to be better at influencing. I believe the intention of this event was specifically and explicitly to promote Israel and to speak with influencers about why they should be supporting Israel. Charlie Kirk has done these videos. They've popped up online where he's sitting with young Gen Z guys and he's saying Israel's not bad, or he's saying don't rag on Jews and things like this. I believe it was Charlie Kirk's intent, as well as TPUSA and those around him, to defend Israel, to try and convince young people to defend Israel. Charlie Kirk was actively doing this, and I believe that's why they convened this event. And there are some people that argue more than that, but I think that's fair to say. He goes on to say that I've been reluctant to, he says, I'll read a little bit earlier. I did not complain to Charlie about Tucker Carlson's criticism of me at TPUSA. I did ask him why he thought Tucker attacked me, and he told me that he did not know why. He told me that he thought my statement in response to Tucker was a great one. It can be found here. I've been reluctant to post private messages, but in an effort to put this whole thing to bed, I will share the following brief exchange with Charlie. And when reading this text exchange, ask yourself whether Charlie sounds like someone who I threatened, blackmailed, or was a subject of an intervention. Charlie Kirk. He says, how are you? I'm doing great. Really enjoyed our time together last week. Thank you again for doing that. It was great, and great to get to know you better. We should do dinner sometime with the ladies. Absolutely, that would be awesome. Let me know when you'll be in New York City, and we will have you over. Thank you. I will. We are there a few times this fall. Great. Just let me know. And so he says, lastly, I totally understand the shock and distress to all those who knew or followed Charlie Kirk, our feeling after his untimely and tragic death. But let's not let those emotions cause us to construct conspiracy theories that can cause innocent people serious, potentially deadly harm. Okay, there's a lot to break down. Xavier DeRusso, we've had him on the show several times. He says, yes, dozens of influencers, including myself, were invited to an event by Charlie and his team, not by Bill Ackman. Charlie wanted to get to know rising conservative voices and where we stood on various issues. The subject matters were primarily about the following topics: Islam's growing presence in the West, marriage and dating, Mamdani, right-wing infighting, the economy, and various narratives regarding Israel. Charlie wanted to see us respectfully debate him and each other. There was a range of views there on every topic. He wanted to learn our perspectives and analyzed our debating skills from an objective point of view. He started each topic with a provocative statement to encourage the creators' debate. For example, one of the topics was, if I were to post right now, Bibi Netanyahu needs to resign, what should be the reaction? This, of course, led to a number of responses. Someone said the post would indirectly empower Hamas, and Charlie responded that statement was moral blackmail, and that if she wants to debate the topic of Israel, she needs to work on using more facts and less emotion. Bill and Charlie never debated or argued. I don't know where that narrative came from. I'm not going to pretend to know every thought of Charlie's, but he very much stood with Israel. His frustrations expressed during the Hamptons event were that many people debated the topic emotionally rather than logically. He goes on to mention that when he was contacted by the Gray Zone, he didn't panic. He didn't know why this person was calling him or how I got their number. We were encouraged to keep using our voices to fight for what we believe. Now, here's what I think. Why was I invited to the meeting with Netanyahu? I think that the individuals who reached out, who got me invited, did so because they are actively trying to lobby for Israel. Tim Pool likely should be invited because he's neutral on the issue. I don't much care for Israel. And so there's an opportunity to sway someone like me. That's what lobbying is. They didn't, by the way. I believe this narrative is largely the same, that TPUSA Ackman did convene this for various reasons. I believe they likely were trying to talk to these people about what to believe. Or I'm sorry, not what to believe. They were trying to talk to them about how to convey what they believe, is what I meant to say. However, why were these people chosen? Likely because they thought they could sway them on the issue of Israel. This is called lobbying. So I'll put it like this. I was invited to this meeting at Blair House. Netanyahu was going to be there. I have no problem meeting a world leader. I understand what happened on October 7th. I think it's silly to say that Israel orchestrated it or let it happen. I don't follow these conspiracy theories. I believe that I was invited largely because I'm fairly moderate on the issue. I don't care to blame Israel for everything. I think some people are overly obsessed. I do think Israel is capable of very serious evils and wrongs, like many countries. Mossad is going to do what's in their best interests. I think they said invite Tim Pool because we can sway him. Or at least they would try to. And so I appreciate the invite. I don't in any way hold disdain for those that extended this invite to me. I'm just not going to change my opinion by meeting a guy, and I'm going to have these arguments. When I asked Netanyahu explicitly, does he believe, or is there any evidence that Qatar is actually funding this sentiment? He said, I don't know, maybe. He didn't have a real answer. It was then pushed forward in pro-Israeli media that I had explicitly stated they were doing this. Now, again, I'll stress this. I believe that there are foreign interests influencing this country from China, Iran, Russia, whatever. Of course they would. And this includes anti-Israel voices. I believe that there's many people who live in these countries who watch videos that are critical of Israel, which gives larger view counts to people who make videos critical of Israel. The question I have is how many of these people are in America and how many are not? It's an important discussion. If someone is getting many views because they're getting views from Indonesia or Pakistan or wherever, this is not American audiences. And I think it's important to understand. But again, I will stress this, and I think it's important to understand that the reason these people were likely invited is because they thought they could get them to espouse a more pro-Israel message. And I don't know that for sure. I'll come back to Ian Carroll in a second. I wanted to bring up the Emily. Here we go. Evan Kilgore says, before going to an exclusive influencer retreat in the Hamptons with Jewish billionaire Bill Ackman versus going after. Emily Wilson from Emily Saves America, whose honor has been impugned, in a private message saying, also, do you not think it's weird Israel pays everyone to go over there and make videos, promote it, etc.? Like, where else does that? And then the next message in August 25, Israel isn't committing a genocide, but Muslims around the world are, if you guys want to talk about that. I know it doesn't go as viral, but if you guys really care, let's talk and go over the data. I'm not saying Emily did anything wrong, and I don't think it's even proof that her opinion was swayed. Just because you're critical of Israel doesn't mean you have no problem saying Israel also isn't doing a thing. But that's the argument. Like, you can be critical of Israel and still not think it's a genocide, is my point. I think a lot of people rightfully critical of Israel, and that's fine. Now, here's where it gets weird. Ian Carroll, with 11.4 million views, the day after Kirk's assassination said, yesterday was a turning point for Israel-U.S. relations. Less than 24 hours, and the internet already figured out who the most likely culprit was. He was their friend. He basically dedicated his life to them, and they murdered him in front of his family. Israel just shot themselves. Huh? Listen, to a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I've been tracking every angle of this story, including the Israel one, and I'm going to show you statements from Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. To outright assert overtly, it's a little grifty, Ian. Now, I messaged Ian. I said, no, I don't think so. Here's why. And so, with all due respect, I like Ian. But this is over the top, bro. I think that's fair to say. All right? A bit over the top. Now, Ian also in the past had argued that I was trying to buy the Daily Wire. Brother, no. I don't have the money for that. But this is a little over the top to make this claim. But I'm showing you because it's got 11.4 million views. And there are people who certainly believe it. Now, Matt Gaetz shares this. I'm just going to leave this here. And it's a post from June 20th from Mark Levin, who is very pro-Israel, who said, the Romans and Persians are gone, Charlie. The Jews are still here. How do you explain that? And Israel has defeated the Iranian military. Did it in 2 days. Come back home, Charlie. Reject the kooks, my friend. It's an article from Mediaite. Charlie Kirk warns against war with Iran. Not even the Romans could defeat Persia. I similarly agree with Charlie. I don't want the U.S. dragged into war with Iran. I do not believe it was a good thing. I believe it was bad when Trump launched these strikes, but we got out of it, so I will accept it. Trump won. I will accept it. I do not want foreign war, nor do I want the U.S. to be dragged into these wars because of Israeli interests. I do not think Israel rules the world or runs the United States. That's silly. I believe the U.S. absolutely will give in to Israel because the U.S. requires this. It is a military bastion for the West and for the liberal economic order in the Middle East. So the U.S. is not controlled by Israel, but certainly has interests in aiding them, and I don't think we should get dragged in. That's an aside. Let's get back to the news. Chris Menon posted this from Tucker Carlson, which I will play.
He did not like Bibi Netanyahu, and he said that to me many times, and he said it to people around him many times. He felt that Bibi Netanyahu was a very destructive force. He was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. He was, above all, resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute his wars for the benefit of his country, and that it was shameful and embarrassing and bad for the United States, and he resented it. Didn't hate Netanyahu. He wasn't out there with a placard saying that, but he certainly expressed that to me and a lot of other people. And there's no question that Bibi's defenders on the internet will call me a liar or a kook, but that's a fact. And enough text messages exist that I think it can probably be verified in pretty short order. Not that it needs to be, because that is true. He did not like.
I believe Tucker Carlson. I don't believe everything he says. I think Tucker can get things wrong. But when Tucker comes out and says Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu and was critical and appalled by what's happening in Gaza, I believe it. That's a reasonable position for anyone to have. In fact, I largely agree with Charlie Kirk. Does that extend to Israel then killed Charlie Kirk? I don't think so. And the reason why is, again, I'll say this. I have never been threatened by anybody with death or anything for criticizing Israel. I have people tweeting at me that because I don't criticize them enough, I must be a shill-in on the payroll, which is ridiculous. I will say it right now. My view is the U.S. should cut off all funding, separate ties. We do not need to be involved in whatever it is they got going on in the Middle East, and it's a threat to the United States security when Israel is getting involved in war, say with Iran, that then drag us into it. So when I get invited to this meeting earlier this year, and the argument literally from Netanyahu was the U.S. needs to back Israel on this or Iran's coming for you next, the response was laughter. Seriously. I think, and I said this in this meeting, Israel has got 5 to 10 years. Gen Z is no longer buying it. The left is anti-Israel. The right is either Israel critical, anti-Israel, or anti-interventionist. And so whatever, and that's probably why they're doing what they're doing, Israel, in terms of Gaza, because they're about to lose U.S. support and they know it. Now back to the point at hand. Matt Gaetz responding to another post about Tucker Carlson saying, I have personal knowledge as to many of the claims Tucker is making here, and they are 100% true. It's an 8-minute video. I will play some of it for you now.
And I said, probably not going to talk about that. I'm not going to torture you. I know your donors hate this when I say that. And also Epstein was in the news, and it was clear to me that, Epstein's probably not like a Mossad agent or something, but Epstein clearly had contact with Israeli intelligence and American intelligence and French intelligence, but the only one you're not alled to talk about is Israeli intelligence. But it seemed true to me, and I had done.
I'll just pause and ask. This never affected me. I don't understand this. I make videos about Israel all the time. I am not some sycophant for Israel. I've never experienced this. We talk on Timcast IRL, which is one of the biggest live shows. I think we had like 90,000 concurrents last night, or 100,000. Actually, I think it was over 100,000. And we talk about Epstein and the Mossad all the time. Yeah, I don't know. It's just me. Now, in response to what Matt Gaetz said, AFPO says Tucker Carlson said that Charlie Kirk told him at a TPUSA Student Action Summit last July to highlight Epstein's connections to Mossad. Distinguishing between Netanyahu and the state of Israel, Carlson claimed that Kirk hated Netanyahu and his war on Gaza despite loving Israel. So this is from the other video, but I show Matt Gaetz saying it's true. So we have this. I'll come back to the Jackson Hinkle one. This was, I should have had that one next to the Ian Carroll one, mind you. We've got this from Candace Owens. Megyn Kelly also saying she was threatened and intimidated and pressured over Israel and who to platform. She also confirms Charlie experienced the same nefarious pressure. Thank you, Megyn. Daylight is the best disinfectant. Mike Cernovich, I defer to him. After what Megyn Kelly said, now what? Going to call her mentally ill too? Say she's using a death for clout, call her obsessed? Now what, propaganda bots? Here's what I will say to you guys. The insinuation that Mossad Israel killed Charlie Kirk, I think, is a bridge too far. You are making so many assumptions, and I believe it's largely rooted in just general disdain or distrust for Israel. Some people just really hate Israel. Some people just really hate Jews. I think it probably is correct, based on even my independent fact-finding, that there were Jewish donors upset that Charlie Kirk was not hardline for Israel and everything Israel is doing. But that being said, Charlie Kirk was overtly pro-Israel. Now, the argument I've heard is that Israel killed him because it'll open the door for new leadership, which will be substantially more pro-Israel, and thus they can keep Tucker Carlson out. That's silly. They need only offer him more money or more donors or more lobbying. I mean, this is just, if the argument is that Charlie Kirk went to the Hamptons over this Israel stuff, it sounds like they were pressuring him to be more pro-Israel. But I don't know how you get more pro-Israel than Charlie Kirk, to be completely honest. And I will say this too. I believe that Charlie Kirk's statements, it's largely a negotiating and sales tactic. When you look at some of these videos of Charlie Kirk and the things he said about Palestinians or Gaza, it's like, yeah, this dude was pro-Israel. So why would Charlie Kirk publicly and to his friends say, I agree with you on Gaza? Because it's called rapport extreme turn. Rapport is the first step in changing someone's mind, and Charlie knew that. Here's my genuine opinion. Charlie had reasonable concerns about Israel, because I think any sane person would. Charlie was extremely pro-Israel and wanted Israel to succeed. Charlie, talking with his friends like Tucker or Megyn or anyone else, is going to say, I hear you and I agree with you. Why? That is how you connect with people. So for someone to then take that, Charlie recognizing the feelings and concerns of his friends and being reasonable on them, as to mean that he was turning on Israel is a bit too much in my opinion. Mm-hmm. My assessment, Charlie Kirk is probably facing a lot of pressure from donors. Israel did not kill Charlie Kirk. I think that's really absurd to assume. I do believe that there's information and what we know about what's going on with Charlie Kirk's assassination that doesn't add up as far as we can tell right now, but it is early. And now I'd like to take you through that. So we have this video. It's called Ballistics Don't Lie from outside the Overton, a small channel with 25,000 subs, but 520,000 views, breaking down theories on what actually happened to Charlie. Now, I've seen videos of this from other people, and the argument they're making is that the building back here to Charlie's back right is the actual origin of the round, and that it went through Charlie creating an exit wound. Certainly, they make their argument, and I'm not a ballistics expert, so I don't know. What I can say is there's tons of videos. Everybody's offering up something different, and it's confusing and it's hard to know for sure. The simple solution to all of this, I will give you my personal probabilistic estimate. Charlie Kirk was taken out by leftist radicals who are organized. This man did not act alone. They covered things up. They obfuscated details because it was premeditated. For instance, no one in their right mind believes that the messages released by the FBI are one-for-one messages. In fact, this is a transcription, which they say was the released text messages. I don't even know that it was text. It might have been spoken. I don't know. If you genuinely believe that this is a real conversation, boy, do I have a bridge to sell you. It may be. The Reddit Lies account, it's a fun account to follow, by the way, shout out, said they actually think it is real because they spend all day reading through weird Reddit autistic screeching, and it does look a lot like this. Here's my point. You know, when I read through this and someone says, remember how I was engraving bullets? The effing messages were mostly a big meme. This reads like an orgy of evidence. People don't talk this way, nor would they. I mean, it's a little over the top. If it was a direct transcription, all the texts are perfectly punctuated with proper grammar. Yeah, I don't think so. Nobody texts that way. So that's why nobody believes it. Matt Walsh has a really great answer. He says, I am leaning very strongly towards the theory that this text exchange was scripted as a way to absolve the boyfriend. It's almost exactly what Walter White did at the end of Breaking Bad. This feels like a strategy they cooked up from watching too much TV. I actually agree with this. In my view, Washington Post, Kirk shooting suspect had leftist ideology but motive unclear, Utah official says. From independent.co.uk, man 71 told cops he shot Charlie Kirk in order to give the real shooter time to escape. Now he's being charged with child sexual abuse material. The FBI is investigating a lot more than 20 people in Discord chats with suspected Charlie Kirk assassin. And I'll grab one more from you. I believe it's from the Free Beacon. Let me see if I can find this.
See if I can find some oil.
Yes, here we are. This is an important one. FBI investigating social media accounts that appeared to indicate foreknowledge of Kirk assassination. Now, by all means, I know there are going to be people who say Tim's covering up for Israel or whatever, because that's
Don't know what happened to that 2-in-1 oil, but I got compressor oil. It should be about the same. Good enough. I had chainsaw oil too, but I think that's going to be too thick. This is probably good. Compressor oil. That'll get cutting oil for later. I don't know what happened to my 2-in-1 oil dripper, but that's okay. Comes with a dropper. What is she doing? Hey, here, cooling. That little screwdriver after all. That should be it. Unspeakable.
I think it's Did you say it was this weekend? Yeah, I think it's this weekend on Saturday.
Okay.
But so I don't really have anyone to partner up with me. If Mom doesn't do it, Papa will.
Yeah.
But I was asking Mom if she wanted to do pickleball with me. And but I wasn't sure with Eli and Savannah. If I should go or
Go. See you play.
what do you do?
Yeah.
Kids?
Try to get my mom to go. No. Have her wrangle the wild ones.
Yeah, well, Mom needs to let Papa know because they're making shorts. Oh,
Shirts, yeah.
yeah. Our team's called the Crumble, so Mom needs to.
Sure. She doesn't. Yeah.
But I win the chat.
I mean, we could go still either way, but we'd have to watch the babies. I can't chase Eli, though, if we did go. That's the issue. I get the hesitation. I understand.
Yeah, no, I won't.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Well, let's pick some colors. All right. Yeah, I know.
Has it been a year already? This is going to be cool. Because you're finally going to nail the pain for being weird. In social protest? It seems that you opposing positions for this.
That's what they want to believe. That's silly. And I'll tell you why I don't believe it was Israel. As I already laid out, I think Charlie was the biggest proponent of Israel, and they lost one of the most important machines that they had in place. Even if Charlie was critical of Israel, man, does this hurt them. Believe whatever you want to believe. We have here numerous accounts that look to be trans-aligned, following each other in discords that express foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk's assassination. One saying, Charles James Kirk, Mr. College Dropout, does not know what's coming tomorrow. Be ready. This isn't a threat. It's a promise. I can't tell you what is or what isn't. I can tell you there are a lot of questions about what happened that fateful day. Videos purporting to show a bullet coming from another direction, but it's all speculation based on grainy footage, and we don't actually know. We don't. But by all means, you're allowed to entertain these ideas and explore and try and discover. But I'll give you my assessment. I don't believe the FBI is lying. I don't think that Cash and Dan are being duped. They are outright saying we are investigating this. What I think right now makes the most sense, though it's early. Pre-planned. Many leftists were involved in some degree, having foreknowledge. Maybe not explicitly or directly helping the shooter, but they knew. These 7 accounts that posted online, these are the weakest link. These are people who were so giddy that they knew it was coming, they needed everyone to know that they knew. They wanted people to see them as being special and part of the in crowd. This is why people leak information. They want others to know that they have something. And so, 7, it was more than that. The FBI is currently investigating more than 20 people in these discords. How many people, we don't know, but more than 20. 7, whatever this group is, leaked the information a little bit because they wanted you to see it. It sounds to me like there are leftist militants who have been planning the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was assassinated by them. The confusing details are all because premeditated murders often go unsolved. And if they did plan this, and it sounds like many people were involved, they certainly plan for what comes next. The messages, as Matt Wall states, were to create confusion and to absolve the boyfriend of any responsibility. Because the boyfriend in the text is going,
Right
what?
side.
I had no idea this was happening. How could you do this? Then when the shooter is caught, they say, this is doubt, isn't it? So if they were to ever try and convict the boyfriend for any kind of involvement, you could present a jury with reasonable doubt. These are the text messages they had. Do you really think they've planted fake messages? That's harder to believe, isn't it? It is.
Thank you.
And so I'll admit that. But why did I do it? I can't believe you did. Remember when I was engraving the bullets and had those memes on them? I think it's reasonable to assume the boyfriend was involved, and these messages were crafted intentionally as fake evidence, an orgy of evidence. Now, I will say this. You're familiar with the phrase orgy of evidence? It comes from Minority Report, and it's when they find the bed full of all these photos, and he says, no, I don't believe this. All of the evidence spattered right there to prove the bad thing was going to happen. We call that an orgy of evidence. Typically, when someone commits a crime, they'll panic, they'll try and cover it up a little bit, and you'll find enough evidence. Not all of it. So why would I believe these messages just overtly? If it is an orgy of evidence, what is the conspiracy? What's really going on? The simple solution would be the boyfriend, or the roommate was trying, the shooter, the assassin, was trying to cover up for the boyfriend. I don't have all the answers, my friends, but what I will say is we've known for the longest time the far left is violent. We know that they've plotted murders. I am getting death threats right now. Israel isn't doing it. Groypers are not doing it. Okay? I have spoken, I have criticized Israel. In fact, Timcast IRL has had tons of people critical of Israel. We have Dave Smith is a friend. He comes on relatively often, critical of Israel.
Needle.
We've had Candace Owens on, not in the capacity of criticizing Israel, but we'd have her again. I don't
or something
see
thin,
them as
small
making these
nail.
amateur mistakes. I don't think so. It makes the most
put
sense
that
in my view, and by all means tell me I'm wrong in the comments, that left-wing groups who we know to be violent, who have plotted the death of me. Look, prominent conservatives, I don't want to name them because of their security reasons, but these high-profile people on the right don't have security guards because of Israel or Groypers. Ben Shapiro maybe, to be fair. But it's typically because of the far left. The people who swatted us, the evidence points to the far left. The people who physically attacked me, they were far left. The death threats I get every day are from accounts that espouse far left views. There is no Groyper conspiracy masquerading as leftists. These leftists go on camera and desecrate memorials. They go on camera, they punched Jack Posobiec. We film it, we see it happen. They tear down our monuments, they desecrate the memorials and grave sites. We get it. There is a plethora of evidence throughout the past several years indicating the far left was capable, willing, and would. Charlie didn't have security because he feared Israel. Charlie didn't have security because he feared Groypers. He had security because of the left. By all means, it doesn't mean it's definitive. We don't know. But I think right now, taking everything into the big picture, it looks like the simplest solution is there are many leftists who organized this. It was not a lone wolf factor. I reject that. That seems silly. How can you believe these are direct transcripts of text messages? That's silly to believe. No one believes that. No one on the right or left believes that. So then what is it? Do you think the FBI fabricated this to get this guy convicted? That's a maybe. But I think considering the fact that they caught a guy, released him, the simpler argument actually is the FBI is having a hard time but doing their best. They didn't fabricate this. I think the reality is the left did. Do you think if they were planning this, they'd just think ahead? There's one point. Look at this question. How long have you been planning this? A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there's a squad car parked. Who says that? A bit over a week, I believe. Colloquial English is probably a week. Maybe a week. Not I believe. I don't know. I think a week. Nobody talks like that. This seems scripted for sure. And if it is, again, Matt Walsh, I think, hit the nail on the head with the hammer. And he's got 7 million views on this one. I agree. We don't know. Back to this video that is going massively viral from Ballistics, called Ballistics Don't Lie. There's good points being raised. None of it's definitive. Grainy footage and artifacting make it hard to understand, and everybody thinks they know exactly how someone would react in getting shot in a certain way. There are interesting questions I have. When the story first broke, the video appeared to show, the first video, Charlie getting shot from the front, and reports were that a man in the crowd screamed about trans people and then shot him. And that's what I thought happened. And from that assessment, many people posted videos purporting to show a hole in his shirt and then the impact point on his neck. The hole in the shirt they're pointing to is actually a lav mic, which you can see. Some people have shown a photo of Charlie, and you can see a weird line. It looks like padding on his arm. In fact, it is just the sunlight casting a shadow against his necklace. And you can see in other photos he's wearing a metal bead necklace. These videos are grainy and hard to break through, and I'm not telling you what to believe. I don't know. I'm just saying what we know right now. I have reached out to people. I have asked questions. It appears this is leftist. And I don't know why we would need to excuse them for any reason. Even those that are critical of Israel know the far left does this. We've all talked about it. In this instance, the evidence points to the left. Maybe I'm wrong. You tell me. Comment below. I'll leave it there. Smash the like button. Share the show. Stay tuned. Of course, we have more to come. We'll see you all in the next segment.
The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting, and he did provide those messages to police. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. Roommate, you weren't the one who did it, right? Robinson, I am. I'm sorry. Roommate, why? Robinson, why did I do it? Roommate, yeah. Robinson, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence.
Those prosecutors in Utah describing some of the text messages Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin sent to his roommate. These are text messages that an ABC News reporter described like this.
It was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate who is transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love.
Touching, not the word that comes to mind, as an assassin admitted to his assassination. But the backlash Matt Gutman received prompted him to apologize, posting in part that he, quote, tried to underscore the jarring contrast between Kirk's death and the text between the suspected assassin and his roommate, and that he deeply regrets his words that he did not make clearer for his audience. The apology coming after Gutman's comments sparked outrage that Jesse Waters summed up like this.
ABC's touched by text messages between an assassin and his trans roommate. Disney is tickled by the intimacy of a killer telling his trans roommate how to orchestrate a cover-up. This isn't a love story. This is a cold-blooded murderer obstructing justice.
Now, as we continue to learn what may have motivated Tyler Robinson to allegedly carry out that deadly attack on Charlie Kirk, the prosecutors, of course, outlined exactly what they thought that was. A bipartisan group of senators from Pennsylvania, John Fetterman and Dave McCormick, spoke with Bret Baier last night, calling on the American people to tone down the violent rhetoric.
There's just no place in this country for political violence. It's absolutely something. It runs counter to the very idea of free speech and freedom.
Any kinds of extreme rhetoric, left or right, is really dangerous. And now it's just Luigi had his latest thing. This coward executed a father and a businessman just because you happen to disagree with his business. It's just unacceptable, and we have to just absolutely turn the heat down.
Harris, as the world heard those text messages yesterday, they probably got a chill, much like I did, thinking about someone, a suspected assassin, describing in detail what he had done. But an ABC reporter's first gut reaction is to call them touching.
Look, I don't know Matt Gutman, so I can't say what he was thinking, what he wasn't thinking. I thought the apology was an interesting one because I don't think it cleared up the core issue there. Why did you even think to talk about the love from a killer? Why does it matter? He killed. I think the point is just to cover the case. And what I'm looking for in this case is you've got a roommate in Lance Twiggs, because we know his name now. You've got a transitioning roommate who was having a conversation about his lover after he killed a guy. I think that's what we should be looking at. So I can't speak for that reporter, but I can tell you that he apparently thought there might be a home for those comments. I think he's finding out that maybe that home ends at the threshold of his door.
Well, I heard this and I couldn't believe it. I want you to listen to Montel Williams describe Tyler Robinson as a love-torn child, just a kid. Watch.
What we're really talking about, hear me because I'm going to throw you when I say this. We're talking about a love-torn child, a kid. This is probably his first real relationship, and somebody was disparaging the person that he loved. I don't believe he was motivated politically. I think this was motivated emotionally. I think this was a emotionally stunted person who literally, when I say it this way, just hear me, tried to defend his significant other, not trying to defend some ideology.
Defending his significant other, except I want you to listen very closely to what the county attorney said and what the CNN legal analyst said on the very network Montel Williams made those comments. Listen.
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy, referring to Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate.
Emily, on the back end, we were supposed to have the CNN legal analyst there who went on to vouch for the county attorney and said that's not a partisan actor. That's someone, when he talks about a motive, he is talking from a place of fact, knowing he has a trial in front of him.
And especially cognizant that every word out of his mouth in this public setting can also be used against him by defense. So yes, treading carefully to make sure he's absolutely glued to only what we know. I think the ABC comments and the CNN comments that you played earlier are absolutely, it is a new horrifying low. The only thing that I agree with is, yes, the alleged murderer is stunted, indeed. But to make this about the periphery, to make this about what immediately came to my mind when I was seeing that and reading that is how a lot of domestic violence victims, the last text they receive from their husband or their partner or their love is something like, you know, if you won't live with me, you won't live with anyone, like that kind of thing. I will love you till the day I die. And then they end up getting murdered. That is sick. And it is sick and twisted to somehow bring that into the callous, cold-blooded, premeditated murder of Charlie Kirk that has nothing to do with his personal or her personal relationship.
We're talking about how ridiculous this is. That person is. There's Candace going crazy again. 103,000 people watching it too.
Social media has been a bane to our existence. It has. Social media has been a net bad. The algorithms controlled by the Chinese on TikTok are spinning up conspiratorial nonsense, violent ideologies day after day after day. X is a cesspool. Social media has become brain poison, brain rot for people who actually wish to think about things. That is how you end up with an Australian mental health advocate named Lizzie Page saying it's okay to laugh about Charlie Kirk. I mean, it's unspeakable what she says here.
I want to reiterate that it is not wrong or unethical or unkind to laugh at the misfortunes of terrible people. That Charlie Kirk incited violence. That's what he did. And then that came back to haunt him. That was his decision. So it's got nothing to do with the people who are laughing and joking about him becoming a human water fountain.
No depths in hell too low for people like this. And yet again, permission structures have been created. Joy Reid, who used to have a show on MSNBC, allegedly, I could never verify it because it had no viewers. She spent time praising a songwriter who wrote a song glorifying the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Bullets don't discriminate like people do. They don't care about where you claim to lead. And if you think that death is just the unfortunate cost of freedom, you will live and surely die in irony. 'Cause you once said that empathy's made up, but you can't stand it, some new age type of you. You probably wouldn't feel a thing if I was gone down, but I am nothing like you.
There's Joanne Reid sitting there grinning at
that. FaceTime GG, buddy.
For people like me and like you, there's a full-blown fire in America and a fascist on Air Force Two.
Well, I mean, where are the permission structures coming from? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, if you didn't recognize it, those are all quotes taken out of context with regard to Charlie. Because Charlie had talked about the public policy discussions that have to happen around things like gun control. And that did not mean that he was non-sympathetic to the victims of people killed by guns, obviously. And if you go back and you read his comments about empathy, he makes a point that I've made many times before, which is that empathy and sympathy are two different things. It's not even a point made by Charlie. It's a point originally made by Paul Bloom, psychiatrist, who wrote an entire book about the problems and dangers of empathy, which is the idea that it's one thing to say, I feel terrible for you, how can I help? It's another thing to put yourself in somebody's shoes to the extent that their priorities become superior to all over other priorities. That makes for bad politics. That's the point that Charlie was making. These permission structures are quite real. And the media they're creating a new permission structure now because they're trying to find excuses for the shooter. They're trying to find some sort of sympathy for the shooter. And so, believe it or not, I read you the alleged text exchange between the shooter and his trans furry lover. And again, I just wish to reiterate here. Charlie Kirk was shot by a man who was gay and was in a relationship with his trans furry lover over Charlie being quote unquote hateful. If somehow you're having a discussion about any other issue today, I wonder at your priorities. I do. Well, here was ABC News covering what they called the touching text messages between the assassin and his gay lover. And by the way, you know that 1 year from now, there will be a movie out on Netflix about the beautiful relationship between the shooter and his gay trans lover and the evils of a Utah society that would not accept their forbidden love. You know that's going to happen. You know it will.
Sadly.
The left can't help themselves. You know that's going to be a thing. Here we go.
And then those text messages, and I don't think I've ever experienced a press conference in which we've read text messages that are so fulsome, so robust, so apparently, allegedly self-incriminating, and yet on the other hand, so touching, right? With the suspect reaching out to his roommate, who is allegedly his boyfriend, who we understand, identified as male at birth, now identifies as female. And the terminology he used, he was trying to protect him. He kept calling him my love. My reason for doing this is to protect you, but also asking him to delete the messages and not speak to law enforcement. So there's this heartbreaking duality that we're seeing very tragically playing out here.
Heartbreaking duality. Star-crossed lovers. It's basically Dog Day afternoon.
We'll see how this goes.
No, actually. This was a deranged, evil individual and his roommate, who sounds equally deranged, doing this. Again, the roommate got all these texts and did not turn this person into the police. The father, turned this person into the police. And the media are covering this as though it's a story of beautiful Romeo and Juliet love that ended with the murder of an innocent 31-year-old father of two. You don't despise many in the legacy media enough, truly. I used to think grocery shopping was simple, and then I learned that over 4 billion pounds of meat was imported into the U.S. last year and can still be labeled as product of the USA, which is weird. If labels can be misleading about something as basic as where your meat comes from, what else don't you know about the meat that you're buying? And this is why Good Ranchers is taking over the game with quality meat you can trust, all born and raised right here on American soil. So our staff is constantly eating the Good Ranchers. In fact, the kids of our staff really eating the Good Ranchers. I've mentioned producer Savvy's child. When I say child, I say it advisedly. That kid is as big as I am, and the kid's like 3 because of Good Ranchers. 100% American meat, locally sourced from American family farms and ranches, delivered straight to your door. Right now, you can get $40 off plus free meat for life when you subscribe with my code BEN. That is BEN for $40 off and free meat for life. GoodRanchers.com. Welcome to the table. Get yourself some good old American meat right now at Good Ranchers. Go check them out right now. It's GoodRanchers.com. Montel Williams was on with Abby Phillip on CNN last night, and Montel did the same thing. There was a suggestion that actually maybe the real story here is that the MAGA dad is to blame, because if only the MAGA dad had been, more accepting of his son in a sexual relationship with a gay trans furry, why would he possibly have objected? Who knows? It must just be biblical intolerance. And that's probably what drove all of this. If only he had just welcomed him home for a barbecue dinner while they all dressed up as dogs and pranced around the yard, then, that would have been, then all of this could have been stopped. Here we go.
I don't believe he was motivated politically. I think this was motivated emotionally. I think this was a emotionally stunted person who literally, when I say it this way, just hear me, tried to defend his significant other, not trying to defend some ideology.
Although I do think there's clearly an ideological difference. That's why I played about what they said about the family. The ideological difference that he was reacting to wasn't just Charlie Kirk. It was also maybe his dad. His father was, according to him, MAGA. So that conflict was there, clearly.
But this is a young man who's dating a person in transition.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a conservative father, and I question, let's say, my daughter brought home the first guy that she brought home. I question the guy that she brought home. Was the dad questioning him politically? Is this a political motivation, or was this a psychological kind of thing?
Was it? Maybe it was psychological. Maybe it wasn't political. Maybe it wasn't.
We're gonna go find a piece
when
of wood.
it comes to this issue, the political is the psychological is the personal. Obviously, for the shooter. Obviously, it's just excuse making. It's just excuse making. That's all. To try and treat with empathy a person who does murder because that person was in some sort of perverse relationship with a gay trans furry, which is what you are talking about here. And it is definitionally a perverse relationship when you are talking about murdering people you disagree with. And also, there are clearly issues of derangement when you are talking about a person who is enmeshed in a culture in which you dress up as animals for sexual pleasure while considering yourself a person of the opposite sex. Something is not normal. Can we say that?
No.
Or is that just driving more hate? Is that just driving more hate? You know, it's just driving more hate. And driving hate, as we have learned from our media and from our political leaders, our true political leaders, people on the left, we have learned that hate is what creates the incentive for murder. That's what creates the justification for murder. Well, some on the left continues to claim that actually we have no idea what the killer was. Jimmy Kimmel tried this routine on Monday night. It did not go amazing.
He had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Everything that we can to score political points? Then we're trying to claim he wasn't one of us? Well, I mean, he was not. By all available evidence, as soon as the shooting happened. I mean, from the bullets, from the etchings on the bullets. Meanwhile, MSNBC's Brandy Zadrajny said, well, you know, when you say that people are celebrating, nobody's celebrating. Well, that's weird because I've played on the show. Many people celebrating. Many. And forget about the celebration. I've played mainstream political actors creating permission structures for murder. We've talked about it on the show. Again, I will go back to the New York Times, not once, but twice, treating Hassan Piker as an authority on Charlie Kirk. Hassan Piker, who has repeatedly and overtly justified terrorism, celebrated terrorism, called for violence against political opposition. That's the kind of people that I'm talking about. But apparently it's all in our imagination. It's a figment of our imagination, according to Brandy Zadrajny over at MSNBC.
If you look across media generally, you have seen a lot of people trying to grapple with Charlie Kirk's legacy and what that is as a right-wing agitator and as a provocateur and as, you know, a strategist and the most important GOP figure besides Donald Trump, arguably ever. And so, or right now. And so there's a lot of grappling to do, but to suggest that the internet is cheering for this is just the opposite. Total opposite of what's actually happening. It is.
Well, I mean, if by total opposite, you mean the absolute truth that the internet is cheering for this. A lot of people on the internet were cheering for this. There is just no question about that. It is just the reality. In the same way that there are brainworms on the internet that are spending their days marinating in conspiracy theories, even though, again, all the evidence is clear in this case, and we know who the person is and what they thought. And it is an enormous number of people on the left. Heather Cox Richardson, who is apparently the single most popular individual author over on Substack, wrote over the weekend, the alleged shooter was not someone on the left. The alleged killer, Tyler Robinson, is a young white man from a Republican gun enthusiast family who appears to have embraced the far right, disliking Kirk for being insufficiently radical. Rather than grappling with reality, right-wing figures are using Kirk's murder to prop up their fictional world. Briefly, they claimed Robinson had been radicalized in college. Then when it turned out he'd spent only a single semester at a liberal arts college, MAGA pivoted to attack those who allegedly had celebrated Kirk's death on social media. But there was literally no evidence presented that he actually was of the right. None. None. And believe me, there were plenty of people on the far right who hated Charlie. I mean, the Groypers, as I've said before, literally declared a Groyper war on Charlie Kirk. They declared that he wasn't sufficiently radical. It's exactly what I told Bill Maher on Friday night. He said, well, how do we know it's not the Groypers? I said, theoretically, could it be? Because before all of the evidence had come out, theoretically, it's possible. Super unlikely. And you know what I cited as the evidence? The contemporaneous conversations that the shooter had with family calling Charlie Kirk hateful. Because my point was, if you're calling Charlie hateful, that is part of a left-wing matrix of thinking. The Groyper matrix is Charlie wasn't hateful enough. He should have been more hateful. He should have been more vile toward the Jews. If only he had been, then they would have liked him. The excuse making is ridiculous. Well, that's all for now, folks. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment your thoughts down below. Be sure to check out all of the other great content on my channel. I'll see you here next time.
They are the FBI director, but let's listen in now to Vice President J. Dean Vance.
Somebody yelled out OH. I'm not doing that here. Don't insult your host is the basic thing that I learned in politics. Let me just say a few things, a few words of gratitude. First of all, you guys are lucky to have a great congressman who fights for working people in the state of Michigan. Tom Barrett, where are you, Tom? Thank you so much for what you do. We talk a lot about the working families tax cuts. We talk about no taxes on overtime, which we are proud to deliver. No taxes on tips, which we are proud to deliver. The lowest taxes that we've had in this country in a very long time, because Tom Barrett went to Washington and fought for the people of this district. Thank you so much, Tom, for everything that you do. I want to thank, of course, the leadership of this great American manufacturer. Hatch was founded in 1952 by two brothers. Where are we at here? Where's the leadership of Hatch at? Thank you, guys. Stand up. Come on. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys. I got a little tour with Daniel Craig and Wally earlier today. Thank you guys so much. I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name, Wally. I don't want to insult you or look like an idiot in front of the TV cameras, but you guys, this is a great facility. So it started, of course, manufacturing parts for M1 rifles for the American warfighter, and now it manufactures all kinds of automotive components that we rely on each and every single day. And one of the things... And one of the things they told me is that business got maybe a little tough, a little uncertain when they had a president of the United States who was obsessed with telling everybody to drive an electric vehicle, because too many of those electric vehicle components were not made in America. But now that we are leaning in to great American-made automobiles, Hatch is doing better, the American auto worker is doing better, and President Trump and I are proud to fight for you each and every single day. I've also got to thank our incredible Secretary of Labor. You just heard from her, Secretary Chavez de Reymer. Let's get a round of applause for the great Secretary of Labor. Now, she is a very, very interesting person. She has got a great career. She had a great career in Congress, but I have never met anybody on either the Republican Party or the Democrat Party who is more obsessed with fighting for American workers every single day. She wants our workers to have the best training. She wants our workers to have the best benefits. She wants our workers to have the highest wages. And thanks to her work, we're getting closer every single day to being the most pro-worker administration in the history of the United States of America. So thank you, Madam Secretary. We also have Michigan GOP Chair Jim Runstad. Where's Jim at? Jim, thank you for everything that you're doing. Now, Jim did such a good job during the last election in 2024 that the previous GOP chair, Pete Heckstra, is now our ambassador to Canada. So if you do a really good job, man, you might just get a promotion. Who knows? But he's doing a great job here in Michigan, and we're going to fight with him for the next couple of years to make sure that we're electing candidates who actually serve the interests of Michiganders and serve the interests of the American worker, and that's what we're here for, and we'll never forget it. So I want to say just one thing about my friend Charlie Kirk. I want to talk about Charlie Kirk for a little bit. And the last group I want to have be recognized here is we have got a lot of kids, and I hate to call you kids, but when you're 41 years old, you guys are kids. TPUSA is a great organization founded by my friend Charlie Kirk that takes the message of free speech and conservative values all over our college campuses here in the state of Michigan and elsewhere. And we've got some proud TPUSA folks here. Would you guys stand up and be recognized by the crowd? We love you. We love these kids, and we love the organization that was founded by Charlie Kirk. And I know I speak for all of the kids behind me, all of the great TPUSA members, and also the alums, that over the past 10 years, Turning Point USA has not just been an organization, it has been the fountain of a movement all across the United States of America. If you look at just the youth vote in 2024 and how much young voters shifted from Democrat to Republican from 2020 to 2024, Charlie Kirk created a movement. And that movement made Donald J. Trump the President of the United States, and it made me the Vice President of the United States. I would not be here without Charlie. But Charlie was an exceptionally talented individual. People don't realize how integral he was, how important Charlie Kirk was. He helped us staff the administration with solid people like Secretary Chavez DeRemer. He made sure that when we hired somebody that it was a smart person, but it was also a kind and decent person. You see him at these college events, and he would talk to anybody. He didn't care if you were a Democrat, a Republican, a liberal, a conservative, if you supported the Trump administration or not. He felt that the most important American political virtue was to just get out there and talk to our fellow Americans. And I hate to say that a week ago, he was doing what he did best, he was doing what he loved, and an assassin gunned him down for daring to say things that that assassin thought were wrong or shouldn't be said. Well, I think I speak for every person in this room, and I think I speak for a majority of our fellow Americans when I say we do not attack or commit violence against people because we disagree with their ideas. We debate ideas, and we're going to keep on debating them in honor of the great Charlie Kirk for as long as I have a microphone. But the last thing I want to say about Charlie, my friends, is he was more than a political organizer, more than a person who literally helped make me the Vice President of the United States. And I'll never forget it, Charlie, that I would not be here were it not for you. He was a good guy. He was a good friend. I mean, all of these people who have been involved in TPUSA, you know, Turning Point USA wasn't just a debate society. It wasn't just a political organization. It gave these kids a sense of home and a sense of purpose in often very hostile places. If you were a young conservative or you were a young Christian and you were worried that a professor might give you a bad grade for being who you were, Charlie's Turning Point USA gave you a home. If you were worried that you had an idea that was maybe disfavored by your social group, if you were worried that you believed something that was just a little too controversial for a college campus, Turning Point USA gave you a home, it gave you friends, it gave you moral support, and that is what I think must live on in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death. I have friends who met a husband, a wife, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, who met the best man at their wedding at Turning Points USA because it was an organization of patriots dedicated to making this country the very best country that it could be. And I would like to think that whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, this basic idea of young people gathering to discuss and debate, that is the thing that we cannot let pass away just because the leader of Turning Points USA was gunned down by an assassin. And I want to let you know that whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, whatever your belief is, I will fight for your right to speak your mind. We reject political violence, and we reject the crazy left-wing radicals that gunned down our friend Charlie Kirk. Let's talk to one another and not try to shoot each other down for disagreeing. You know, one of the things that Charlie worked on very, very hard was the very bill that we're going to talk about today. I remember having so many phone conversations, so many text conversations with Charlie about how to make the bill better, about how to do more for working families. Because you know what, Charlie, he believed exactly what I believed and exactly what the President of the United States believed, that we have got to rebuild the American dream, especially for our young people. Which is why this big, beautiful bill does so much to bring American manufacturing back to the United States of America. These working families tax cuts, they don't just cut your taxes, though they certainly do. They reward companies for building and investing in the United States of America. Because isn't it nice to have an administration that is fighting for the businesses and the workers that are building right here at home rather than shipping our jobs off to Asia or Mexico? We fought for no taxes on overtime and no taxes on tips because we want you to keep more of your hard-earned money. We fought for an increase to the child tax credit because we want to make it easier for young families to bring new life into this world and to raise that new life in security and prosperity and comfort. The working families tax cut is not just a big 1,000-page bill. It is an important part, maybe the most important part, to restarting the American dream in this country. Wouldn't it be nice to have a president, and now we do, who builds in America rather than rewards companies for shipping jobs overseas? Wouldn't it be nice to have an administration that actually gives you more of your hard-earned money rather than taking more of it for hard-earned or for government bureaucrats? Wouldn't it be nice to have an administration that fights for your ability to keep more money in your pocket? Wouldn't it be nice to have an administration that punishes corporations that ship our jobs overseas, but rewards businesses for building right here in the great state of Michigan? That is what we promised to do, and that is what we're doing every single day. Now, I don't know if you saw the headlines this morning, if you turned on the TV this morning, but the president right now is participating in a great state visit to the United Kingdom, our closest ally, of course, going back to the very beginning of our country when we didn't always agree very early on. But pretty much since then, they've been very close friends of the United States, about 200 years, our most important ally in the world. And the president is over there. And somebody asked me, would you rather be in England celebrating the state visit? I said, no, I'd rather be right here in the great state of Michigan where people are grilled and great products for the American people. So with all due respect to our great president and all great
Look up a tutorial.
Dada, why you sneezing? Dada, why you don't know? Dada,
This is for cutting glass. Eh. It seems so simple.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Exactly a week ago, we were reporting on the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk on the campus at Utah Valley University. And in that week's time, we've detailed in full some of the manhunt, a 33-hour process that led them to the suspect, Tyler Robinson, now being charged with aggravated murder amongst different counts there. And there was also conversations about the investigation and also rumors about his father being associated with the Washington County, Utah Sheriff's Department. The update there coming right now is that they're wanting to dispel some of these rumors that individual not necessarily related to Tyler Robinson. I want to put this up here from Michael Ruiz, Fox News Digital, saying that the sheriff of Washington County University, Nate Brooksby, is discussing how Charlie Kirk's suspected assassin, Tyler Robinson, came to his office to surrender. Let's take you out to this right now in full to give you a sense of what we heard as he clarifies some of these details and also showcases his understanding of how it all happened.
For showing up. Do you guys need mic checks? So I got 4 on me. You guys can talk to me. Yeah. Anything good on mic checks? I've got 4 on me. Good? Good. Okay. So I'm Sheriff Nate Brooksby, Washington County. Just starting with a couple preemptive things. So what I'm going to be discussing is not anything to do with the ongoing investigation. We are not the lead agency. FBI, State of Utah, DPS, Utah County, UVU, big collective effort. So our involvement, I describe it as just a really long agency assist. So we're not conducting the investigation. We're not doing interviews. I've been asked some questions, and there's some that I'm just not going to answer. It's going to be focused on how we were able to get Tyler to voluntarily come and turn himself in at my office. That's going to be the scope of it. I do want to touch on, so I have a retired corrections deputy named Matt Robinson. There was some initial news that, to the extent of ridiculous information out there, that Matt Robinson is currently a deputy with the sheriff's office, and he physically put handcuffs on his son, the suspect, and brought him into jail. That's completely false. It just so happens that Tyler's father is Matt Robinson. There was some information about a retired deputy, so somehow that got blurred in the media, and I want to make sure that we're walking that back as best we can, because Matt Robinson, my retired deputy, has been been harassed. He's had to leave his house at this point. So whatever you can do to help walk that back, I'd appreciate it. His family would appreciate that. So getting into the details. So obviously we knew Charlie Kirk was assassinated at UVU in the afternoon. About a 33-hour manhunt ensued. And I was winding down for the evening, and at exactly 8:02 on the 11th, I received a call from a friend of mine who happens to be a retired detective that worked for me for many years. I didn't put that out there initially. I wanted to protect that individual as much as possible. Unfortunately, in the court documents, which is standard, he was referenced as a retired Washington County deputy. So I didn't put that out there. It was in the court docs. I was trying to protect even that information and just saying retired law enforcement in general. So I get a call from my friend, and his said, "Hey, how you doing?" Good. And it's not, he's been retired a few years. We'll call each other. It's not unusual for me to get a call from him or vice versa. And at 8:02 p.m., he calls me. Hey, I can tell his voice is kind of shaky. So my first thought is, who died? Like, who's he going to tell me that died? And then I couldn't fathom what actually came out of his mouth. So he said, "Hey, I know who Charlie Kirk shooter is. I know the family through religious association, and he's in Washington County now, and we're working on trying to get him to come in voluntarily." During that phone call, some information was provided about Tyler potentially having some suicidal ideations, was en route to a remote area of Washington County. The parents convinced him not to do that, and conveyed that they would, stand by him and help him surrender peacefully. So at that point, that phone call was 1 minute and 41 seconds. I immediately called Sheriff Mike Smith in Utah County, who I knew was at the incident command in Utah County. So for about 40 seconds, I'm telling Sheriff Smith, "Hey, I'm confident we have the shooter in Washington County. We're working on getting him to come in and surrender at my office." We didn't have him yet. And after about 40 seconds, Sheriff Smith's like, wait, what are you talking about? So he was shocked, as I was, to hear the news. And so I repeated myself. He said, "How credible is it?" I said, "I trust this guy that called me with my life, and I think it's time you need to get your people, the lead investigators, headed to Washington County." Within the hour, my friend drove Tyler and his parents to my office, where he was greeted by plainclothes detectives. So that was part of the deal. Is Tyler knew it was just inevitable with all the law enforcement pressure that his picture in the news, the gun on the news. He knew it was inevitable that he would be caught. He was fearful of a SWAT team hit on his house, or he was fearful of being shot by law enforcement. So part of the negotiation and getting him to bring himself in was that we would treat it as delicate and as soft as possible to make him feel comfortable to where he would show up at my office, and that's exactly what happened. So since we weren't the lead agency, basically it was about a 2.5 hour waiting in a room, not communicating with the suspect. Our job was not to interview. Our job was just to get him here. So after about 2.5 hours, we ended up getting federal agents and state agents in, and some of my detectives were asked to go out into the community and secure 2 locations. So the parents' home and the apartment that Tyler was living in, along with the vehicle that Tyler was likely driving up at UVU. So that's about it.
Sheriff, how would you characterize that former law enforcement friend of yours as doing something good here? Yeah, outstanding. He deserves full credit. I think that a lot of it is just the community relations, right? So Tyler's family trusted this individual. They knew he was involved in law enforcement at some point, and enough community involvement there that they trusted that they could go to this individual and he could contact me directly, and that we could facilitate a peaceful, calm, relaxed surrender, put it that way, right? Make him comfortable for a couple hours, make sure he has water. No communication until the lead investigators arrived. So.
Sheriff, you mentioned you got a call from a retired detective. What went through your mind in that moment when he told you what was about to happen? How did you negotiate with Tyler or his family?
So
what were your first impressions when?
So shock, right? So like I said, I couldn't imagine the conversation that occurred in that minute and 41-second conversation. But there was negotiation. There was some criteria that needed to be met for him to voluntarily come in, and I agreed to those terms.
What did he ask for? Can I ask?
He basically for a peaceful, gentle, comfortable transition for him to come out. Again, he knew he was going to get caught. He didn't want a big SWAT team hitting his parents' house or his apartment. He was truly fearful of being shot by law enforcement. So that the conditions were as relaxed and comfortable and almost to the point of inviting. And if at the end of the day we accomplish him surrendering peacefully on his own, I'm gonna make some concessions to make that happen.
And what was his mood when you first saw him?
I would describe it as quiet and somber. So not talkative, just no. Go ahead.
There's been reports that this family friend was also potentially a youth pastor or connected to the church. Is that the same person?
No church leadership, just an association through their religious.
Was it somebody in their board, LDS board?
Yeah, I would say that, but not in leadership. Unfortunately, the bishop of that ward has been drug into it because of some of the media reporting. But that's not accurate. That's not accurate.
About the bishop.
Yeah, the bishop wasn't involved in this.
But you're not releasing the identity then of the family friend?
No, absolutely not.
If you could speak to it, did the sheriff's office have any interaction with Tyler Robinson in previous incidents?
I've been asked that a few times, so it's well known, it's in the media. Tyler's apartment was in St. George city limits. The parents' home was in Washington city limits. So since the sheriff's office is primarily patrolling small rural communities, the unincorporated areas of the county. If there were any calls to the residents in St. George City, the highest probability that just St. George City would handle that, not the sheriff's office. So I don't have any data that would support that one way or the other.
Thank you. Sheriff, have you interviewed his roommate, Robinson's roommate?
No, we're not the lead investigators, so we wouldn't be doing that.
Sheriff, how would you characterize the parents of what you knew that night?
I don't know anything about them.
Were they mentioned in the phone calls?
No.
Sheriff, how do you feel about the fact that this surrender happened as it was in the police office, at the police station, and kind of was peaceful, inviting as you framed it, and not like a SWAT situation or a big operation that happened in the neighborhood?
Right. That made him comfortable enough. The conditions were satisfactory to him to where he ended up getting a ride with my friend to be dropped off here. We did have some initial discussion internally. So I run the county jail, and we have to think ahead. So what if Tyler ends up staying the night in our facility? What does that look like? Because of the circumstance, he was driven to Utah County that night, I'm going to say maybe about 2 a.m. So that took that weight off us on how we're going to keep him safe in our facility and talking about constant supervision and things like that. But that didn't occur. Yeah, so.
How did you feel about that, having a surrender at the police office versus something else?
Well, obviously it was a big deal, not only national but international. You're seeing people mourning all over the world for Charlie Kirk. And to have that happen, I've had thoughts and heard comments about, this kind of stuff doesn't happen in Utah, Unfortunately, it did. But then to have the suspect be a Utah resident who literally went to the same high school I went to, we're like 30 years apart, but I went to the same high school. He happened to go to the same high school here in Washington County. So it's a double shock factor that one in Utah, and then the suspect happened to be homegrown Washington County boy. So.
What time did he get here?
It was just before 9 p.m.
What did you do once he got here? Did you put him in handcuffs?
No. Nope. Made sure he had water, made him comfortable sitting on a couch in an interview room, and just sat on him until the lead investigators came in.
So his parents didn't say anything?
No, not again. That was not our place to ask questions. It was just, we have you here. We're in a holding pattern until the lead investigators get here. So that wouldn't be in our wheelhouse. We wouldn't even have attempted to interview any of them.
Sheriff, can you provide some more details about this detective, a friend of yours, retired detective? Was he a member of your homicide unit, violent crime?
He was a detective. for many years. He was a detective. So in our agency, our detectives, like some cities, you have detectives just working homicides or just working sex offenses. Ours is all encompassing whatever case comes next, and you have the smaller caseload. You're going to get whatever case that is.
How long has he been out of the force?
About 3 years.
How grateful are you the fact that this ended the way it did and not in a violent outcome?
Oh, very, very, very much. Like I said, concessions were made to make that happen. So if, again, peaceful surrender, make him comfortable. He's accused of a horrific crime. So it's kind of odd to be in that, again, accused of a horrific crime, but then we are treating him very civilly, very humanely. And that's just part of the job. We do that on a regular basis. Try to make people comfortable so they're relaxed and not bombard them with negativity or a hammer fist or stormtrooper type approach. We wouldn't do that.
Sheriff, how many total phone calls were made between you and the retired detective?
There were several follow-up phone calls that night. One was between my command staff and my friend, just them letting me know, hey, he is in the building. We have him in an interview room, and there's been several follow-ups since then. Just me checking in on him, and
all the way from that first call to say we're here, kind of a phone call.
Correct.
Prior to him turning himself in, did you guys have any clue that maybe he was in the Washington area at all?
No, not even a hint. And that was part of the shock factor, right? Is he could have been anywhere. Most people that are involved or accused of things like that, they'd want to get out of the area as soon as possible. So the fact that he came home basically was part of the shock factor, I think.
You said he was afraid of being shot. What did he say exactly? How did he express that?
Just that.
Any concerns?
Just that. One of his fears of being shot by the police. Period. That's it.
Was your friend that said that, or was that?
My friend conveyed that to me through conversation with Tyler's parents.
Any concern for the family and the roommate's safety if and when they come back to their home in Washington City or in St. George? Any concerns from them?
No, absolutely. They need to lay low for a long time, unfortunately. So even, I'll throw this out there. I have a second cousin with the last name Robinson. He happens to be an optometrist in town. And his office has been receiving threatening phone calls just because of his last name. So to put somebody in that kind of burdensome situation when they had nothing to do with it, no relation to the family, just think about how the actual individuals involved in this incident are feeling right now.
Are you placing any deputies at their house, outside their house, anything like that?
So that's not our area of patrol, so the cities would handle that. If that request came in, but I don't have any insight there.
Sheriff, can you describe the handoff that occurred from Tyler Robinson to the authorities that came down from the north?
Yeah, they parked in my parking lot. Oh wait, the lead investigators. So by the time they were in town, Tyler was sitting in an interview room with his parents when they arrived. So they were already in this building when the lead investigators arrived.
And how did that handoff go down? Was he handcuffed?
No, he was sitting on a very comfortable couch with a water bottle in his hand, not restrained. He was again cooperative, somber, quiet.
Sheriff, since then, what has this whole ordeal been like for your county and your office?
I've all of a sudden received a lot of media requests. So that's what's changed in my world.
So the parents were in the room, in the interrogation room.
Correct. That was part of the negotiation to get him here, is that the parents would be with him when he arrived.
Can you explain the last moments that did they hug? Was mom crying?
I don't have any detail on that. I'm sorry.
And he was turned over to FBI or state?
It's a joint investigation between the FBI and the state of Utah primarily. Anytime anything this large scale happens, it's all hands on deck. So we're going to need a lot of, just covering the campus and securing the crime scene up north. We've had, active shooter incidents down here recently where every law enforcement wearing every uniform in the county is going to go to those types of scenes.
And just to be clear, he was not handcuffed when he was...
Correct, he was not handcuffed.
Did the Sheriff's Department help secure the perimeter?
Office.
He's a place.
the office, didn't you help secure the perimeter or the
Yes.
the apartment?
So since the lead investigators were 3 hours north of us, it took them a while. So that was again, I describe it as an agency assist. We went and just secured the homes. We didn't search the homes. We didn't communicate with anyone within the homes. It was just, we were just locking things down until they arrived.
That was Thursday night?
Yes.
Thursday night?
Yeah.
Is the roommate in protective custody? Or?
I don't have any comment on that.
How do you characterize the interactions between the parents, Tyler and Tyler, in the time that they were sitting here?
They were together. That was it. I can't point to any emotion or body language or anything to that. They were just with him. So.
Was he recorded in that room?
All of our interactions in that room are recorded.
I know there was some discussion of him being potentially suicidal instead of surrendering when he was in the holding room here. Any concern about that?
No. Okay, we can sit here and stare at each other all day, or we can be done. Good? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, just listening in there, Washington County Sheriff Nate Brooksby talking about the interaction, the investigation, the tips that ultimately led there to bringing Tyler Robinson, the suspect in Charlie Kirk, the alleged fatal shooting there, into custody in southern Utah. This from Matt Finn, noting part of what we heard. Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin was afraid of SWAT team. They were going to surround his home and shoot him, according to the sheriff. The alleged killer told his parents he wanted to commit suicide instead of going to prison, but he ultimately surrendered in a low-key manner, according to the sheriff, talking about some of his demeanor while they investigated him before lead investigators returned there to that area in southern Utah, about 240 miles southwest of Orem, Utah.
And it's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with some weapon-grade gaslighting from alleged comic Jimmy Kimmel. Here is the far-left purveyor of late-night disinformation engaging in some more disinformation, this time about his ideological bedfellow, Tyler Robinson.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Yes, I'm sure the far-left loser moaning about supposed fascists and obsessed with trans activism with a trans boyfriend is a closet Republican, according to Kimmel. I mean, let's just disregard officials telling us what his ideology is, and let's disregard the alleged killer's own words. But Jimmy Kimmel wasn't done yet. He even mocked President Trump's grief for Charlie. Now, President Trump loved Charlie Kirk. Those close to him say he saw him as another son. But this is what Jimmy Kimmel had to say.
This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
How a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish. You know what? I'd forgive the callous, hateful miscreant if he was just a little bit funny. He is supposed to be a comic. Now, this next gal is supposed to be some sort of a model. She was a contestant on a show called America's Next Top Model.
About Charlie Kirk. You like terrorism? Eye for an eye. I think the only thing that went wrong that day was that Trump wasn't standing behind him getting a secondhand bullet.
Model. She's as ugly on the inside as she is on the outside. That brings me to Jamel Hill, the former ESPN anchor, the race-baiting simpleton, who continues to lie and engage in deliberate misinformation. Listen to what she says about the man charged with murdering Charlie.
In the wake of Charlie's murder, there was an incredible amount of angry discourse from the right, blaming the Democrats, blaming liberals, saying, you're the reason this happened. Only to find out, surprise, 22-year-old white dude, loved guns, raised by two parents, lived in a good home, dad is a minister, also a sheriff. Didn't check it in them boxes y'all thought he would check, did he?
Well, he checked the boxes I expected him to check, Jamel. He is a far-left, trans activist lunatic who regurgitates the same BS you do. He claims Charlie was spreading hate because the left called telling the truth hateful. His dad wasn't a sheriff, but he did appear to come from a decent family. It just shows that coming from a decent, God-fearing family isn't enough to inoculate a sick mind from toxic leftist indoctrination. And did Jamel really blame Republicans, conservatives for angry discourse? I mean, how dare we be angry that a brilliant young man was murdered in front of his children? How dare we call out those celebrating this sickening act of domestic terrorism? And be on guard for those who claim that this isn't a left or right issue, that this isn't political, that there isn't a clear motive. Those are lies, and we're not putting up with lies. We are not tolerating the left's bold-faced lies and gaslighting, including this from CBS.
5 days after Charlie Kirk's murder, the shooter's motive remains elusive. No writings left behind, vague secondhand testimony. That uncertainty and the risk of drawing sweeping conclusions suggests the murder may share similarities with recent violence not driven by an obvious political ideology.
No clear ideology, except Tyler Robinson told us precisely what his ideology is and why he targeted Charlie Kirk. There is zero mystery about the motives of Tyler Robinson or his political ideology. The only question is, who else may have been involved? Now, let's hear from The View. Here is Whoopi Goldberg offering some sober analysis. She looks almost disappointed that Charlie's message will only grow stronger. Remember, it was just a few years ago that Whoopi was forced to apologise to Turning Point USA for falsely linking Charlie's movement to neo-Nazis.
My keyboard.
And it's time for Lefties Losing It. It's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with some weapon-grade gaslighting from alleged comic Jimmy Kimmel. Here is the far-left purveyor of late-night disinformation engaging in some more disinformation, this time about his ideological bedfellow, Tyler Robinson.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk.
Incredible how tolerant the crowd there is of those antics, but he did get a dose of instant karma. Shortly after that incident, he was identified and promptly expelled from the university. And I don't feel one bit sorry for him. You want to engage in that type of cruelty, mocking not just the murdered, but those grieving his loss, you deserve to get expelled. Now, let's hear from ABC talking about the text messages of this alleged killer. Do you think they reflected on how his language echoed that of mainstream leftist figures from the media and the activist class and the Democrats? No. Instead, they were marvelling at how touching it all was.
What was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate, who is transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his partner.
Now, I'm delighted to have this next guest back on the show following his sold-out tour with Jordan Peterson. Dave Rubin, host of The Rubin Report, is returning to Australia this October for 3 exclusive shows in Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane. The dates are on the screen. Get your tickets early before they sell out. Dave, welcome back. I wish we had brighter news to discuss tonight, but the loss of your good friend Charlie Kirk has had a profound impact on tens of millions in America and around the world. Tell me how you're feeling and what you've learned in this past week.
Yeah, well, Rita, it's always good to see you. We used to do this a bit more often. I am excited to come to Australia. And actually, the thing that brought you and I together years ago, when we were doing a lot of shows together, was the thing that brought Charlie and I together. We just wanted to talk about things. We wanted to talk about the hot button issues of the day and debate them. And years ago, when Charlie and I met first in 2017, I was a man of the left, he was a man of the right, and he came up to me at an event we did and he said, hey, let's go on tour together. Let's talk about everything. Let's debate everything. Let's go to colleges. Let kids ask us whatever they want. Let's just battle it out the way you're supposed to battle it out in a free society, which is with words, of course, not with bullets. And Charlie and I did that dozens and dozens of times. We were protested and we had fire alarms pulled and bomb threats and all of those things. Of course, nothing like what happened this week, which you're right, has now, I think, affected hundreds of millions of people all over the world. Charlie was a great human being. You know, putting aside the politics for a second, Charlie was undoubtedly a good husband and a wonderful father, and his wife is now a widow and his children will grow up without a father. He was a good human being who was doing the thing that we're all told we should all do, which is talk to the other side. Nobody from an American context did that more than Charlie Kirk. That's what he devoted his life to. Charlie would get hate from both sides because he was always trying to find new people to talk to. To this day, I still didn't agree with everything Charlie said, but I will say, and this is a great credit to his debate skills and his thoughtful way of having nuanced conversations, I came a lot closer to Charlie's opinions over the years than Charlie came to mine. I think I did move him on a couple things, but he definitely brought me more within, let's say, a wide tent conservative movement. So it's this is a terrible time for America, but I would say a terrible time for the world because, you know, whatever happens in America, as you know, it leaks across the entire world and can make it across an ocean and land in your continent as well. And
I hear you.
I just hope cooler heads can prevail right now because you know, right now we're sort of, as a country, we're going through a degree of mourning, although there's a lot of people that are quite angry too. And it just feels like we're kind of sitting on a powder keg right now. If one or two other weird things happen, it feels like all bets are off. And I'm really devoting myself right now, my show and my upcoming tour in Australia, to finding the people that want to break bread again, that want to figure out, okay, hey, we're different, but we got to learn to live together. And that's going to be my mission. I think it's the only way that I can honor Charlie appropriately.
And I want to ask you about this notion that we keep hearing, including in the Australian media, which just regurgitates the MSNBC, CNN talking points. This notion that Charlie Kirk was deeply homophobic, he was hostile to the LGBT community. You're a gay man, you were a friend of Charlie Kirk. Can you please address that allegation?
Yeah, well, look, I happen to be gay. It's not something that I even think about that often or anything else. I've been married for over 10 years. We have kids. It is what it is. We live a decent life like most people. And Charlie, look, Charlie, like millions of other people, Charlie was entitled to his own personal religious beliefs. There's a video that maybe you've seen, Elon Musk even tweeted it out in the last couple of days, where somebody started asking Charlie, you know, how can you welcome gays into the conservative movement? And Charlie's answer is so wonderfully thoughtful and the perfect example of what Charlie was. Charlie makes a point of saying, hey, I have my own religious beliefs, but America is not a religious theocracy. Did he want America to be restored with Judeo-Christian values? And did he believe that he felt that his personal views were best explained through Christianity? Well, the answer to that is absolutely yes. But Charlie was not crusading against marriage equality. Charlie was welcoming gay people into the conservative movement. By the way, he was also doing that with black people and Hispanic people and everyone else. I mean, all of the commentary around this man is completely ridiculous. But I will tell you, Charlie was at my house not too long ago. My husband and I sat at weddings next to he and his wife. We broke bread many
All right. I think I figured it out. Sorry, I had to take my medicine for a little bit too. Let's see what's new with this shooting that's been going on.
The community here in York County this afternoon. The incident occurred in Caduras Township, York County. I'd like to preemptively say that there are many details which at this point we are not prepared to release given the ongoing nature of the investigation. That having been said, we would like to advise the community that there is no current active threat. The situation today involved law enforcement officers who were shot. I can confirm that the shooter is dead. I can confirm that there were 5 law enforcement officers who were shot today.
Listen.
3 fatally, 2 that were transported here to Wellspan in York. They are currently listed in critical but stable condition. The District Attorney of York County, who is no stranger to this community, or in collaborating with the Pennsylvania State Police, Tim Barker. I've spoken to him. The Pennsylvania State Police has been asked to convene a major case team to conduct the lead in this investigation with the assistance and in collaboration and in partnership with the York County District Attorney. I can assure you that all of the resources of the Pennsylvania State Police are being brought to bear. There is still very much an active scene at Caduras Township, York County. Later this evening, the District Attorney will have more information to release. I can tell you that the Pennsylvania State Police have taken over calls for service for the Northern York Regional Police Department, and we will continue to do so to support our partners. I can tell you that I've spoken to the special agent in charge of the FBI out of Philadelphia, our municipal partners and county partners here in York County, and we've received multiple offers of assistance from our fellow state partners to include New Jersey and York. But we have a very large investigative scene. In being here today with our law enforcement family for the second time in 2025, I'd just like to say on a very personal note, our hearts and prayers go out to them, to the families of the deceased and the families of those officers who were wounded. There are simply no words that I can offer to assuage the grief that this community has experienced and unfortunately will continue to experience. The grief will be unbearable, but we will bear it. So we stand here today united for our partners all across the law enforcement spectrum, and we will not rest until we've conducted a full, fair, competent, and thorough investigation into this matter. Lastly, I would simply ask to the community here in York County and beyond, all across Pennsylvania and all across our nation, if you could keep the families that were touched by this tragedy today in your thoughts and prayers. Please give them a solemn thought.
Okay.
And to the women and men who are working diligently right now to push this incident forward and the investigation forward and the aftermath that will have to be dealt with and persevered through, our hearts and prayers are with them. Thank you very much. I'll now turn it over to Governor Shapiro.
This is an absolutely tragic and devastating day for York County and for the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Grieve for the loss of life.
They're good.
For
I
3
like them.
precious souls who served this
took them
county,
right there, like that.
served this Commonwealth,
Ah,
and
you'll get
served
over
this
it.
country. And we continue to pray for the full recovery of those who are dealing with their wounds. This, of course, is on the heels of just a few months ago when we lost another York County son, Officer Duarte, who again gave his life in the line of service. I had the opportunity with the Lieutenant Governor and with Senator Phillips Hill, Representative Grove, and your 3 county commissioners to spend some time with the families of those who have been impacted by this violence today. I think it's important for you to know that these families who are dealing with, they're grieving right now, and they're suffering right now, took time to tell us how proud they are, how proud they are of their loved ones who put on a uniform to keep us safe. It's an extraordinary thing that these law enforcement families do. They support the individual who puts on the uniform and runs toward danger. They're there for them when they leave in the morning, and they pray throughout the day that they will come home at night. So I hope as this community comes together, as I know it knows how to do, and prays, that we think not just about those who wear the uniform, but those who stand behind and next to those who wear the uniform every day. These families are extraordinary, and I hope you'll join me in prayer for them. I had some time to spend with the law enforcement who are gathered here today, who ran here because they knew that their brothers in uniform were in danger or their lives were cut short. And I'll just share with you what I told them. The entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania respects them, and we have their backs. And we so appreciate the work that they do every single day when they go out to keep us safe, and they go out to protect our freedoms and our rights. This is something that, sadly, we only tend to share in times of tragedy. I think it is important that this Commonwealth knows that every day we appreciate those who put on the uniform and those who keep us safe. There are others here at Bellspan who wear different kinds of uniforms. And I want to say thank you to the doctors, to the nurses, to the staff here at this extraordinarily wonderful healthcare institution that sadly has seen too much trauma. But thanks to their extraordinary talents and their dedication to their neighbors, they're able to help people get back up on their feet. That's what you did today for these two brave souls who put on a uniform to keep us safe. So we appreciate those of you who don the white coat and the scrubs, those of you who support the work that they do. You truly are wonderful people, and we appreciate you very, very much. I want to let you know that Attorney General Pam Bondi reached out directly to me and shared with me that we have the full support of the federal government. I know as Paris indicated before, he's spoken to the lead of the FBI here in this week. We so appreciate law enforcement at every level, and we of course appreciate our federal partners. General and I worked together when I was Attorney General here in Pennsylvania. She was the Attorney General in Florida. It meant a lot to me that she reached out to offer her support and her prayers for good people of Pennsylvania. Here's the last thing I want to say, turn it over to the Lieutenant Governor. This kind of violence isn't okay. We need to do better as a society. We need to help the people who think that picking up a gun, picking up a weapon is the answer to resolving disputes. We need to do better when it comes to mental health. We need to do better when it comes to looking out for those who are in need, so we don't have to deal with tragedies like this. We got to do better as a society. I know everybody up here believes that, and everybody up here works hard to do that every day. I just think as a community, it's time for us to work hard to heal from this and to make sure that those whose lives were lost today, it's something that can come to their memory that stops this kind of violence, that protects those people who put on those uniforms for us. It makes it so these trauma surgeons don't have to patch as many people up. We gotta do better as a society. I know we're all committed to doing that work. We've got to do even more. Now's the time for this community to come together and to do this important work. And so on behalf of the grateful Commonwealth, I say to those who wear the uniform of law enforcement, thank you. To those who wear the uniform of healthcare, thank you. To the elected leaders up here, thank you for the work that you have done and that you will do to keep our community safe. And to Colonel Paris and the entire team at the Pennsylvania State Police, I know you will have every resource you need to make sure that this investigation is conducted fully and thoroughly and that whatever steps need to be taken will. May God bless York County and the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. May God bless and watch over those families that are suffering right now. Lori and I join you in prayer. I think prayer is a particularly important thing at this moment here in York County and all across Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Governor. I share your thoughts and prayers for the officers that were lost today, the officers who were injured, and every law enforcement person across this great Commonwealth. We are unfortunately here again in York County because of gun violence. The issue that brought me to public service. I want everyone to know today is not just a devastating day for this community in this region, it's a devastating day for our entire Commonwealth. My wife Blair and our entire family join in the prayers of, I believe, 13 million Pennsylvanians who are praying for the officers and their families today. You know, we ask a lot of police officers in our communities, and they always run towards danger. I think we all have a responsibility to continuously do our part to make our community safer. I know I'm going to continue to do my part, and we are consistently grateful for the commitment and the sacrifice that our law enforcement officers make. We're grateful for the healthcare professionals who run towards danger to aid folks in their time of need, and we're so grateful for the work that they've done today. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Carney from WellSpan Health, who will provide an update from the medical perspective.
So we received 2 gunshot wound victims from the scene. We immediately took them to the OR. They are both in critical but stable condition currently. Trauma centers are a resource for the community. We're here when you need us, and we enjoy the support of both the local government, state government, and our administration. Thank you.
So at this point, I would open it up to a few brief questions, however, prefacing that with the fact that the information we can provide is extremely limited. Sir.
Did you say this was the officers involved are from Northern New York?
I did not say, and that was intentionally done so. Obviously, we know who they are and who they work for. Our concern is that there are some investigative steps that we're taking right now, and at the request of the district attorney, we're withholding that information. I've spoken to District Attorney Barker. I know there are a lot of things going on right now, but at some point I know he will brief the media. Sir.
The circumstances surrounding while those officers were there, they were serving a warrant of some sort of PFA?
So they were there to follow up on an investigation that began yesterday. The general heading of that investigation, I would say, would be domestic related. But beyond that, the facts and circumstances, we have more information, but pending the search, typing up and serving, we want to hold that information any more specificity.
Which department they were with, the officers?
No, I did not. So we're going to, at this point, say that the 5 law enforcement officers in York County, and we're going to leave it there, and I'm going to defer to the district attorney, Tim Barker.
I just want to be clear, so there were 5 law enforcement shot, 3 of them killed, 2 in critical here in this hospital, but then the shooter was also killed. Is that the number?
Correct. Those numbers are correct, sir.
Are any other suspects involved?
At this point, we believe that the community is safe, but we're leaving no stone unturned, and we're going to run every lead down. But I don't have that for you.
Do you know what SWAT was called in?
I'm not prepared to release that. Like I said, I'll defer to the district attorney. Sir?
Have we heard anything as far as weapons or what exactly happened when they arrived?
No. I mean, we have, but not that I can confirm with any specificity that I would be concerned we would have to backtrack on later. So very much processing a large scene. I will confirm that it is a large scene. Members of the PSP Forensic Services Unit are down there mapping it right now. It's still very much an active scene. It is secure, and we believe, just to reiterate, there's no threat to the community.
We do a couple more questions here. Was he shot by police or did he shoot himself?
He was shot by police.
Can you confirm the address or the block number of the scene?
No, not at this time.
Governor, can I get your thoughts on, earlier today you were in Chester trumpeting the fact that violent crime can actually be reduced there. What your day, how you would sum up your day after that, and then here you are.
Well, look, this isn't about me or my emotions. I think this is just about a grieving community. And I wanted to be here with this community. I want law enforcement to know how much we care about them and respect them. I want this hospital team to know how much they matter in this community. And most importantly, I want these families.
So they're not really giving out many details.
We got a Trump supporter here. Bang, bang, dead. Not counted as political violence. Any of you want to trust your institutions? Let me prove to you that they know better. Because right now, making the rounds is this idea that political violence is more prevalent on the right. You heard Amy Klobuchar cite it, and you heard, well, I can't remember who else did it during the hearing yesterday, but you've seen this circulated everywhere. And this comes from a couple of sources. I'll have to kind of parse through one here. There's a Cato study that people are studying. There is one from The Economist, I believe, and there's one that was at NIJ that the left is saying was removed because it pointed out that right-wing violence was more prevalent, when the truth is it was removed because it was inaccurate. So I won't be addressing that. The left right now knows better, but they are trying to lie. It's what we used to call, what we should still call, propaganda. There is more right-wing violence than the left, and they'll even show you a chart. Okay, I will prove to you right now that it's bullshit. Let me show you what's not on this list. What is not included whatsoever as leftist, ideologically motivated violence. All of the violence after the 2017 inauguration. 200 people arrested, far more crimes committed. In case you've forgotten. None of this included in your chart.
Burning cars and smashed windows. A small group of protesters dressed in black, their faces covered, armed with hammers and bricks.
None of this is included in the stat being circulated. This is not left-wing violence. It is not. It doesn't exist.
And more than 100 people
arrested.
That is not political violence, according to the stats that you are hearing parroted from the left right now. Why? Because all the charges were dropped. So they didn't include that. All the charges were dropped. Okay, what you just saw was not political violence from the left. Let me give you another one. Do you remember this one? This is not included. And I wanted to laser in on this because I don't think it could be any clearer. As a matter of fact, I don't think you get any cases of more clear political violence, and it comes from the left. Remember the Trump supporter in Portland, Aaron Danielson? He was killed by a member of Antifa. The man's name was Michael Rhino. And before you run the clip, he was shot point blank dead in the street. Why do we know? Because we have video evidence, and he admitted it. And he was shot dead point blank in the street. Why? Because he was a Trump supporter. How do we know? Because it was said on camera. For those who don't remember, this, what you are about to see, according to the charts, according to the methodology, is not political violence. It is not included. We got a Trump supporter here. Bang, bang. Dead. Not counted as political violence. Any of you want to trust your institutions? I can explain to you why, too, and the method and why it's fraudulent. I don't want to, though. If anyone out there tells you actually more violence is coming from the right wing, you can say, yeah, but hold on a second. The guy who was shot point blank dead in public for being a Trump supporter exclusively was not counted as political violence. So I don't trust any of it. That's valid. That is the only argument you need to make. But There's more to it. Of course, the database only counts white on minority hate crimes as political. Black on minority is not counted, considering when you see how much political violence was committed from black Americans, for example, against Asians. If you look at many of these studies, they don't include, for example, you'll see that chart from The Economist, 2020. Left-wing violence, non-existent. Summer of Love, didn't exist. Didn't exist.
Unbelievable.
It would be like saying there's very little Islamic terrorism because here's a chart, by the way, we excluded 9/11. You still would have plenty, by the way. There's a reason for the unholy alliance of the left and Islamofascists. That's because they both largely want to eliminate the same group of people, Western white Christian men. The vanguards. Those at the post, protecting our civilization. They both want to take that group of people out. Also, any violence in a lot of these, depending which one you're using, any act of violence committed against government at all is considered right-wing because it must be anti-government. You have some of these that actually, I've looked through them, include Antifa violence as right-wing violence. But none of that matters. None of that matters because the 200 arrests and the thousands of actions that you just saw after the inauguration of violence, they were not counted among left-wing violence because charges were dropped. Well, why do you think charges may have been dropped? And the man who was shot point blank dead, we have a Trump voter here, or supporter. We have a Trump supporter here, bang, bang, dead, not political violence. It's that simple. And those are the same people telling you, don't trust us. We're not authoritative. Don't trust the Nashville Manifesto. By the way, some of these places don't include the Nashville shooting as political violence. I believe Cato or Reuters said it's borderline. Well, let me explain something else to you. It's not borderline. And the only reason it can be argued that it's borderline is because when the police were caught with their pants down and a comedy show had to get you pages from the manifesto that clearly expressed an ideology after we were told that there was not. They said, well, we don't know. Okay, it's not. First they said we were lying. Then they said, well, yeah, but it hurts the families for this information to get out. But before that, they said, this is a random act of violence. It's not politically motivated. It's not to kill cisgender Christians. It's not to target people of a certain political, ideological, religious persuasion. Think about that. The same people who want you to believe us that we are liars. When we are 6-0 with investigative, 7-0 if you want to consider election night, when we called states and other people didn't. Can't do it without your support. Please do consider joining. $99 a year, you get this hand-etched mug. Not only do you get 100% more show, and you get it Friday, you get it all ad-free, you get all of these other shows, but none of this happens. The lights don't stay on unless you support it. Who's the liar? Let me ask you, who's the liar? The people who leaked the DOJ? Story about the engravings on the bullets? We were tarred and feathered as lying that there was no evidence of it. Now you see it. Who's the liar? The people who leaked the Nashville Manifesto? We were tarred and feathered as lying until they begrudgingly admitted it. And the FBI said they would investigate us, and the mayor said he would sue us. Who's the liar? Us? Those people? Or the people who told you, yeah, there's more violence on the right. The man shot point blank exclusively for being a Trump supporter in cold blood. That's not political violence. Who's lying to you? It's a comedy show.
Oh, we have to do the serious work. And then we get called out for it by the ATF. It's not nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Subpoenas are not what friends do to one another, okay?
That's not what friends do.
Jeez.
He was never my friend. Now, you know who else is not my friend, but is a friend of the show? I don't know why. Sorry. Senator Mazie Hirono, who was grilling Kash Patel yesterday, and acknowledging for the first time that there are biological differences between men and women, grilling Kash Patel over the concept of pull-ups at the FBI.
You are now requiring applicants to be able to do a certain kind of pull-ups, which a lot of women cannot because of physiological differences. Are you requiring these kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring a physical program at BFTC at Quantico because FBI agents carrying guns in the field have to chase down bad guys and do really hard work. But the physical fitness standards of those agents
are you requiring these kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring everybody to pass the 1811 standards at BFTC.
Think about it for a second. That's what offends the left.
Yeah.
What offends me is cold-blooded murder. That's me, Mr. Traditional. Here to talk about it more, I believe, is Senator Hirono herself.
Yeah, she's calling in from a gym, I guess.
Well, then bring her on. Senator Hirono, can you hear me and see me?
Yes, Stephen. And first, I must ask the following question. Since becoming a legal adult, have you ever tried to have sex with a woman with or without consent?
No, Senator, we've been over this many, many times. I wanted to ask you about your conversation with Kash Patel, though, yesterday.
Oh, were you jealous because I was talking to another man?
No, Senator.
You don't have to lie to me, Stephen.
I'm not lying. I wanted to ask about the physical requirements for the FBI agents.
Well, I can attest under oath that I would like to get physical.
No, Senator. I meant the pull-ups.
I'll pull my shirt up for you,
No,
Stephen.
no. God, gross. No, you had a problem with pull-ups, the exercise.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'd much rather do pull-downs. Your pants.
Oh, no.
Aloha,
No. That's enough.
Okay, my real problem is with pulling out.
Stop it.
Of my vagina.
I don't want to hear this. I'm never going to sleep again. It's been tough enough, Senator. Please stop.
Okay, well,
Please.
obviously I was just kidding. But the fact that you insinuated that you would or would not have sex with me is alarming.
What?
I'd like to talk about my comments to Kash Patel in the oversight hearing yesterday.
Finally. Okay, yes, please. What questions do you have for Patel?
I asked him if he would make a promise to me and the rest of the committee that he would make a commitment to be completely transparent and release the Epstein files in full.
Fair. Did he?
Yes, and I just sent the files to you right now.
I'm gonna regret. God, Tim, cut it. No.
It's a picture of my boobs.
No, Tim, cut it. Stop it. Stop. What? I don't even want to read the transcript.
You're so disgusted. Hey, listen, you fell for it. It's on you. You checked.
She's a sitting senator.
I don't care.
It's unbecoming.
She sent me a dick pic.
Yeah. The weird part is it was of Anthony Weiner's. I don't know how she got it.
Women can do that.
He circulates it to everybody. Surprised it wasn't Swalwell, considering her origin story. What was I going? Well, you know what, Nick? Before we go to Sam Hyde's monologue, which, by the way, can't recommend enough. The guy did a great job. You were talking about this. I mean, I remember you didn't want me to talk about it. I was in my old studio in Grand Rapids, a house, by the way, that was doxxed, and I had a terrorist who tried to take my life there. I was saved by a fan who called the local precinct in East Grand Rapids. But I remember you didn't want to talk about it that much because you didn't want to inspire like more copycats. I think now you can talk about it. You were at a comedy club.
Yeah.
And you said there was a striking similarity to what happened with Charlie Kirk, and I've been through something similar. Tell the story for people who might be new.
Well, yeah, not as far as level of violence or severity, but after a show, I went down to the front of the club like I was instructed. I don't know why I didn't go into the lobby and meet and greet type of thing. It was actually spontaneous. It wasn't a prepared meet and greet. Right. So there wasn't security next to me, whatever. So people start coming towards me and shaking my hand and getting a picture with me. And this guy comes up and stands to my right and goes, "Yeah, I really enjoyed the show." And then he goes, "But I brought my daughter and she wanted to punch you in the..." And before he even finished the sentence, I get sucker punched. I didn't even know she was there. Mm-hmm. That's what a sucker punch is, folks, because people are going, "You get beat up by a girl?" Yeah, I know. I get cracked in the face. I mean...
Of course.
And, I was seeing like double. Yeah. And my instincts immediately, even when I'm in shock, I go to the father. "You fucking set me up, didn't you?" Yeah. Just like that, as my eyes closing. Yeah. And he goes, "No, man, it was nothing like that." And I could tell it was. First of all, he didn't jump in to stop his daughter or go, "What are you doing?" Right. There was none of that. He just stood there and enjoyed it. Mm-hmm. My other fans jumped in and said, "Well, what the F are you doing?" or whatever. Yeah. And so...
When you saw the Charlie Kirk thing, where you talked about the question.
Yeah, it was. I was just going to say, when I saw the Charlie Kirk thing, I said to my wife, "Watch this," I had recorded. I go, "It's almost seamless. the person asked a question about shooting in trans or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And which was pretty ironic. And soon as that question was finished, there's a gunshot. It was like seamless. And I said, that was almost like a verbal cue. And I said to almost like when that guy was telling me he enjoyed the show, but his daughter wanted to punch me in the face.
Yeah.
As soon as he finished, that was like her cue to hit me.
Yeah.
It all came rushing back.
Yeah.
That's the level they work at, you know. And of course,
and they travel in packs.
Yeah,
because it's mob rule.
And what's disgusting about that was she was mentally ill, literally.
Sure.
He did bring that up, and looked, but he weaponized her.
Yeah.
He brought her to a Nick DiPaolo show. She's in college. She's nuts.
Yeah.
And said, let's do this.
Yeah. And
I'm convinced 1,000% on that.
I don't care.
And of course, the law wanted nothing to do with it. I called the courthouses, and it was always a woman DA or whatever going, well, are you blind? Are you permanently? Well, they want to, but if a guy sucker punched a woman comic, it would still be talking
What
about.
if she had a dagger? What if she had what if she had sharpened brass knuckles? What if it was a
I would
knife?
have dated her. Look at folks.
Right, but the point is, right, so the left, they go, you're fine. That doesn't happen with me being sucker punched by the union protester in Lansing, Michigan. I wasn't there. You know what they said? We watched the Young Turks video. Not the terabytes that I sent them. They said, you're fine. Being sucker punched by a 240, 260, could be 300-pound man, and then followed to your car with people saying they will kill you with their gun, some of which is on camera, by the way. You can see it. You're fine. That's the problem. I don't want you're fine anymore. I want the second that happens, she gets her ass beat. I want the second someone draws a knife, shot. I don't care if the milkshake is strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, acid, or concrete. Stop him. And if you're not the kind of guy who's going to stop him, we don't want you in our camp. That's what I want now.
I'd handle it differently. Now, it's so funny. After I was proud of myself for keeping my cool for once in my life.
Yeah.
Because I've been in a couple physical exchange with guys in the crowd.
Yeah.
Drunken guys. And so I was like proud of myself for not, I didn't want her to sue me and take away my house and everything.
Yeah.
So, but it's so funny. So I'm expecting like all my friends to go, hey, you did the right. Rogan was the first one. He goes, I think he said, you should have. He said, I would have leg whipped that bitch.
Yeah. Would have shattered her femur.
I know, taking her legs right off. Yeah. And I was like, Jesus. And a few of my other friends, like, you didn't do anything?
Yeah.
What?
Well, like you said, he weaponized the mentally ill. I don't care if they're mentally ill. Let me ask you.
No,
mentally
you're right.
ill means unfit, right? People meaning unfit. For example, this guy who killed Zarutska.
Right.
DeCarlos Brown Jr., I always get the name. Unfit for trial? Well, then, someone is responsible for him, just like if your dog attacks an innocent bystander, it's on you to control your dog. Am I comparing a human being to a dog? I am, as someone is mentally ill, meaning they are unfit to make rational decisions. You're in charge of that person, and if they act like an animal, they will be treated like an animal, and it's your fault, parents. It's your fault, spouse. Also, it's your fault, professors, who showed a snuff film to grade school students to try and create another generation of psychopaths like yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I think you said it pretty well, but the other day, talking about how like if you're at a table with your wife and somebody comes up and does something like that, like what they did to Nick or something else, like what would your reaction be there? That's what we should see. And we carried it over from Irina Zarutska. We wanted a car full of people swarming that guy, doing whatever was necessary to end the threat. And it doesn't mean you have to kill somebody or beat them into a coma. It just means you end the threat. But listen, all options are on the table until that threat is neutralized. I'm sorry, that just is the situation you have now. Not a bunch of people looking around and kind of wondering, how do I move away from this, and not caring at all about the girl. And in this case, Nick, for your instance, I want fists to come a-flying. When a fist goes at you, I want people taking care of the problem. I want their head on a swivel every single time, just like I want active shooters to wonder who's going to put them down because they're carrying a gun in a school looking for their prey. I want their head on a swivel so that they can't just sit there and pick people off. It's the exact same thing.
Yep, I would take it one step further. I don't want them to wonder. I want you to know. I want you to know that if you show up at one of my events, or Ben Shapiro's event, or Jordan Peterson's event, or Nick Fuentes' event, if you show up to an event and plan to be violent, I want you to know that your life will end and that we won't miss dinner. Well, I want you to know that.
I noticed, I read on the internet yesterday, I think it was, one of those Venezuelan narco, it was a cartel guy, admitting that they were nervous about smuggling drugs since Trump had those 2 barbecues
It
on
works.
the boats.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah.
A few drone
Called a
strikes.
deterrent.
Yeah, a few drone strikes, and Pablo Escobar needs a little bit of Xanax next time he decides to run a cargo ship.
Nick, you getting an important call? What's going on over there?
I'm sending a picture, you ass.
Hold on. Oh, it's worse than the one Hirono sent to me. He took it while he's sitting there. By the way, Nick, you do well for yourself.
No, I sent you a picture of my black eye from the Psycho.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we
Just
could
to
probably
show
get
you.
that on air. Yeah. This is, here's the thing. We have lived under this for so long, and the left doesn't. The left doesn't. And I mean it. I hope that people like Maya Angelou, I hope that people like, who did we talk about yesterday? Destiny can do his copycat, unoriginal, change my mind. And I hope he can continue, and everyone on the left can continue to do these events with minimal security as they always have because they have no fear. I genuinely hope that's the case. And I know that you're not going to go out and commit acts of violence, acts of senseless violence. I just want the left to know that they will pay with their life if they show up to ours. And by the way, that goes both ways. Here, you should be thrilled, right? If there's more right-wing violence than left-wing violence, we all accept. If someone shows up to a Chomsky or, I don't know, a Harris or whoever, if someone shows up from the right who is violent, you deal with them the exact way we'll deal with yours. You probably have a higher body count, right? If the right wing is more violent. Same rules. We accept the terms? These are the terms that I demand. And I demand from those on the right. I mean it. If you see an event that is going on, if you know that someone has come, be out there and be prepared to protect your friends and family. Be prepared, because they are attacking your friends and family. And that I have mixed emotions about a whole lot right now. Because I don't think I did a good enough job letting people know about the threat. And I'll talk about probably more at some point.
Any change?
But I'm angry at myself too, because I know that a lot of people out there don't realize this is real life. And being the guy who started Change My Mind, who this idea was challenging the left on their civil dialogue.
I hear her. I was thinking
And someone
you'd
sent
get
me a
her, but I
video
guess I don't.
recently. I mean, I did the Change My
That's
Mind, and I
okay,
said,
I
hey,
can
go
get her.
out, do it more on campus. You know, you guys do it. Take it. I want this to be a model for people to, and you saw people doing it. Someone sent me a video of Charlie Kirk saying that this was a big reason for him doing it. And he took it to do his own thing, his own way. That was huge. I wish I would have let people know the threats that we faced. I wish that I would have let people know, hey, you just see that what you don't see is the protocol we have. What you don't see is the constant violent threats. What you don't see is the concrete milkshake. What you don't see is the slashing of the tires. What you don't see is the calling to firebomb the car. What you don't see is when academia, when the administrations revoked our permit, that we had to get the hell out of Dodge, sometimes in armored vehicles. What you don't see is all the threats that we had to deal with for years, and it's why we stopped doing it. And maybe if I would have let people know, not just say, hey, there were some close calls, but if I let people know that the left wants you dead, maybe Charlie would have had a fighting chance. We don't know. I didn't do a good enough job. I really didn't. Why? Because we didn't want copycats. That's a big reason. It's not a valid reason, but it's the truth. The last thing you want is to tell people about a close call, so you see some sicko out there who makes the next one not a close call, but a hit. Yep. I tell you what, I see a lot of people out there now. That's why I'm doing this now. People say, why you're making it worse? I'm not making it worse.
Because they already did it. They already
I'm
did
trying
the
to
copycat.
save lives, because I see people talking about picking up Charlie's microphone. I see it online everywhere. And I need you to know that there are crosshairs already on it.
Yep.
And if you're playing around and you gotta know the threat, you gotta know how violent it is, you have to know how many times if I'd have zagged left instead of right, I wouldn't be here. It's by the skin of my teeth and a wonderful team who took every precaution, but you can take every precaution and things still go wrong. I didn't warn you enough. I didn't warn anyone enough because I wanted you to see the civil dialogue, and then I saw it getting worse and worse and worse where it could start. More civil. The left has always been violent, but it was a smaller contingency. Now it is a full-blown death cult. So you say, why are you doing this? Why are you escalating the temperature? I don't know how we could escalate the temperature anymore. I genuinely don't. When people, let me ask you this.
Escalating the temperature.
When people say tone it down, hey, let's tone it down. Let's bring down the temperature. And I'll be talking about this in Pierce Morgan. Okay. All right. Let's tone down the temperature. What's the most effective thing that we could do? Do you mean tone it down like sitting down at a table and allowing any single person with an opinion to discuss it?
Sure.
Because we can't do that. Let's bring down the temperature. Let's go out and speak about this public. No, we can't do that. Let's host a. Can't do that. Hey, maybe let's call on some professionals.
I'm doing some
they can't take our
blue,
calls.
some yellow,
They're too
and some
busy across the country
pink.
gleefully celebrating the death.
See? Blue.
Not a small contingency.
I'm going to use this blue
And if you look at
glass.
the polls, many polls, it's at least a
Feel it.
majority of the left who believe that violence is somewhat acceptable. That's the ideology.
I'll eat at the table.
Okay.
And maybe
Or,
I'm
yeah, I'll eat at the
considering
table.
this a mulligan.
There's glass all over the
It's like
place. I got to get one of
every
those
single one of you is going to
great
know the
trays
threat.
to catch
left
the glass
wants you
pieces
dead.
that fly.
They want you dead. If your face is melted by acid, you're in a coma because of a concrete milkshake.
All right.
Someone
I'll be right
firebombs
back.
your car so you get third-degree burns. Just as good.
Oops, press the wrong button. Okay, we're back. Dinner was amazing. Thank you to the wife.
These are hypotheticals because we've managed to
kids
block
on the chat.
all of them at least once. You saw the one that got through.
Oh.
So the alternative, when people say tone down the temperature, well, we know that we can't tone it down by sitting down at a table with anyone who will discuss or listen.
Yeah.
What does that mean? The only way to tone it down is to be silent. Well, that's not an option. So if it's silence, or the only way that this can be done is ruthless, unapologetic, hair-trigger defensive violence where the left is so afraid to show up and be violent so that you can actually exercise your First Amendment right, guess which one I pick? And I'm telling you this, it is a binary choice. It's silence or fill your hands, you son of a bitch. There is no more sitting down at a table and assuming that the left is peaceful and assuming that they share the same fundamental values that we hold and that this country was based upon. We don't. We don't have any commonality with a group of people, over 60% of whom, according to YouGov, and more than half, according to, I believe it was Reuters, back when people were also polled about assassinating someone like Donald Trump or Elon Musk, more than half in that poll, over 60% in the recent YouGov poll, Democrats. You can't find common ground with people who say that actually the violence is kind of acceptable. Find me one. You know that the stats are bullshit. You know they're bullshit. Got a Trump supporter, bang, bang, not political violence. This man is a MAGA right-wing extremist. They want to gaslight you. They want you to believe that everything you've seen about the shooter is a figment of your imagination. They want you to believe that Summer of Love never happened. It's a figment of your imagination. They want you to believe that that man who lost his life in Portland wasn't politically motivated, because then that means you're crazy, not the people who want to castrate themselves or suture up their vagina. You're the one who's crazy because you think there's political violence from the left. These people, the left, not every single person who votes Democrat, but the people you've seen on today's broadcast, the people you've seen celebrating it, they hate you. And again, I repeat this challenge. Show me one example on the left that is even close to Charlie Kirk. Let me define it. A civilian, not a head of state or elected official. I'll be broad. I'll allow comedian, I'll allow entertainer, I'll allow pundit, talking head, one civilian on the left who was assassinated in cold blood, in daylight, for simply expressing their opinion. Let's go with one from this century. One. And the gleeful celebration thereafter. One. I know Giffords, you can't point to Giffords, by the way, that's an elected official. People try and point to Minnesota, the Dortmunds.
Hoffman's, I believe.
The what?
Is it Hortman?
Hortman. Sorry. Hortman's. Well, the killer said that he wasn't pro-life and pro-Trump motivated, and that Tim Walz was the reason. Seems to be a psycho. But even, okay, let's assume for the sake of argument, even though it's an elected official, I'll give you that. How many right-wingers showed up and spat at their vigil?
Yeah, exactly.
How many conservatives showed up and went, yo nigga dead? Or are you more offended at the word of a quote? Got your nigga at a Charlie Kirk vigil.
Yeah, that was sick.
One?
Disgusting people.
Because if you can't find one, and if you can't find hundreds, as we can present, you show up. You show up to our events. You show up at our houses. You will be met with unapologetic, indifferent, ruthless violence. You'll be met with what you deserve. Do you think I'm fucking with you? You want to say this is irresponsible? Okay, make it about the response. You know what I think is irresponsible? Murder. And the environment that not only led to a senseless terrorist assassination, but that has led to a culture where the left is so comfortable that they celebrate at vigils. Do you know how I know the left's not afraid? Because skinny, fat, goth, feminist bitches are showing up with signs and guns saying, kill fascists at Charlie Kirk vigils, and not one of them has the fear of God in their eyes that they should.
Yep.
Not one. I'm not going to equivocate. And I'll defend it. Anyone who thinks what I've said is wrong, irresponsible, inciting immoral violence, send whoever you want. Don't send anyone you want back in one piece. Hey, do you like what you saw? I don't know how because it's on YouTube and we have to cut all the good parts out. So you should tune in live weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Rumble. We can still speak freely and even use words like and gay and whoa. You been here this whole time?
Yeah. Snuck in.
I love him, but he's trouble. Well, I mean, yeah, you're trouble, but no, I'm talking to the stream. They just started. Let's watch this. Kim Guest is good.
Was insane for a variety
No,
of
I
reasons.
said love him, but he's
trying
trouble.
to imply that the shooter was a Trump supporter and then mocking Donald Trump. Not going to be honest, I don't think Trump actually heard what the guy said. It's loud, there's a helicopter, and the guy says, how are you holding up? And Trump's just like, gives a generic response. Yeah, good, look what they're doing. I don't know. Sound like he didn't hear what he had to say because Trump's made many statements about this. Now, here's where it begins. Nexstar Media Group issued this press release earlier today. Nexstar ABC affiliates to preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely beginning tonight. They said Mr. Kimmel's comments about the death of Mr. Kirk are offensive and insensitive at a critical time in our national political discourse. And we do not believe they reflect the spectrum of opinions, views, or values of the local communities in which we are located, said Andrew Elford, president of Nexstar's broadcasting division. Continuing to give Mr. Kimmel a broadcast platform in the communities we serve is simply not in the public interest at the current time. And we have made the difficult decision to preempt his show in an effort to let cooler heads prevail as we move toward the resumption of respectful, constructive dialogue. Now, this also followed statements from the FCC chair on Benny Johnson's show saying, effectively, you can't do things like this, right? We get some new lows of the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to. Of course, that's Kimmel's statement. And this was Brendan Carr appearing on Benny's show, and they describe it as issuing threats against ABC and Disney. Now, NBC News has responded by saying that ABC pulled the show after the FCC threatened them, as if to make it appear as though the Trump administration got Jimmy Kimmel fired, when actually this was a private business interest that did it. And I'm going to give you a couple reasons real quick before we launch into the panel why this is likely the case. For one, I think Hassan made a great point. I didn't actually hear him say it, but it was reported in the New York Times that he was concerned about the death of Charlie Kirk because he could be next. And I think many of these television network execs, seeing the vitriol, are also concerned that if violence escalates, these people at the top of these networks, they will be doxxed, they will be known. Nobody wants to live that way. And so if you're running a network and you see Jimmy Kimmel say explicitly, despite the fact law enforcement has already said, here's his motivating factors, Jimmy Kimmel says, nah, it was Trump. It was the MAGA guys. You are fanning the flames of political violence in a very terrifying and dangerous way, and mocking Donald Trump, whose friend just died, over that clip, which I assume is probably out of context or Trump didn't hear, is despicable. And I'm sure
Hey, Roku, where are you?
From being offended, were more so concerned that Jimmy Kimmel was driving the temperature hotter and hotter
Hey,
in
Roku,
an extreme way.
where are you?
And so I think many of them are like, guys, if we don't put a stop to this and say we are not going to
Can I
tolerate
have my
political
phone?
violence,
I can
it'll
ping it.
escalate. If we do not punish those
Let me have my
who are
phone for a
dancing on
minute,
the
and then you
grave
can watch
and
our show
demanding
some
more
more.
or lying
I
about
just need to
this,
find the remote
left
for Mom.
will be emboldened, and there will be more death,
Yo,
and the
Roku,
right will
watch.
respond. There has
So you
to
have to
be
do it.
a simmering down of
Roku.
temperatures. And that's why people are getting fired. And that's why Jimmy Kimmel got fired. But I'm curious if you guys agree. What do you think?
And then we go to
I think that that's
our devices.
probably about the size of it. The idea that this is because of pressure from the government, I think
And then we
that's
go to the
unlikely.
family
I don't think
room.
that Brendan
And then
Carr
we
just making a
go.
remark is actually enough
Close
to
that.
make
Don't
people
open
move.
that.
Because
No hit
I
king
feel
remote.
like that there's still a sentiment where if the government says, "Oh, we might do this," there's still enough people that would feel like pushing
Hang
back on
on.
the government is worth the, you know, it's worth the juice. Whereas if you're going to look at losing sponsors and losing, you know, people, the higher ups at the company you work for, seeing significant repercussions, that'll get people to move. That'll get companies to move.
Yeah, it would be the relationship with Disney and Nexstar that would be the bigger issue here than it would be Disney and the government. And for that, and for the most part, what's sad is like this will end up benefiting Kimmel in the long run because Colbert's ratings spiked after he got canceled, after his show was officially canceled, even though he's still on the air. His contract has to run out. And the most profitable aspect of his whole show right now is like their YouTube views are very high. And I wouldn't be surprised if they end up moving him away from terrestrial television entirely because this is a dying business model. The ratings in general for late night TV are, me and Tate were talking about it before the show now, are heavily dependent on whether there's sports on television at all these days. The ratings have been down consistently. And the funny thing is, Kimmel is number 2 in the ratings on late night next to Colbert, who's already been canceled because his ratings are garbage. So everybody knows that this type of television is a dying model anyways. Why would you fan the flames in something that's so incendiary right now in a world where you hire 100 writers to work on these shows, which is why they cost a fortune to make and they lose money on every episode? Why with 100 writers could you not find a more palatable way to try to get your point across? You can't, because your point is disgusting.
I actually think, you know, as to your point about being second in ratings, we know that Colbert was costing them tens of millions of dollars per year. I think Kimmel was as well, but they didn't know how to end his contract, or they couldn't end his contract.
It ends next year in 2026.
Indeed. I imagine they were probably saying, we're not going to renew it, but we can't do anything right now. This pops up, and now they have a morality clause exemption to terminate his contract. And I'm sure they said, let's pull it.
Yeah. In addition to what you're saying about them not wanting to be associated with this side of things from potential vigilantes, they probably don't want the DOJ or related groups to see them as part of the Antifa, Soros network that could be getting rolled up or at least investigated. Because, you know, one thing you've seen on Twitter this week is the media companies, the media cable channels being really lumped in with that whole network of NGOs, nonprofits, law firms. So this could be a way to distance themselves.
Wait, Serge, is this fact check true?
So this is what when I was looking at it, it looked like it wasn't exactly like I'd seen the footage before. Basically, what he did was he took an old footage of Trump being asked a question and he dubbed over the question as if he had been asked that question, and it's not even the same thing. And if you watch the footage again, you probably see that it seems it is from a year prior, I believe. But he dubs over the question kind of poorly. The reverb kind of gives it away. But yeah, you'll I guess you can see it again. But
wow, hold on, let's play it.
Yeah.
See how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They just started.
So wait,
I'm trying from what I'm understanding. When I've asked AI about this, from what I understand is that it was from a previous clip. I don't think that's from the same thing. They just dubbed the audio.
Right. So I don't know if I believe that, man.
That's
I don't know.
huge.
I'm not sure.
That would explain why it got canceled.
Yeah, like
so Serge asked AI, and it said that the clip of Donald Trump originally aired in 2024, and so you what did you ask ChatGPT this right now?
Yeah, basically what I know. I asked Grok. I haven't asked any other AIs. I just did when I first heard you talk about it. So I'm trying to figure it out right now.
Let's fact check that because that sounds crazy.
Yeah, Kimmel played. It's what it's telling me is Kimmel played the 2024 clip in the September 16th, 2025 monologue to mock Trump's unrelated response in a hypothetical context. But he didn't really make it clear that that's a hypothetical context or anything like that.
Like I did remember.
It sparked accusations of decontextualization from conservative outlets like Fox News and New York Post. So
I thought I did remember seeing other White House reporters verifying that he said that, but then a lot of them were saying it was so loud and raucous in the area that there's no way Trump could have heard that, especially parse out what the context.
They were talking about the White House ballroom, which has been
I don't think
focus
Jimmy
of
Kimmel.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I have no idea. I'm just
The discussion about the White House ballroom has been going on lately, though, so it's hard to believe that the clip was pulled from before.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm currently.
Oh, right. They're doing the renovations right
Yeah,
now.
like so that
Yeah,
seems
okay. That
current
because
with
that seemed way crazier.
Yeah.
I mean, the part about characterizing him as MAGA is already crazy. That's something that's so verifiably proven false already, but they don't care, and that's one bridge too far as it is, which is why I'm sure a lot of people believe that Disney's issue here is that he lied outright about something like that's a whole other thing to edit that clip in such a deceptive way.
I'd like to offer you all this. To conservatives, I give you an argument, and to liberals, I give you your argument back to you. It's a comic from XKCD, which the liberals waved in our faces as our friends and even our enemies were censored, despite the fact we had objections to it because people are allowed to express their opinions. And in this rather ignorant comic, in which XKCD has no idea what he's talking about, liberals claimed this. Public service announcement. The right to free speech means the government can't arrest you for what you say. It doesn't mean that anyone else has to listen to your BS or host you while you share it. The First Amendment doesn't shield you from criticism or consequences. If you're yelled at, boycotted, have your show canceled, or get banned from an internet community, your free speech rights aren't being violated. It's just that the people that are listening think you're an a-hole, and they're showing you the door. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. This is one of the stupidest things I've ever read, and I'll tell you why. But this is what liberals stood on, as they said, everybody with an offensive opinion who express it should be banned. In fact, people who said #LearnToCode were getting banned on Twitter.
It's worth pointing out the context surrounding the people that are losing their jobs or being quote unquote canceled now is the death of an innocent man, right? A murder. And they're complaining, they're saying, oh, cancel culture is back. And if you think about the reasons that people on the right got cancels, it was because they misgendered someone. They used the wrong swear word.
#LearnToCode.
Yeah, they said they were basically taunting media personalities or journalists on the internet.
Yeah, making fun of a journalist was grounds to be permanently banned.
So
now,
it's ridiculous.
Yes, I understand, and I think it's an important distinction to say. People are losing their jobs for mocking the death of somebody, which shows a dramatic and violent escalation of the rhetoric, and what Jimmy Kimmel and others are doing could lead to more violence. That I completely understand. The underlying factor in these cancellations now is that a man is dead, his wife and children were there and they watched it happen, and it is gruesome and horrifying. And we have a story from someone on the ground that I'm going to make sure everybody understands how serious this is. But let me make one thing clear first about this liberal argument. Free speech and the First Amendment are two distinct things. The right to free speech is a principle held by a moral and virtuous people. That means they themselves will not infringe upon your right. You can speak, they'll leave you alone. The First Amendment says the government shouldn't. XKCD wrongfully conflated these things because these people have no idea what they're talking about. And the last thing I will say to all the liberals that are crying about this, one, I still believe in free speech. I will still defend free speech, just not for you. You know why? Because you asked me not to. You came to me and said, Tim, if people say hate speech, they should be banned. And I said, I disagree with that. You said, this is the way I want to live. And then I said, okay, fine. I will uphold your wishes for you. So when Jimmy Kimmel gets fired, my response is, I don't care. I love it.
Yeah, and if you want to go have that argument right now, go yell at Pam Bondi.
I'm glad Jimmy Kimmel's gone.
Over there, right? They're talking
Finally,
about what they're
time.
discussing with hate speech over there, and plenty of people are having that argument.
Sure.
Do you remember the case? I mentioned it today. A couple of years ago, if you want to talk about the difference between what's going on right now and a couple of years ago,
Can't believe
the
it
guy
was
who got
this that
fired
got him
for cracking
fired.
his knuckles outside of his car door, and they thought he was putting up the OK hand symbol.
Right.
That's if you're comparing the two, they're not the same thing. And for people like me who do take the Free Speech Act side of this very, very seriously, what happens is you've just bled out my desire to help you, given the fact that nobody wanted to help anybody else before.
And now what I'm going to do for all of you, because many people are making the argument about free speech or otherwise, is going back to the conversation about the severity of the circumstances we deal with. Jimmy Kimmel falsely portrayed a mass shooter as a conservative. And now the reason that's so dangerous is that they are already trying to justify and call for more murders. And you know what? I got no problem saying I take it personally, as my name is on many of these lists. So when someone says, stop defending a mass shooter publicly, and you get banned for it, I ain't going to defend you. But so that you all really understand, and I know everybody on the right and everybody who truly knew Charlie was, they already do. But for those liberals who want to make the argument, I have a video here from Frank Turek, who's going to give you his account of what happened. on that fateful day. It's 5 minutes,
I watched
and
this.
I ask you
It
to
was
please
sad
just listen. And
listening
it's
to
going to be
Frank this
hard,
morning.
and it was hard for me, but it was
Yep.
hard. It was much harder for Frank,
very
who was
hard.
actually there. And after you hear what he says, maybe you will understand why we should not be tolerating the left dance on
accusing
graves
him
and
as a-
call for
yep.
more death. I give you Frank Turek.
Now, here's what Erica wants me to relate on Sunday. This is going to be the hard part, but maybe also the comforting part. Charlie Kirk was literally like a son to me. I have 3 sons. He was like my 4th son. My 3 sons are a little bit older than Charlie. He was like my 4th son. So when he was hit, if your son got hit, what would you do? What would you do? I got in the car. Because if there was any way I could save him, I had to do something. I couldn't just, just take him. You guys got it. So they got him into the side of the car. It was an SUV. It was the SUV we took over. And I'm on one side, and there's actually some video of this. Somebody was taking video of this. I'm on one side of the car, the right side, and they're getting Charlie in. So I run over to the other side, but the guy was dragging him in. They're now blocking that entrance. So at that point, I run around to the back. I pop the back gate open, and I jump in the back. The car lurches forward. Apparently, somebody jumped in the car. So the car lurches forward, so I almost fall out of the car, the SUV. Then I grab the thing and close it, and there's 5 of us in the car now. Justin's driving. Dan is up front with the GPS. Rick has got him. Rick's on my left, and Brian is there, and I'm coming over the back seat, and Charlie's laid out in front, just right in front of me. And Charlie's so tall, we can't close the door. We drove 4 miles, I don't know, it's 4 something miles, all the way to the hospital with the door open. To this day, I don't know how Brian stayed in the car, because we're just go, 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 go. We're trying to stop the bleeding. You saw it. And I'm yelling, come on, Charlie, come on, come on. Meanwhile, my phone is still on. My son and daughter-in-law are hearing this whole thing. And his security team, again, Justin, Dan, Brian, and Rick, they love Charlie. But they were much cooler than I mean, they're just carrying out, they're calmly, but they're swiftly doing exactly what they were trained to do. Rick starts praying out loud. I'm praying out loud. We're yelling, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. My son's hearing all this. And we're doing the best we can to navigate traffic. This is not a highway. We're on surface streets. And suddenly there's an ambulance coming toward us. And there was conversation in the car. Should we stop? We're like, no, just keep going. Just keep going. The doctor later said that was the right thing to do. Ambulance goes by us. We're still heading to the hospital, trying to get there. At one point, somebody says, let's get there in one piece, because we're cutting through intersections, we're just beeping the horn. This is not a emergency vehicle. There's no lights. There's none of this. And I go, we got to start CPR. So I try and start that. Now, Charlie wasn't there. His eyes were fixed. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking past me right into eternity. He was with Jesus already. He was killed instantly and felt absolutely no pain. That's what I was told later. But of course, we had to try. And by the way, there was just nothing any of us could do about it. We were giving him CPR, but nothing was happening. It wasn't like if we had better first aid or we had better medical facilities or we were faster to the hospital, we could have saved him. We couldn't. So if that's any comfort at all, Charlie didn't suffer. He was gone. He was with Jesus, absent from the body, present with the Lord. That's where he was. Now, it is true, when we got to the hospital and they started working on him right away, they did get a pulse back. And so Rick and I were just, everyone's praying. We're just praying for a miracle. We had we had a small sliver of hope. And the doctor later said that we got a pulse because Charlie was a very healthy man, but the shot was catastrophic. So 20 or 30 minutes later, the surgeon came out and said he was dead.
I hope people hearing that story and that account of what happened understand why we are not playing any games. This is not a question of someone saying naughty words and you felt insulted. This was an innocent man who asked for speech and debate, who was moderate politically. And it's funny when these liberals are like, this is moderate, and they show him saying things like no abortion should be allowed. And I'm like, have you met a Christian ever in your life? That's the middle of the road Christian position. There are some Christians who are like, we should like have prison and jail for people who get abortions, like even the women. And Charlie was a moderate on this issue. And he was murdered in cold blood by a lunatic. And it sounds like with the FBI currently investigating some of these terror groups, these Antifa cells, that there may be more people involved. We don't know. It's been reported that he was a lone shooter. The messages seem to convey that, but nobody really believes those messages, and we don't know exactly. But it was reported earlier today that I believe they did bring in, I got to fact check this one, but this was relayed to me by some, I'll just call it security and law enforcement professionals, that they have brought in individuals associated with the Discord for questioning, and I'll fact check that one. So Jimmy Kimmel coming out and saying the shooter was MAGA, when you have stories like this and the severity of what we're dealing with, is one of the most insane and dangerous things you could possibly do. And I will stress, I don't want to see people lose their jobs for having bad opinions, but I will also stress Jimmy Kimmel being able to go onto his show to several million people and lie to them about the state of politics in this country is driving the political violence. And that's just it. So when the network says you insulted a man grieving his friend, you claimed and lied. Now think about what that does to ABC when they have to issue a retraction because it was false, egregiously false. They don't want to do that either. They're going to be facing some suits, who knows what. So they said, that's it, we're done. Not to mention his show is probably losing money. But I hope people, I apologize for people who maybe didn't want to hear that story, but I think it's very, very important everybody did.
Well, to your point about violence and what's going on, what Kimmel was trying to do there is what the media did in the 70s with the Weathermen, with the family, particularly with the Black Liberation Army, where you have these leftist, Marxist radicals who are murdering dozens of people, planting bombs, blowing up buildings, and the media is claiming either it's not happening or we don't know what their motives are. We don't know if they're an organized group, which is, of course, what they've said about Antifa as well. And it's this attempt to cover up this leftist insurgency, a proto-guerrilla movement that's happening inside America and is extremely dangerous and violent. And the Weathermen were never dealt with. Chesa Boudin, who was one of the top people in the Wren Collective and really helped Soros push this soft-on-crime policy all over America. He's the son of Kathy Boudin, who helped murder someone during an armed car robbery and never really faced justice for it other than some time in prison. Similarly, Obama's mentors, Bill Ayers and Bernadine Dorn, Weathermen never faced jail for bombings. They think they can get away with it this time like they got away with it for a decade in the 70s, and that can't be allowed to happen. So I think Kimmel's firing is very important on that front.
Let's take a listen to, we got this from Mediaite. America is a less free place. Brian Stelter aghast at ABC's chilling decision to suspend Jimmy Kimmel. They don't learn their lesson. Listen to this.
Truly dropped as, I think, a shock to anybody who heard it, even if they knew that Brendan Carr, the pro-Trump chief of the FCC, had made the comments he made on that podcast. I don't think there's anybody who literally thought within hours Jimmy Kimmel would be gone.
Right, absolutely right. In fact, this was very sudden this afternoon after Carr spoke out on that far-right podcast. Then some stations that are...
Far-right podcast. Benny Johnson, again, moderate conservative.
Owned by other companies, but affiliated with ABC, started to complain to ABC. We know one of them, Nexstar, which has about 24 stations with the ABC logo and all the ABC programming. Nexstar publicly announced that they were going to drop Kimmel's show indefinitely. Within a matter of minutes, we heard from Disney that the show was being pulled altogether. That suggests to me that other station owners were probably also getting scared. Other station owners were probably also coming up with backup plans not to air Kimmel's show. But even though we're talking about comedy, this is so serious. Comedy. America is a less free place if late night comedians cannot do and say what they want.
I want to just stress, and let's take a pause real quick.
He's not a
Just some
late night
commentary on
comedian.
this. We all know what Jimmy Kimmel did. He lied about the motivations of the shooter, which
Yes.
creates a shield for the shooter. When the liberals come out and say he was actually a conservative or from a conservative background, and the bolts never were engraved with anything, and he wasn't this, and what they are doing when they lie about the shooter, when they lie about Charlie and issue fake quotes, they're effectively saying to the liberal who watches CNN or Kimmel, who is scared that the values that they've supported have led to a death, they're telling you, no, don't be upset over this. Charlie was a very, very bad man, and don't worry, the shooter was actually a Trump supporter. Keep on doing what you're doing, which resulted in this shooting. That's why it needs to stop.
Yeah, well, and to Will's point, they're just completely flabbergasted that they're actually in an environment where you can get held accountable for this kind of stuff. Because the way like Brian's presenting it is like that the right's like settling scores right now. Like that's the way he's presenting it, and that's just not at all what's happening. Because we saw like Frank's video, we understand the magnitude of what happened on Wednesday. They don't. They think that this is just some flippant thing that we're freaking out over. And so it's like, yeah, they're just so confused that they can actually be held accountable for this, nonsense that they're spewing.
Well, and on the point of being held accountable, free speech, as Tim was saying earlier, is really, it's not a law, it's a culture. And it's, as a culture, it's a set of duties and responsibilities. So if you have one side that's advocating for terrorism against the other side and celebrating murder, of course the other side's not going to find that okay. You're no longer part of that culture because you intentionally distance yourself from it for temporary political advantage or to support something far more awful than that, which is what they're now doing.
If you look at what it looks like when you look at all the people that were treating this situation the way they were, the people that were saying awful things about Charlie, the people that were celebrating his death, there was people who were talking about the Gen Z aspect of it, the young people on TikTok who were doing so, but then you have the group of the aging boomers and the Gen Xers who do still find this type of television relevant, who find this lie very easy to swallow because it reaffirms their worldview and it absolves them of any guilt that they may feel. And you can't change the culture and you can't find people away to a better understanding of one another if you can't even trust either group to be honest with one another about what's going on.
All you have to do is listen to what the pundits were saying, and you know where they stand, right? So Aaron Burnett said, I think it's Aaron Burnett, right? Said Trump-aligned FCC. You never heard anyone say Obama-aligned FCC.
To be fair, you do hear people say Obama-appointed judges.
Obama appointee, but for the most part, the only time that's mentioned is if it's in the context of something that is actually partisan. This isn't partisan. Jimmy Kimmel said something terrible about a dude that was murdered, and then the same thing with Brian Seltzer. He was like, he calls Benny Johnson far right. Anyone that doesn't, that's to the right of the bulwark, which is essentially center left now, is considered far right. It's ridiculous.
They never give you an example of what the appropriate level of right is.
Well, because
there is no appropriate level of right.
And this is where it broke down for them. Because Charlie Kirk was middle of the road conservative, like moderate conservative. He was almost he's just a conservative. There's nothing, and he holds traditional religious opinions. So what the memes started coming out was when they claimed it was the further right that killed him, even though he was already the far right. There were memes of people on the left. You go to Threads, and they're saying, "You mean there's a further right group worse than Charlie Kirk?" And everyone's like, "Is this a joke?"
Yeah.
And it's because that's the world they live in, watching garbage like CNN. Now, and I'll just say this. It is Colin Wright's meme personified. The right hasn't really moved. And the left has gone so far off the deep end.
Yeah.
Centrists are now right-wing to these people. Benny Johnson is far right.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a Bible-believing Christian 30 years ago, and you're a Bible-believing Christian today, you're essentially the same guy.
No. They've moderated. Charlie Kirk said gay people should be welcome in his movement.
Yeah.
Like, this is
but for the most part, I mean, like, there were always Christians that said, look, you hate the sin, not the sinner. So you don't hate gay people. You hate their lifestyle, or you hate that they're sodomites or whatever you want to call them. But the fact of the matter is, there were always people that were like, look, we can be around them, we can talk to them, we can treat them as we can be friendly with them, we can treat. You want to be polite, you want to be nice, because you want them to feel like they can come out of the lifestyle that they're in and come to Christ, right? That was the argument.
Bill has it 100%.
However, mainstream position, even 15 plus years ago from the conservatives was we
Bill
won't
has
accept
this
gay marriage.
100%.
And many people who are middle of the road, moderate, or default libs switched to Trump when the choice was Hillary or Trump because Trump was actually more socially liberal. Trump unfurled a pride flag on stage at the RNC, and a lot of middle of the road people were like, I can vote for that now. Trump created a big tent party where moderate and disaffected liberals said, Hillary's nuts, Trump's the right answer. Charlie Kirk famously argued with people saying that gay people should be welcome in their movement. And there's one video that's got millions of views where he tells a young gay man, I don't judge you, and you shouldn't judge yourself and introduce yourself based on the actions or what you do in private. It should be about, are you a good person, and will you come to Christ? Will you be a better person? That is a more more socially liberal position than in the past, and they called Charlie a homophobic bigot far right. If he's far right, imagine what Republicans were 10 years ago. Now they're pretending like they don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Charlie's policy package that he presents is probably probably the plurality of Americans. I think that's fair to say, like traditional conservative, evangelical, these sorts of things. And yeah, they're saying that puts a target on your back, like full stop. That's what they've declared.
Well, and the target on your back part is extremely important. To go back to Antifa, some of the armed factions related to it, like the John Brown gun clubs, why do they call themselves John Brown gun clubs? Why do they continue to push this far right, your super racist message, like Jasmine Crockett saying ISIS slave patrol recently?
Did you fight, Eli? We are better than this.
Very dire things in your future that they want to do to you, and you can see it. That's why they're glorifying John Brown. If you look at who he killed, the Doyle family, they had nothing to do with slavery.
You know what we should have done, and I apologize for this, we should have pulled up Brian Stelter's reaction to Roseanne getting fired. Because how much you want to bet he was like, well, you can't be a racist and a bigot. It's too bad. And now he's like, oh, no, he's effectively fanning the flames of violence and justifying murder.
I mean, this is just what, like, for somebody like me who, like, when all of this started, I had to kind of have that discussion with myself about how I feel about it, because I do tend to err on the side of, like, look, and I understand the conservative argument, right? It's like, it doesn't matter if they're going to use it against you later because they already used it against you before. You need to exercise the power when you have it. And I understand that, but because that's not, you know, I don't fall in conservative circles. That's never lined up for me. But then I look at the way that these people have behaved. I look at doctors, lawyers, nurses, people educating your children, dancing on the grave of someone. And I'm like, take the politics out of it. Remove it from it entirely. Is this a person I would want to be spending any time with?
No.
Am I supposed to go to bat for somebody that abhorrent? And I've got about 10,000 other things in my life I have to finish first, and then I'll get to that.
Let me just say, ladies and gentlemen, I did. It took me 2 seconds. Brian Stelter said, excuses, excuses, excuses. That's what's happening. We are seeing Barr trying to say she's sorry, trying to apologize, but then in the next breath, she's making excuses, blaming this on liberal media double standard, saying she is the real victim. Here is the sense of how he got here with his head spinning 24 hours. So this is CNN.com transcripts of about Roseanne Barr, and it took me 2 seconds to find the transcript. So, sure. But Barr undermining her own apology with a torrent of retweets from fans portraying her as a victim of a liberal double standard. The comedian also retweeting a number of fake and offensive posts, including this fake yearbook quote, claiming Jarrett wanted to change America to be more like an Islamic country. Also later deleted. Jarrett is taking the high road, responding to Barr's initial tweet on Tuesday. Thank you, Brian Stelter. How terrified were you that Roseanne Barr posted a dumb joke on Twitter and got fired over it? No. You are a hypocrite and a liar, and your words mean nothing. But you know what? It was bad that people got fired for jokes. It was worse that people got fired for jokes they made 10 years ago. It is extremely terrifying when young men are gunned down in cold blood and then Jimmy Kimmel lies about it. Other liberals lie about it. They call for more. They dance on his grave, and they put out lists with people's names on it. Again, very personal, because my names are on those lists. My name's on that list as well. So Brian, maybe you need to take a step back and go to confession or something.
Very real.
Yeah, indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have massive breaking news from Truth Social. Donald Trump has deemed Antifa a terrorist organization. He has
nice.
Truth. I am pleased to inform our many USA patriots that I am designating Antifa a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster as a major terrorist organization. I will also be strongly recommending that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Let's
go.
Let's go. Yeah,
That's
this is exactly what needed to happen.
Antifa getting run out of town.
We have so many options now that Antifa's been declared a terrorist organization. This opens up a war chest of options to really go at the throat here.
Now, what are you talking about? It's a decentralized group. They don't even have a leader.
You know, my favorite thing was that famous clip where Trump is debating Biden, and he says, Antifa, and then Biden goes, Antifa's an idea. The real threat's white supremacy. White supremacy's an idea too, you moron. Antifa is an international association. They fly a banner.
They have chapters.
Right. They have cells.
With merch. You can't say you're not a group and have merch. Those are mutually exclusive ideas.
Like bumper stickers.
Yeah. So let's try and let's clarify as much as we can. There are Antifa cells. They fly the banner. They have a shared flag. But these groups are specific. So they'll call themselves like Insert City Antifa or something banner Antifa. And the generic term Antifa refers to their ideology and loose-knit set of ideals and where they band together. But flying the flag is intended to make them a singular group. Meaning, if an Italian Antifa guy comes to the United States and has the patch, it is easily recognizable to someone in the United States. And if a riot breaks out, they know how to coordinate because they share tactics. So if you can't designate that an international terrorist organization, literally what can you? Are we going to pretend that it's not really ISIS because the guy only pledged to ISIS and was practicing what they preached in their tactics, but he never actually went to Syria?
Awesome.
No, he's flying their banner. It is a group, and there are cells all over the world. So some have argued you can't create domestic terror organizations, and that is my understanding is true. Some have said I'm wrong, but it doesn't matter. Antifa's international. They are a foreign terror organization with U.S. cells and chapters. And it's about time these people face the consequences of their actions, because for a better part of a decade, longer than that, because I've been experiencing it since the Occupy protests, they use similar tactics. They have a similar ideology. They get funded. Where the money comes from is, I'm curious, and they engage in violence to suppress people's rights and shut down free speech. You may not like the Proud Boys. You may not like Patriot Prayer, but a bunch of right-wingers with American flags walking down the street never bothered anybody. You want to get mad about rioters with American flags, by all means, but patriotic Americans walking down the street with American flags is totally legal and protected, and the far left throwing bricks, throwing firebombs, that was always illegal, and it's time for games to stop.
This is exactly what I've been calling for when I say the federal government needs to do something about terrorism in the United States. Antifa are a terrorist organization. They have always been a terrorist organization. They are a revolutionary communist group, usually communist. Sometimes there'll be some anarchist, like anarcho-communists in there, but they're still communists at their core. And that, honestly, the distinction about anarcho-communists versus regular communists, it's a distinction without a difference, because they end up being communists at the end of the day.
Well,
they're not really, they don't want no government. They want a government that tells everybody to be the type of communist that they are.
I actually really, really love this political compass distinction. It's important for everybody. Libertarian communists do exist. It's a real thing. There's like 3 of them, and they live on a farm, and you've never heard of them, and you'll never see them. Why? Because all they do is live on a farm, and it's what a libertarian communist does. They walk up to their room and go, "Hey, my watermelons are ripe. Do you want to share some?" "Sure, man." And then afterwards, we'll do the dishes together. And they don't bother anybody, and nobody cares. In fact, there are some small communes in the United States where they have like 20 to 100 members, and they don't bother anybody, because they mind their own business, and they have little hippy-dippy farms.
It breaks down after about 100 people.
It does. Yeah. It literally does. That's why the most well-known libertarian commune has only 100 people, and they won't allow any more.
Really?
Yeah, and only when someone leaves does the wait list open up for the next person to come in.
There's like I've heard that like once you get past 100 members of anything like that, it starts to break down.
And so what you actually end up with in these cities are people claiming they're libertarian socialists or libertarian or anarcho-communists, and then they firebomb a police car. And you're like, yeah, bro, let me just explain something. When you use threat of death to enforce your ideology, that's authoritarian, okay, not anarcho. When the hippie goes on the farm and says, "Come hang out if you want," that's libertarian. And no one cares, because nobody even knows these people exist. I go to conservatives and they're like, "There's no such thing." I say, no, trust me. There's just like 3 of them. I've met them. They're chill. They're all right. They're smoking pot somewhere. I don't dig their lifestyle, but they leave me alone.
Yeah.
People in the streets with batons and clubs and
I
fire
tried
bombs,
weed. It
they were
helped a little
always
bit
the
with the
tankies.
pain, but not like a
and
crazy
so
amount.
it's good that he's
Smoking more of it
signed
than
the terrorist
the board.
organization.
Well, real quick, I imagine tomorrow will be an executive order of some sort.
Sure. I would assume so as well. I don't imagine that there will be international drone strikes, but or drone strikes in other countries or anything like that. But I do think that the FBI should start actually tracking down people that put up videos with that they're flying the Antifa flag. If they're making comments about anti-fascist, blah blah blah, the federal government should start knocking on their doors just because it chills behavior. It's not about wrapping up people for speech, but if they're involved with an actual terrorist organization, which Antifa is, and 2020 was evidence of that. They rioted all summer. They destroyed property.
Yes.
They were doing everything they could to intimidate people. They were literally
That Trump just labeled Antifa a terrorist organization. Finally,
Black Lives Matter. Go and find those people and start asking them they are involved in terrorist activities. If their plans, and you will see a significant drop in people that are actually going to say things like Charlie Kirk deserved it.
And then you can go to Berkeley and set up a little table and say, let's have a conversation, and no one will smash it, and no one will throw rocks at you. And that is the crazy thing about this country today is I can already hear the liberals
a rebel organization that is supposed to be anti-fascist, but it's really anti-political organization that's not.
I think it was Cam Higbee who was like saying he's got like a sign up saying no one should die for their opinions, and a guy comes and attacks him.
Like if you don't agree with them, they hate you, they want to attack you, they want to destroy you.
You guys are criminals. You are fascists.
They're criminals.
And Trump is saying stop doing that. But more importantly,
he labeled it
honestly,
a terrorist organization.
If someone flies a banner of whatever they want to fly. Free speech. Seriously, I mean. The question is, if people are saying they're aligned with this,
you need to be
I believe
more
it's
careful.
enough cause to investigate whether they're providing material support to violent terrorist groups. Now, if you want to say they shouldn't be called terrorists,
Blink it off your head.
I don't care what your argument is.
You need to be able to see where you're going.
If they're engaging in violence against other people for the purpose of suppressing their speech or ability to engage in American democracy, then they are terrorists. And so, could you imagine if someone went on, like, say, Piers Morgan and said, if you wanted your friend to live, you shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump? Yeah, imagine if something like that happened. Imagine if they. I'm going to say this.
And then it's got this old person stopper that stands on its own. It's great.
You mentioned that, and Destiny has never flown like Antifa flags, and I'm bummed that this isn't going to wrap them up. But anyways,
so we had a security assessment today, and I actually do have a story from Variety about this. I gave them a big long quote. We did initially cancel the college event that I was going to be doing because I had actually reached out to Charlie some time ago, and I said, I'll paraphrase, but I was like, dude, this is awesome what you were doing. I'm a huge fan of this. I would love to do things like this. I saw what he was doing, how effective it was, and I was like, man, I wish I could be like Charlie and I could do this too. And he responded with, let's get to it. Let's make it work. So we're both busy guys. We're working out what we're doing with AmFest, whatever's going to go on. I'm not entirely sure yet. But I did organize with Alex Stein one of these events. And we canceled that. That was going to be on the 11th. We were going to Penn State. We are not anymore because our security team cannot secure it. And so we actually
Penn State's a little rough. It would have been cool to see him there, though.
Culture War live events as well. I decided, no, these are indoors. Let's do it. Well, unfortunately, we had a security assessment. Sat down with my security team once again, and they said, we cannot secure this event. It's up to you. And so then I talked to my wife, we discussed it, and we were like, right now, we can't do it. So I want to stress this, why this is so important that Trump is taking action against these terrorists. I don't think it will stop the violence right now. I think maybe in the future, we can stem the bleed, as it were, figuratively. Meaning, it will only get worse if nothing is done, but at least for now, we may pull out of this tailspin. Because of these people, they got the venue canceled on us the first time we did this because of threats of terror. And we pushed back, and they brought our event back, and only 3 people showed up to protest. Now, because of the death threats, one crazy person, we can't secure the event. And so for at least the time being, we were told we cannot provide meaningful security, which prevents a few problems. Everyone's going to respond with, Tim, be brave, don't let them stop you. Tell that to the insurance company when the security assessors say we can't provide security, and the insurance company says we won't insure your event, and then the venue says without insurance, you can't have one. That's not happened just yet because we're voluntarily saying we're going to, this is what we've typically dealt with insurance for events, the things that you need in order to make them happen. And we just said, listen, it's not even just about that. I don't want to make it seem like an insurance company came to us and shut us down. I'm saying that's just a major component. We think being unable to secure it and a challenge to whether or not we're going to be able to afford the insurance means we should probably wait. And so I don't know exactly what's going to be happening with this. There's also the trip to Arizona, which I mentioned the other night, which I don't know exactly what's going to be happening, but I'm being told right now to buy a wig. I'm not kidding. Buy a wig, get a polo shirt and some cargo shorts and sunglasses if you want to go to Arizona. And I'm like, I don't know that I can live like this. Now, I get it. Big celebrities, bigger than, like, who am I? I'm some guy on the internet who complains. You know, Brad Pitt walks down the street. He's got to deal with that stuff. I get it. But the issue right now is there is a series of death threats that we have forwarded, I believe, to the FBI. I'm pretty sure.
Long hair, Tim.
Threatening to murder
Get a long hair wig.
and calling for others to murder me as well. This is why I look at this and I say, good. These people who go online and are telling me I can't speak. And you know what's funny? I'm to the left of Charlie. And they're telling even me I should be murdered. Something has to be done about this. I fear with this action from Trump, we will still face some degree of escalation. The left response immediately following this, because this happened 20 minutes ago, they're going to say, Trump just made it illegal to oppose fascism. That's what they will say. That's what they're going to say. I'll just say this. I have never faced any threats from Groypers. They make memes about me. They make a meme where I've got the Jewish things coming down, the braids or whatever. I don't know what they're called. And what is it? Payas? And it's me saying the Goyim found out or something like that. I don't know. That's the worst thing they've done to me.
Yeah.
They've been like, you like Israel. And I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? That's it. The left sends me death threats all the time. All the time. We have these creepos. And so my family is stressed. I'm stressed. And we want it to be done with. And hopefully this pulls out of the tailspin and puts a stop
since he's
to a decade
definitely more
plus,
left
maybe
than I
15
am.
years or more.
He's more
of extreme
center.
violence
I'm
from far left
way more
deranged
right. I'm
lunatics
about Charlie
who are
Kirk.
given protection.
Yeah, the protection is the worst part too, because for a long time, I think to the general public, people who don't follow politics very, very closely, when they think of domestic terrorism, they don't think of it as a left-wing concept. They think of it as almost entirely a right-wing idea, despite the fact that they can't really give you modern examples of what that actually looks like. But they don't know about the Black Bloc. They don't know about or even what you were talking about in the 70s or any of those types of events.
What about these tranny gangs that are going around?
There needs to be a change around understanding where that type of terroristic threat is coming from in this country.
You know, and to talk about where it's coming from, this is particularly important, the labeling them as terrorist organizations, because that's not just how you go after the foot soldiers like the John Brown Gun Club or Antifa or Black Bloc. It's how you go after the second and third tier people who are backing this and making it continually happen and providing them with the resources where they can continue doing these illegal things with near impunity. I mean, to go back to the 70s, they got away with it because they had champagne socialists and people like that giving them the best lawyers, providing them with the best things. The city and state governments were often on their side, like Mayor Lindsay in New York City. Now that situation has more or less been repeated with these huge funds providing the lawyers, the media help, the personalities, everything it can do. This helps shut that down because now you can investigate those people and make sure they no longer have these huge amounts of resources to just break the law and go after us.
Well, now, I mean, big beautiful bill, the DHS got an additional 165 billion, so they have some new toys I think that they're looking to implement here with this new terrorist organization. You're gonna need a lot of resources to get to the bottom of this. This is a huge network in this country.
I got an idea for all the liberals and leftists and the far left out there.
Goodbye, Antifa.
Get a little folding table from Walmart. Buy a big piece of like whiteboard and write on it, Donald Trump is a fascist. Change my mind. Tape it to the table. Sit down politely at university with a microphone and have peaceful conversations and win your argument. There's a really funny meme I saw earlier. Not meme, but like a tweet. There is no Charlie Kirk analog on the left. There is no left, liberal, far left personality who has an open platform in public and says, come and challenge my ideas and I will prove myself right. Because all of them know they are wrong. Yep. And that's why they engage in violence. You do not shoot and kill a man who you've easily defeated in an argument.
Nope.
And I think it was George R.R. Martin in Game of Thrones said, when you tear out a man's tongue, you don't prove him wrong. You simply show the world you fear what he might say. So when they killed Charlie Kirk, what were they admitting? He's right.
They fear what he has to say.
We can't win.
they fear that they can't.
Well, they say they're
I
against
don't know.
fascism. Can any of them define fascism as?
No,
you?
they don't know
on
what
earth
fascism
can
is.
define fascism, like at all. Either. Like they're just like, oh, it's my dad.
Mainstream
No,
evangelical.
no liberal can. You talk to most conservatives, and they'll give you the basic breakdowns of what fascism is.
Right.
There's a few different views. One is the lucrative merger of corporation and state.
That's the one that's always.
The corporation basically follows in lockstep what the state wants it to do, effectively creating a totalitarian system where it's not communism. The state isn't telling you where you have to work or what you have to do, but businesses only function for the purpose of the state. However, there's an easier way to describe it because these economic functions vary from country to country. It was totalitarian traditionalism. It was an authoritarian structure with a traditionalist bent. And communism was authoritarian or totalitarian progressivism. The communists wanted to erase all history and make you live in these equal little boxes. And the fascists were like, restore the natural order. So they were the two extreme ends of traditional or progressive. They call you a fascist because you hold some traditional values, which is psychotic. You can be a liberal and not a commie. You can be a conservative and not a fascist. That's just that simple. To them, literally every conservative is a fascist, and any well, I guess apostate of liberalism, even if you're not conservative, is still a fascist.
Yeah.
So they've lost the plot.
Tim gives that eloquent breakdown, going to the nitty-gritty of the ideologies, and then you ask a liberal, and they just describe like a Southern Baptist.
Usually my dad.
Yeah.
My dad. My dad tells me I can't do things. That's fascism.
Yeah, literally.
That's why I don't like my dad. That's fascism. But the point that you made, Tay, earlier, going for the organizations that fund, the NGOs and going after them. Or was it you that made it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. But that's going to be the thing that really pays off, right? That's where you're going to really get the most bang for your buck.
Which is going to be
it's easy to take care of the crazies on the streets that are going to throw bricks because they're
What's his name?
crazies. They're going to look for a reason to get buck wild or whatever.
Soros.
If there's a riot,
Gonna
they're
take
gonna
down
go out there.
Soros.
If they've got someone that
he's
eggs
behind
them
most of the
on,
funding
then
for
they'll do something.
Antifa.
But they're kind of crazy. They're people that are, they're loose cannons. They're people that don't have a whole lot going on in their life. And so they go and they're like, I don't mind throwing a rock through the window because if I get put in jail, I don't care. I don't really have plans for my life.
But I made the point on the show, I think it was Friday, I was like, the only distinction between these mainstream pundits and the people that are throwing bricks through the window is the people that are throwing bricks through the window just have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Like these pundits, they have the exact same ideology.
Yes.
They just have a little more
Well,
skin in the game.
I don't think that the people that are throwing bricks really have a whole significant grasp on the ideology. They're the ones that are a little more on the anarcho side.
Sure.
And they have less they have a less coherent worldview than the organizers that use them.
Yeah,
They're
useful
bio-Leninists.
idiots.
They hate beauty because it exists.
Yeah.
They hate
Sure.
order because it exists.
I want to. We've got a little bit more news on the Jimmy Kimmel thing. Here's a really great sentence for you. When asked by the Hollywood Reporter, the source said that Kimmel was not planning on apologizing. He felt that what he said did not require an apology. That's why he got shut down.
So he lied and doesn't feel that his lie requires an apology.
Yep.
Yep.
Indeed. And so, this is the latest development on the matter. We have other big news from Variety. South Park delays new episode hours ahead of airtime because creators didn't get it done in time. They say apparently when you
That's
do
a
everything
first.
at the last minute, sometimes you don't get it done. This one's on us. We didn't get it done in time. Thanks to Comedy Central and South Park fans for being so understanding. Tune in next week. I'm going to tell you what really happened, and it's just my opinion, but South Park's been doing this for how long? What, 30 years?
30 years.
Have they ever missed an episode?
I think that there's a couple of rare examples, but it doesn't matter.
They don't issue statements.
This is a well-oiled machine, and you don't just show up the day of the... First of all, there was supposed to be a teaser yesterday that never came out. You don't just show up the day and, like, the head of Paramount calls you and is like, where's the episode? Sorry, boss, I just didn't get it done. That's not how it happens.
I believe, and I think it's a fair assessment, and I think you'll all agree, South Park was planning to do an episode that was overtly political, likely about Trump, and there's a variety of things that it may have included. Cartman as Charlie Kirk again.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump doing something that put his life in danger. It may have been as simple as the Trump character gets hit by a car or something. And then Paramount was probably like, no way. Absolutely not.
And there's a huge history of television shows that have moved episodes around because of I mean this was happening unfortunately a lot during the early 2000s because of school shootings, and television shows would run episodes with dramatized versions of this and that, and then they would have to move it a month, and they'd have to release a statement that said, you know, it coincided with real world events, we're sorry, you know, we had to move it down the line. But in today's day and age, you know, it's a whole different ball game now.
Yeah. They shouldn't have pulled the first episode. Some people have said that.
They should have kept the Charlie Kirk episode up.
I have seen some people tweet that. But the idea that the majority of Trump supporters are anyway mad at South Park, they were celebrating. It was like putting Charlie Kirk in South Park was basically the victory flag on top of the mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it was an affirmation of his impact culturally. Just because South Park portrayed him as someone they disagreed with doesn't mean that he didn't have, it wasn't a massive compliment to even put him in there. You don't get in South Park unless you have an impact on society.
Yeah, well, he made it his profile picture.
Yeah.
Primarily just thought it was,
He did.
thought it was funny.
I thought it was hilarious.
He did what Kristi Noem was supposed to do before somebody wisened her up, which she was mad at first when South Park portrayed her, and then somebody in the know is like, yeah, that's not going to work for you. If you pretend, if you show them that you're mad, they're just going to go even harder at you. So then she I don't know if she deleted that tweet, but then she changed her mind and made it her profile picture because somebody in her camp understood, they're like, it will get worse for you if you're actually upset by this.
Well, and I just remember it getting passed around Twitter, and everyone on the right was like, "Yeah, this is pretty funny." Yeah, I mean, it's like a little tacky, but it's funny. Yeah.
I mean, the episode. Did you guys watch it?
Yeah.
He's debating as if he's Charlie Kirk, and he's actually just giving Charlie Kirk's opinions for the most part. Where he's like, why? He's like sitting there drinking the water, and he's like, "Why isn't a fetus a baby? Why? What?" And then Bebe can't answer, and he's like, "Okay."
The worst part about it is then you draw in the media literacy crowd who's like, they're making fun of you because they do that. They did that with the media literacy. The worst people on the internet is the person who says that you can't like something because you don't understand it. Just block them. They're the worst people.
They're like, Charlie doesn't understand he's being made fun of
because Cartman's the bad guy. So yeah, they don't care. Right? They were doing that when they were doing the Kathleen Kennedy one. Put a chick in it and make it gay. That they're like, yeah, you don't get that Cartman's the bad guy, so they're making fun. He's like, we don't care. They don't care, and you're the one who's the drag on society if you think that I have to interpret whatever media you're talking about in the way that you see it.
Yeah, they're like, you know, they're making fun. He's like, really? They are?
Let's go away.
For the first time.
Yeah, yeah, literally.
I want to stress we don't actually know what happened with the South Park episode. They just said they didn't get it done in time.
Again, it's the dog ate my homework. Nobody buys that.
Indeed, it's weird they should have statement. Yeah. Because haven't they missed weeks this season?
I mean, they could have just released a rerun, and
they did that all the time. Yeah. There was a.
I mean, they hadn't. I mean, I don't know if they had to release a statement, but they have a schedule that they have to keep to. So, it would have been a point of interest for a couple of hours.
All I know is everyone, like a couple weeks ago, after the Charlie Kirk thing came out, people were like, "Isn't that new? South Park supposed to come out this week?" And then everyone shrugged because it didn't. And I'm like, I have no idea. They could have said nothing, and people would have been like,
"Yeah,
I don't know." But I guess when you're getting paid $30 million. So I think the strong probability is there is a secret episode of South Park that you can't see.
It'll come out later. I think they'll end up releasing it later.
Yeah, if it exists.
Yeah. I mean, it could literally be because if I remember correctly, this appears on both. Is it on Comedy Central and on Paramount? Right?
It's the same thing, isn't it?
Okay, but I'm saying, network, if it's appearing on cable or TV, they have to worry about advertisers and advertisers getting pulled. If it's just going on Paramount Plus, because that's what happened with the Charlie Kirk episode, is they removed it from network TV, but they left it on Paramount Plus. You don't. Somebody can fact check me if I'm
the Kirk episode.
Yes, I believe it was.
I went to Paramount Plus and I couldn't find it.
Okay, they removed it from there. Okay, so
no, I don't know.
I'm
looking into it heavily.
The idea is you have to find advertisers for the network version, and you're gonna have a lot harder time selling that than you are if you're just putting it on your streaming platform. Somebody in the chat will know whether it's up on Paramount Plus still.
I'm waiting to see if there's some reaction on X to Trump designating Antifa terror organization, but.
Well, one thing on that's important to remember with the organizations we were talking about, George Soros's Open Society Foundation, where did it get its start? South Africa, during the terror campaign being waged by the ANC against the government that ended in the horror show that South Africa now is. So being able to cut these people off and cut off the funds to where they're going, I think could have a really huge impact that we haven't thought of, because it could stop the color revolutions that have been ongoing in all our countries for decades now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of paper trails, et cetera, et cetera.
So we just got some breaking news too. I'm going to pull this up from Nick Sorter on Jimmy Kimmel.
So much going on.
Well, Sinclair stepped up, and I think this was it. Was it Stelter who was saying this, that likely other networks were who brought that up?
Was that
other networks were likely making moves against Jimmy Kimmel, which is why ABC was forced to respond. So take a look at this from Nick Sorter. He says, breaking, it just got worse for Kimmel. Sinclair Broadcast Group, who owns 24 ABC stations in major cities, announces... you gotta let me finish this. They'll be filling Jimmy Kimmel's time slot with a tribute to Charlie Kirk.
Oh, great.
They're also demanding Kimmel make a meaningful personal donation to the Kirk family and Turning Point USA, as well as a direct apology to Erica and the kids. Incredible. Mr. Kimmel's remarks were inappropriate and deeply insensitive at a critical moment in our country, said Vice Chairman Jason Smith. Sinclair gave much credit to Brendan Carr, FCC, saying, we appreciate FCC Chairman Carr's remarks today, and this incident highlights the critical need for the FCC to take immediate regulatory action to address control held over local broadcasters by the big national networks.
So the big national networks blame the FCC, and then now they're saying that it's the other, that it's not them.
What?
So they're saying that. Can you read the last part again?
Sinclair gave much credit to Brendan Carr, saying, we appreciate FCC Chairman Carr's remarks today, and this incident highlights the critical need for the FCC to take immediate regulatory action to address control held over local broadcasters by the big national networks.
I mean, is this the worst thing in the world if the SEC is putting weight? I mean, that's kind of like their job.
I'll take the late night show. We'll do late night with Lucy.
National airwaves. Isn't that the FCC's purview?
I mean,
to mitigate political violence. I mean, that's what we've been arguing this whole time.
I think that's the best point, considering the fact that this is political violence, right? There's no question about
it. Radio Rwanda level.
It was a terrorist attack, and this is something that I'm going to beat this like a dead horse. This wasn't just a murder. This was a terrorist attack intended on getting conservatives to stop speaking their mind. Because again, Charlie Kirk's whole spiel was, I'm the guy that wants to talk to you. I want to do the debate. This is probably a very good thing for the whole country, because the intent is to lower the temperature. The people that you hear people on the left complaining that, oh, Donald Trump's not lowering the temperature. Donald Trump's not lowering the temperature. Donald Trump's not lowering the temperature, while they're calling Donald Trump a fascist, while they're saying that, well, Charlie Kirk was a fascist. Well, it's bad that he got killed, but he said all these horrible things and he did all this horrible stuff and he was a hateful person and blah, blah, blah. None of that is lowering the temperature. This is actually tangibly attempting to lower the temperature.
I guess the point what I was trying to make earlier is that Sinclair is saying that the FCC is addressing the control of the big national networks, which was what was being stated by Brian Stelter on CNN, right? So Sinclair is saying that the big national networks like CNN have control over these stations, but then CNN was putting it off on the FCC.
Yeah.
So they're all passing the buck around to everybody else.
And I would like to issue a request to those out there with the decentralized network and so many viewers. There's a great power in so many of you working together. I would ask that you go to timcast.com, join our Discord server so we can work on these communal projects, because what I'm about to ask requires a bit of coordination. How about we pull up every quote from every liberal who fought to get Tucker Carlson kicked off of Fox News? All of the statements they issued where they said he should be fired, and then went to all the advertisers and got all the advertisers pulled. They have nothing. They have no ground to stand on when it comes to Jimmy Kimmel, because they fought so hard to kick off Tucker. Why should I listen to anything they say now?
All because he wanted to talk about the green M&M's go-go boots.
I know. He said, that, why isn't the M&M sexy anymore? And maybe they took his job.
It's a very salient question.
To be fair, even Seamus made fun of Tucker for that one. Why isn't the green M&M sexy anymore?
That radicalized me beyond belief. Yeah, I want my sexy M&Ms back. The woke left took it from me.
I'm took her high heels away and they gave her little flats. Come on.
New war on Christmas.
But in all seriousness, to Roseanne as well.
Yeah.
It would be great if someone could put together a little video showing every. You know what we need? We need like Brian Stelter being like, this country is less free. They're coming for our speech or whatever. And then you could play the Curbed theme and then show all the time Brian Stelter cheered for like Roseanne or Tucker getting fired.
Like, am I really supposed to buy into a world where Brian Stelter's like, I disagree with what you say, but I defend it?
Yeah, right?
Like, sure, Jan.
Well, they shut down Parler because they claimed it was supporting terrorism or something by letting.
They said that that's where the January 6th people organized, even though later it came out they organized on Facebook.
Which brings me to the story from Time.com. CEOs of Reddit and Twitch called to testify to Congress on radicalization in wake of Charlie Kirk killing. Anybody who's ever gone on Reddit knows that it is a hotbed of radicalization for the left. YouTube is, and they lie. They've always lied. They claim that all these platforms like X or whatever were radicalized people to the right. It was never true, and we went over the data over and over again. So let me tell you something really, really funny. We launched I got a new channel. It's youtube.com/@TimPool. I got a video it's called Hyped. That's what they're calling it. I had no idea what this was. It's got like 200,000. It's called It's Time to Bring Back Exorcisms. I found something really funny. We launched this channel because I believe YouTube has put coded censorship on this channel as well as many others, making it difficult to get recommendations or to be found. I believe that since the Biden era, they have remained on these channels. So if we make a new channel, it will be free of this. Well, the videos that I've put out, I'll say it like this. I put out a video on this channel, on Timcast or Timcast News. They spike in viewership and then die. That's the life of these videos. On the new channel, it's like it used to be. When I first launched my channel on YouTube, it would spike, it would go down, then it would go up, then it would go down, then up and down, and eventually slowly fade out. Maybe later on, spike back again. That's what my new channel is doing, indicating that YouTube, also a hotbed of radicalization, still has the censorship active. Well, now Reddit and Twitch are going to testify to Congress, and Hassan's freaking out. He's like, Twitch doesn't even have to do anything with this way. Oh, boy, you know why he's freaking out? Because the Congress, men and women, at least the conservatives, are going to say to the CEO of Twitch, Hassan Piker said this. Gut him, stab him, stick a knife in their belly, things like that. I can't even repeat some of the things that Hassan Piker has said on the show. And he's freaking out because the CEO of Twitch is going to have to answer for all of that.
I just want to point out,
very rough
CEO of
to watch.
Kick, again, Destiny's dodging a bullet.
That's true. I guess Kick isn't big enough.
I don't know, but maybe they're just probably. But Kick is where
it's not on the radar.
That get kicked off of Twitch go to. They're allowed to be irreverent or whatever, you know.
I bet if I pull up Reddit, go to r/news, and let's take a look at what we got. Just just ABC suspends Jimmy Kimmel. How much do you want to bet all of the comments are going to be left aligned?
Just being straight up people calling for more murder.
Has there ever been a person whose death and remarks about it have caused so many other people to get canceled? Meanwhile, Brian Kill the Homeless Kill Me is still on the air.
Based.
Yeah. Wow. Now Colbert's chance to go scorched earth and get pulled mid-monologue. It's not like he has his show after this season anyway.
But he just won an Emmy.
Guys, hear me out. Colbert says left-wing things.
What is he going to say that could get him pulled? Like what is he going to say? Yeah, that he hasn't already said. Unless it's like just straight up, like
lying.
Yeah, it goes off the fire.
I really want to watch his show now.
It is going to be
it's not even fair to call it thin ice that he's walking on. He's like it's a pool of water. It's like he takes any step in any direction.
The ice is already melted. Yeah.
What's he gonna do? He can't do any of these. He can't do literally any joke. The news cycle right now is this: what will he say about it other than to agree with the right? And then what jokes can he make? How much you want to bet his jokes are going to be totally unrelated to anything? And he's going to be like, I bought some bread today. It was stale. Guess there was a hole in it. You ever have stale bread? Put it in the oven. And we're going to be like, what?
No, the funny thing would be like, he finds out later he's really good at telling those types of jokes, and all he had to do is get away from the political stuff.
Delivery is actually amazing, and people genuinely laugh.
The ratings spike super high. They're like, holy crap, this dude is actually funny when he's not being a dork about politics.
M&M's
Yeah.
Sexualized, and it's a smash hit.
Well, he starts taking Tucker bits and redoing it.
Yeah, he's like phone book jokes.
Honest question, what can he joke about? I bet he's going to joke about, you can't even joke about the Emmys? That just happened?
Yeah.
Because that lady went up there and said free
the lady
Palestine.
just did all this.
So it's like,
she said
stupid
F-ice
stuff.
free. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, but
What's
you
Colbert
can make a
gonna say?
joke about that, because why are you bringing up like your favorite football team around foreign wars and like immigration policy? Like that was actually something that I found funny. I'm like, why did you couch like your favorite sports team right next to the really serious issues? Because these are unserious people. You could make fun of her. You actually could, but you don't have the balls to do that because you don't actually want to take on that narrative.
She was literally like, "Go birds!" By the way, there's like a genocide going on, and then the money that's going to poor children just crashes through the floor on the right.
Did you see that part? That they had a charity clock on there? Like if they kept their speeches under 45 seconds, they gave more money to the Boys and Girls Club, but they ended up losing money because none of the celebrities could shut the hell up. Like eventually, like CBS or whoever it is that hosts is like, okay, we'll front the money because like, nobody would shut up.
Who watches those things?
Nobody.
Search volume was good on Google, so I guess nobody watched it and then just Googled it in the morning.
They watched the clips. They watched
just
the
clips.
X is probably where the most views get seen because people watch.
I didn't even watch anything about it. I didn't
crazy
care.
because Seth
I don't
Meyers is
care
in
about
trouble.
that.
Oh yeah.
Right, he's still there. Colbert's show's already canceled, but
Said Seth Meyers in trouble.
look, he's losing. Was he losing $40 million a year?
Probably.
They're like, we're not going to renew your contract. Give them a morality clause exemption to be able to terminate right now. I bet they will. Nobody watches his show. To be fair, Colbert and Kimmel get about 2 million in their ratings, and you might be saying, Tim, that's so many people. In the key demo, it's like 200,000.
And yeah, in the 18 to 49 demo matters less and less these days because there's no 18 to 49 people watching terrestrial television anymore.
Well, the demo matters. It's just when you do your ratings, you're going to count all of your views across the board, including TV or otherwise. But the show doesn't even pull in that much on YouTube or other social media.
No, the Kimmel actually does pretty crazy numbers on YouTube, like in the billions of views and stuff. Like that's where they're getting.
I mean, his channel has billions.
Yeah,
of
his
views. But where
channel.
his videos getting 100K.
Well, it's like what they brought back. John Stewart, right? He came back because the social media engagement was really good.
It's because YouTube puts him on the front page for default.
Well, yeah,
So-
they automatically default to all the late night shows.
This is massive. I'm pretty sure YouTube trending is gone because I go to YouTube Trends and it's like it just is gone. Doesn't load anything anymore. Maybe that's just my account, but I'm pretty sure I tried on a private browser. With Jimmy Kimmel no longer having his show, he's not going to produce YouTube content. He's not. How's he going to afford to? There's no way you make enough money on YouTube for that. So that's gone. What's YouTube going to put on the front page?
Like what channels will
Me.
CNN?
They'll put me on the front page.
I don't think even CNN is getting that much
Beast.
money. I will say
probably
when the press
Mr.
conference
Beast.
happened with Cash, I did a live stream. I think it was yesterday or the day before, and I had 40,000 viewers watching. I was the biggest stream covering the press conference, and YouTube was not featuring it. And I'm just like, sure thing, I guess. They put up a bunch of channels that were getting substantially less because YouTube playing stupid games. They desperately want to stop independent news channels from getting a voice.
Is it the left's patronage networks have shifted from cable to the tech platforms, particularly YouTube? Because it used to be like the deal for Colbert.
Yeah, every type of phobe is seriously what they'd say.
Insane audience was that he got the
I literally,
so is it now that
some girl literally looked in the dictionary for every type of phobia and called me them
behind the scenes for
that I could be to a person, other than like xenophobe.
Organic in that regard.
We'll say it one more time. What do you mean?
Sorry, like, is it a intentional patronage network where they're trying to boost their propaganda pushers through YouTube now because cable's dying, and this is their way of turning
YouTube's promoting Jimmy Kimmel because we are told Jimmy Kimmel is mainstream. So the people at YouTube largely are liberals. They are told Jimmy Kimmel is the popular, prominent, normal thing, so promote that. It's fake. Their channels have become psychotic and deranged. So the funny thing is, YouTube saw tremendous success with shows like
outside,
this
Diva?
7 or 8 years ago.
I'll let you out.
And then got attacked by these institutions and panicked. So YouTube could have had a much, much stronger foothold for a long time. But they panicked over this, censored all of the independent news channels and commentary channels, which ranged from left to right, and then defaulted Fox, MSNBC, and CNN. And they said, we'll just do that.
Yeah, they were talking about authoritative news sources and pushing away from it.
So you no longer got recommended my videos. I was getting massive views, and then they censored me and everybody else. And to be fair, like my channel still did really, really well, was still growing, but they locked us out. It's called the small room. What is it called? The small room shadow ban. They lock you so your channel can't grow anymore. And I believe those censor locks still exist on this show and the other channels that I have, which is why I launched a new channel, which now seemingly doesn't have it. One of the latest videos I did has a tag on it that says hyped. So it's being promoted massively, and it got 200,000 views, and there's 40,000 subscribers. And they're saying, wow, this must be great content. Yeah. Because now they're not censoring. Now there's a clear victor. We won. Jimmy Kimmel is gone. These late night shows are not popular. They are not mainstream, and the election proved it. And I think YouTube is now starting to realize there is a new world in digital media, and these channels do not represent the heart and soul of this country.
And they're relics of how these things are produced. I mean, they have 100 writers on these shows. Like when Jimmy Kimmel says, like, I said nothing that I have to apologize for, it's like, you didn't say anything. Like 100 writers said that, and you just parroted whatever the hell you were told.
Well, you're seeing like all across the tech space, just this huge, I guess you would call it a containment breach of right-wing thought. I mean, Elon led the charge with taking over X, and then I think all these companies realized, oh, there's actually a monetary incentive to just let people like engage with the content they want to. Because yeah, if you scroll Instagram Reels now, you're gonna see like some of the most right-wing edits you've ever seen in your entire life, and it's massive engagement. So I think Meta is happy to just sit there and be like, I mean, look, we're in the black. This is great. Just let them cook.
Well, and once one is a relatively free speech platform where people can go there if you start
Awesome that Antifa's gone though. I'm gonna give the
your point,
I'll make sure she's
disincentivizes the
okay.
censorship model because they actually can just leave.
Well, I mean, like TikTok is like still just kind of the TOS is still very vague and kind of random who they punish. So everyone's transitioned to Instagram Reels because it's like, I mean, it's still bad, but it's a little bit more clear, and you're actually going to see, you're going to see real people on there versus TikTok. The only people that can fly under the radar are just like anonymous people like stealing each other's content. So like, yeah, all these companies are realizing, oh, the incentive structures have completely changed around, and they're having to get in line. I think that's in large part due to Elon.
I mean, Meta will still hit the people on Instagram where it's like, if you're controversial enough, it'll be like, are you sure you want to follow this person?
Yeah.
Like it like double checks with you to make sure that that's actually like, are you like, you could get radicalized if you watch their content.
Yeah, they'll do it to like, yeah, like if you're trying to follow like Fox News anchor, but then there'll be like a guy literally posting like the most insane edits you've ever seen in your entire life, and it's like, yeah, follow, here's recommended. You want to see some more? So it's like, yeah, I don't think they really even know what they're doing anymore. They're just letting everyone cook.
Let's jump to let's jump to this story from Rolling Stone from 2023. Why cancel culture is good for democracy.
Oh.
I'm kidding. It's there, though. It's a real story.
Yeah. To act as if the left has not only been vocally for cancel culture, they have been the people that were absolutely demanding cancellation of anyone that spoke against the left's narrative. And to behave as if they haven't, and to be, oh, well, now you, now you support cancel culture, blah, blah, blah. Again, contextually, this is a totally different animal with the situation with Charlie Kirk. This is a murder of an innocent man by a terrorist. And they're like, oh, how can you cancel people over supporting terrorism? It's ridiculous on its face.
I'd like to jump to this video of Nick Fuentes, because if there is ever anything that proves the Large Hadron Collider has fired up and we have entered an inverse reality, there are a few stories. Jimmy Kimmel being fired, Trump designating Antifa a terrorist organization, and then this video that, to be fair, I can't even tell if these things are AI anymore, but people are saying this is actually Nick Fuentes. Listen to this.
Time to wake up, guys. Some of this, I'll be the first one to say, the conspiratard schizo thing, it's getting a little out of control. And that's coming from me. I mean, it's like we are truly through the looking glass. When Charlie Kirk is assassinated, people blame Israel. I, who fought Charlie Kirk because he was pro-Israel, am being said to, I'm being said to be covering up that he was killed for this miraculous conversion. If Ben Shapiro was taken out next, and God forbid, would Israel be behind that too? I mean, that would be equally ridiculous. If it was Ben Shapiro on Wednesday, people would be saying,
I don't
Israel
normally like
did it.
Nick
Shapiro
Fuentes,
was
but
about
this
to
is
become
kind of
a
funny.
national socialist. Like, what?
Nick Fuentes, voice of reason. I saw this video, and someone asked me if it was AI, and I'm like, honestly, I don't know anymore, because Nick Fuentes is like, I was challenging the Israel narrative on Charlie's assassin, and people said he was covering it up. I did like a 46-minute breakdown on, like, there were donors who were concerned about the current state of support for Israel, and Charlie was moderate conservative, so he had similar views to many conservatives, which is, I don't know why we should be funding these foreign wars and getting dragged into it. However, I think it's very obvious to anybody who's ever watched anything from Charlie, he was extremely pro-Israel. So I agree with Nick Fuentes on this one in that it is ridiculous to assume Israel did it, and I don't get the point. I mean, it's just deflecting from the obvious that
It's
far
just
leftists,
somebody's being
when a real
two
motive,
people are
and we've been
being
pointing-
narcissists.
Like, don't walk away from solving the puzzle. Okay, we've been complaining about the far left threat of
I
violence.
haven't liked Tucker Carlson's stuff for a while,
threatened by groypers.
just because he's been so
It's always the far left.
wild.
And so when a guy kills Charlie and the evidence suggests he's a leftist, there are people coming out blaming Israel, and I'm just like by all means, rag on Israel all day, every day. I don't care. I care about it as much as I care about Burma, but it is weird that they blame it for everything to the point where even Nick Fuentes.
You should care about Burma, Tim.
But I agree. I agree, Nick.
In the diffusion
Burma's the sandy land.
Force that the whole conspiracy thing he's talking about represents is a major problem, because this is our opportunity to take on the radical violent left that you're speaking about. And to do that, we have to develop a Schwerpunkt, a point of force, and overwhelming force to do so. Not violent force, just political force and political will to do it. And if everyone's off with their own personal pet theory about what went on, despite the evidence that this was clearly an Antifa-related operation, that's a major mistake that will limit our ability to do anything productive, much less what directly needs to be done.
He's smart.
Very difficult to accomplish, even if we keep our focus intact.
Yeah, I mean, like, you have people that have been on the same tangent. Like, they were saying the same stuff 8 days ago, and then they just reapply it to this horrible tragic
Charlie,
situation. And
yeah.
all they're doing in the process is just letting the left off the hook. That's all that's happening here. It's like, like he said, what are we even talking about here? Like, why like you're saying, we now have a moment. We now have the potential to really crack down on these people that have been tormenting us for all these years. And then
Hit 'em
these people are
hard.
going off on bunny trails that aren't going to go anywhere. And then
But,
there's overwhelming evidence this guy was, left
Not
wing,
physically, but
Antifa aligned.
take
Yeah,
what
they're
we
just completely
can.
letting him off the hook with
You
this
push the
nonsense.
line
It's
when
just
they're
like,
down,
guys,
because they are down right now, because they have.
You almost get suspicious. Like, are you running cover for the left at this point? You have to
They
start
have no
asking
cover
yourself
to
that
hide
question.
behind anymore on the left.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder
Other
how
than
many people are
Destiny,
actually
but
running cover for the left, because it does seem like there's that motivation. I mean, this is probably about as conspiratorial as I get, but the idea that this is an op.
Candace used to be a Democrat.
There are people where it's just like, man, are you actually trying to help the left?
I'm like, have you ever met a leftist? I legitimately, I'm asking people, like, if you have an axe to grind with Israel, that's one thing, but it's like, maybe you just never met a leftist to realize that no, they actually hate you. They actually want to kill you. This is not beyond the pale for them. This is how they operate. Maybe they just haven't met a leftist, because this is as soon as this happened, I was like, yeah, okay, it's kind of obvious what's happened here.
Yeah, and
so, it's crazy.
I mean, have there any Jewish people? Yeah. I wonder if they've met a Jew in their whole life.
There's a lot of people that are, you see it on the timeline, the whole the people that are so conspiracy brain that they're just like, well, was there another shooter, or was this actually shot from behind, or whatever. There are a couple people that do it, and just pointing out, look, nowadays there are people that are so sure or so determined to not get fooled by the government, because the government does lie. Right, I'm not saying that the government doesn't lie. They definitely send misinformation out, do whatever they can to promote the narrative that they want. They do lie, but there are so many people that are determined to not be, conned by the government again, that they will believe anything just so long as the government didn't say it. And you can see that by the people that say, I used to believe in UFOs, and then the government said they have UFOs. Now I don't believe in UFOs anymore. It's kind of that's really what happens.
Well, a natural reaction of what's happened after the institutions fell, right?
Exactly.
Nobody believes at the colleges anymore. Nobody believes the government anymore. And
they
exactly. The lack of trust and authority means that you have to look for it elsewhere, and unfortunately, that leads you down dark paths. If you don't have the time to go actually investigate all of this stuff, you're going to it's like not being able to see the forest through the trees.
The real conspiracy is sometimes the government tells the truth.
Sometimes
and that's dangerous.
Sometimes things are just what they seem, and it's just in today's day and age, nobody wants to be a fool.
Yeah, that's the point. There were so many people that got conned by COVID, and so many people bought into it, and then you hear the way that people are talked about. If they did get bought, if they did get conned, or if they did believe it, they're like, "Whoa, I don't want that to happen." So they'll believe anything and everything, just so long as it's the not the narrative that the government's trying to put forward. And there's one more thing that I'll say about this: the worst people in the world are the people that will not only will believe anything at all, but then sit there and act like act arrogantly towards others about it. If you're just like, I don't know, man, I don't know, I don't believe anything because blah blah blah, that's one thing. But when you're just like, oh, you're so stupid because you believe you believe the Earth is round, what a moron you are. You know, it's like Shane Cashman is the perfect example. He's skeptical about everything, but he's never condescending. He's never rude. He never treats people badly about different beliefs.
Never.
And like he doesn't even believe clouds are
Never,
real.
never, never.
You know?
He never treated
Dean
anybody
Haglund
bad.
was on the X-Files back in the day. He was on a
No,
podcast once. He said
he
the
never
problem
treated
with
anybody
being a
bad.
conspiracy theorist is if you're right, all you get to say is "I told you so."
Literally, yeah.
That's really like all these like the worst possible thing imagined. The government covers up the worst thing you've ever thought of in the entire world. Turns out to be right, and all you get to say is "I was right."
Well, and another thing about a lot of this is the like need for politics to be entertainment.
Yeah,
this is a serious moment requiring serious political thought and doing things that will have long-term repercussions and need to be dealt with that in mind. It's instead, no, I want to be entertained by some nonsense I made up, and to be entertained, I'm going to continue just coming up with things and pushing things that aren't serious, and I think that's a huge mistake.
Well, and to be fair to these people, like we're coming out of the Biden winter, we're coming out of the Obama years, so it's like they kind of have been trained and rewarded in many aspects to be like eternal contrarians.
Well, just like gaslit.
Or gaslit. So they're not used to the fact that we have like the most right-wing administration probably in our lifetimes. Certainly in my lifetime. And so it's like I do give these people a bit of grace because they came out of a environment where like being a contrarian was actually usually the best way forward. But we're in a different paradigm. Again, a leftist. The person they have is clearly a leftist with the evidence presented. It's
Stay off Threads, everybody.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I went on Threads and it's just
or Blue Sky.
If I could explain with a sound, it's that's the sound of all of these posts. Pictures of Jimmy Kimmel. Here's one. Are you kidding? Imagine if this happened when Biden was president to a Fox News host and they said that about Pelosi's husband. Imagine. Oh, I think this person's actually making fun of them.
One of our guys is on there. Brave soul.
Being against Antifa literally by definition means you are pro-fascism.
Oh, they do that thing where they show like the Into the Jaws of Death picture from D-Day and they're like, this is what Antifa look like. And I'm like, ask one of those gentlemen what they would think about blue hair dye and get their reactions.
We're the good guys, and that's a proper noun. I have coined the term good guys, and I'm going to create a flag for a symbol of good guys, and we will be called the good guys. Yeah. And so literally if you oppose the good guys, you're the bad guys.
Yeah.
That's how it works. So all of these all these people who are saying that good guys are bad means they're the bad guys. That proves it.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, libs owned.
All right, everybody, we're going to go to your chats and rants. So smash that like button, share the show with literally everyone, But before we read your chats and rants, we got a great sponsor. It is Beam Dream. Go to shopbeam.com, B-E-A-M, and pick up the Beam Dream. Oh, man, I love this cinnamon cocoa. It helps you sleep. It's got all the good stuff in it. My friends, we're constantly pulled in 100 directions. Between news, politics, work, and family, sleep was the first thing to suffer. Trust me, I felt it every single day. In fact, I got to be honest, I didn't even realize my sleep wasn't that good. Like, actually, I think it was okay, and I didn't know it could be better. And so, like, this morning I woke up, jump out of bed, I feel really great. And I think it's because there's, like, vitamins, melatonin, L-theanine, magnesium. I really think it was the magnesium for me. Because I used to get really bad leg cramps skating. My magnesium was bad. So anyway, my friends, Beam Dream uses a science-backed blend of magnesium, L-theanine, and other natural ingredients to help your body genuinely relax and recover without leaving you feeling groggy the next morning. It's also got zero added sugar, just 15 calories, and it's already improved over 18 million nights of sleep for many people, myself included. I do drink this every single night. I have the brownie batter one because I finished off. I'll have to order some more. If you're struggling with sleep or just want to wake up feeling better, Dream has made a real difference for me in honor of Labor Day. Beam has increased the discount to 40% off when you click the link.
Like an ice cream sandwich.
Or use code TIMPOOL at checkout. So go to shopbeam.com, shopbeam/TimPool. Legit, shout out. And don't forget, my friends, join the Discord server. Go to timcast.com, click join us. Get involved with tens of thousands of people hanging out every day, collaborating, coordinating. They're having parties. You want to make friends? This is how you do it. We are going to be figuring out how to do these public events.
Good.
So it's looking like the Culture War
Thank
Live
you.
may still happen. I'm not going to be like, I talked to Alex Stein about it.
It's
My security
a
says they don't know if they can
glass
strip
nipple.
on there, which puts the people at risk. So we'll figure this out.
Yeah,
But
it just
we're working on
cuts
our clubhouse,
small
our cafe,
areas out.
and we want to create public spaces for you guys, the people we know and we trust and care about. And we want you to get involved as a member of the Timcast Discord server. There's pre-shows, after shows. If you
I'm
want to learn how to
enjoying
code or get fit, whatever, they're there for you. And you can call in to our uncensored members-only show on Rumble Premium. That's only for our Discord members, and that's at rumble.com/TimcastIRL. But for now, let's grab your rants and chats and see what you got to say. 70s says, maybe Jimmy can learn to code. Perhaps he could. I think he's a little too old, but maybe. Now with vibe coding, who needs to, right? Rafflo says, I haven't liked Kimmel since he left the Man Show. Good riddance to him. I don't wish him death, but hopefully he ends up destitute like he wanted all of us to be.
You can still watch Adam Carolla, though.
Where does he go? What does Jimmy Kimmel do? I mean, he's rich.
Starts his own YouTube channel. Or a
Don
podcast.
Lemon.
That's what they all do. They all start podcasts.
Yeah. Mythos says, Grok states construction on the White House ballroom began 9/12/25. Just have to ask it non-political questions to get a straight answer. There you go. Making sense with Mikey says, Tim, it's as you predicted. They use AI to clip out the word, not from the phrase, not very well. So my prediction for AI videos is, for those that are not familiar, some of you may be, when Trump said there were very fine people on both sides, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis or the white nationalists because they should be condemned totally. I'm not afraid of them making an AI video. There's one recently of Trump, and he's like, the far left are going to be crushed. They're bad people. And everyone's like, oh, but it's like clearly AI. The scarier thing is when they change, when Trump says they should be condemned totally to some should be condemned totally. So then you see a video of Trump saying, there were fine people on both sides, and I am not talking about the white nationalists or the neo-Nazis because some should be condemned totally. The liberals will see the some statement, believe it's true. It's impossible to debunk. And they'll say he was defending them. Look, he said only some should be condemned. And then you'll be like, no, he said they. And no one will know. And someone who's there will have a false memory and be like, I'm pretty sure he said some. And they'll go, see, he was there. Yeah. And that's the terrifying reality of AI video. And it's getting better. Yeah. AI video is getting better every day. It is creepy. AI music, too. Yikes. Taiwan Cricket says, love the sinner, hate the sin is about the most anti-Bible concept there is. Is it?
Love the sinner, hate the sin.
Yeah.
Yeah, love the sinner, hate the sin. Yeah, it's biblical.
Yeah,
is it anti-Bible?
That was the whole point of like Jesus hanging out with whores and like
yeah.
you know, like basically all of the apostles were terrible before they started following Christ.
Yeah,
you know?
if he hated the sinner and the sin, I mean, we'd all be in a bit of trouble, I think, because we're all still sinners. Like even if you're Christian.
Mason M93 says if South Park were still South Park, Cartman would be shot in the neck, Stan would become a Nazi in anger, and Kyle would cry about there being a worse one. I don't know if I agree completely. We haven't seen something so egregious. I mean, what? Since South Park has existed, have we seen anything like this?
Did you see that Charlie Sheen called what happened to Charlie Kirk the JFK of our generation? And even that, I don't know if I believe, because we live in a time where we're so bifurcated and so polarized that there is no, like before, like we were talking about earlier, the toppling of the institutions. People had general faith in the government at that time, so there was a collective consciousness around the country that mourned what happened because we still had faith in our institutions, and we don't have that anymore. I don't know if there is such a thing as a JFK incident in the age we live in anymore because people are so divided.
Well, and then the Kirk thing is beyond a physical government institution. It's the institution of civil discourse. Yeah, that's what was under attack, and I think that's why it's particularly horrifying. Because it's gone beyond like a 3-letter agency that we've lost faith in. We've lost faith in like the foundation. I mean, the culture of free speech.
We got Jessica posted these blue sky. I don't know if this is Blue Sky or X or whatever. America has become a full-blown fascist state in under a year. Trump and his thugs now have 3 more years to build out state media. Not by chance that Vance jumped into Kirk's podcast seat the other day. Nexstar is also part of the state media plan, and Jimmy Kimmel both revenge and a warning. And I'm just like, I just don't care anymore. Just, okay, Trump, be a fascist, whatever. Like, I'm so sick of the left. You're sitting in a room and you fart, and they start screaming and bashing their face on the table, screaming you offended them. And I'm like, Mike, just shut up.
Look at it like this. if your option is be targeted by the left or empower the government to arrest those people, I'm going to choose empower the government to arrest those people every single time. This isn't like, oh, it's not a big deal. Like, Charlie Kirk had done nothing wrong, and they murdered him because some crazy dude that I almost said something bad, that was in love with a trans person, like, decided that he needed to kill Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk would have said something as horrible as, "You're a man."
Well, and also what Vance doing a live stream is, I mean, what is the fireside chats, like propaganda, like fascist propaganda? Now, like, what are we doing here?
If the Trump of the left's fever dreams existed, there would be no more left.
Yeah,
So
real.
Look, at the end of, like I said, at the end of the day, they're targeting conservative pundits. They're literally murdering people. If my choice is get murdered or empower the government to arrest the people that are doing the murdering, it's not hard. And every single person in the world would make the same kind of, result with the equation.
And all of these people, I guarantee you, they all cheered on Alex Jones losing a $1.5 billion lawsuit.
Yeah. I got to tell you, Phil, I actually disagree. If you go to there's a large portion of people on the right where if you said far leftists are arming up and heading towards your house to kill you, you can choose the government to protect you or on your own. They'd walk into their room, grab a bunch of guns, throw a rifle to their buddy, and be like, "Let's ride."
I don't want to talk about it. Listen, TOS violations are a real thing, and I ain't that guy.
Aiding Phil into Fed posting.
I got to read this. Justin G says, "Hi, Tim. The Cato Institute posted an analysis claiming violence on the right is more prevalent. Can you explain how institutes use overbroad classification tactics? Your streams have helped me recognize this deception." All you got to do to understand this is look up the definition of a mass shooting, and you'll find 15 different definitions. Then, based on the definition you agree with, you can get the answer you want. So, in most of these assessments, they exclude black people.
Gang violence.
And so, like in Chicago, Baltimore, in St. Louis, in D.C., they won't include those mass shootings, and they'll go, "Oh, well, no one really means that." And I'm kind of like, dude, I don't care what the race of the guy is. If he takes a Glock or whatever, if he gets a switch and he pulls up to a family barbecue and sprays down 13 people, that's a mass shooting. But they go, and so there's a variety of tactics you can use. Subjective definitions. A mass shooting is only when a political motive is stated. And then what happens is if the government doesn't release the motive, they won't include it. So you end up with them saying, white supremacy is right-wing, despite the fact the most prominent and popular political activists on the conservative side argued for a race-neutral country. That's not white supremacy. That's just literally not. So how is it right-wing? They just say it. Go to any conservative at CPAC or whatever, and they're 99%, maybe 95%. They're going to be like, I reject all of that stuff. We don't care about white supremacy or racism. We're not about that. Our ten answers. If you could clone Clarence Thomas, or Clarence Thomas had so many babies and grandbabies that all of Congress, the entirety of the Supreme Court, and the executive branch was all just Clarence Thomas's family, would you be in favor of that? They're going to be like, yes. Like, there's nobody better.
And I want you to take economic advice from Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, right, exactly. And the stupid thing is, like, we typically don't even have to say those things. It's only because the left demands it and calls you racist that we're like, what are you talking about? Like, we don't actually sit here and be like, I like Larry Elder because he's black. No, we like Larry Elder because he's Larry Elder. We like Clarence Thomas for being Clarence Thomas. We also don't like Ketanji Brown Jackson. What does race have to do with it? Are their ideas good? So anyway, what they'll do is they'll define right in any way they want and then claim there's lots of it. So I'll do this. How about these inner cities? They're 80, 90% Democrat, right? That means gang violence is all leftist political violence. So let's, honest question, you guys, decentralized network time, Timcast, Discord, or viewers. How about you guys take a look at all of the crime of the past year, and then make a chart where any shooting in a predominantly Democrat district, area, or neighborhood counts as Democrat political violence. And then you can make a chart showing political violence by political party. What do you think it's going to show you? It's going to be 80% Democrat. But do I really think that the reason a young guy in Chicago shoots another guy is because they're Democrats? No. It's because they were slighted, because they were offended, because they're selling drugs or whatever. But those are the games they play. It's all fake. All right. Balls Are Deep says, if any of you have ever read Camp of the Saints, I suggest you do. Scary. What is that?
Connor Tomlinson just put a video up breaking down the book, because it's this book that was like completely like banned from like you couldn't get it anywhere. And then now there's a few publishers that have gotten copies and that are selling copies online.
What's it about?
I mean, you could probably give a great breakdown.
Yeah, it's a warning tale about mass migration. At the time, it was set in France of the near future, and there's a horde of, I think they're from the Indians.
From India,
yeah, they're from India, descending upon the West to pillage it, essentially, and take advantage of social services while committing crimes. And they get there, and there's no one in the governmental apparatus that's willing to fight back against them, except for a few Christians and one old aristocrat. And so they do this last stand where they try and fight this just overwhelming horde of humanity that's crashing across the border. And, well, it's a dire book. So
yeah, and the funny part is the
Was it based on Rome?
Yeah. Well, and the horde is 1 million people. It says in the book, it's just 1 million people, and then
Do
that's
you
like
guys
prints
know
at
the
4
story
million.
of World of Warcraft?
No.
I recommend
Dota player.
I recommend you look up the story of World of Warcraft.
What's the lore?
So there's a I'll give you the really overtly simple version, but there's a planet. It's called Azeroth, and there are humans and there are elves, and one day a horde bursts through of angry orcs and starts cutting down trees, trampling, taking over, settling. And I think the very original story of Warcraft was that the orcs came through a great portal, the Dark Portal, and then started taking over Azeroth, and the humans had to repel them and fight back. The story evolved quite dramatically to be that there is a fell, dark energy that possessed the orcs. The orcs were actually shamanic people. They were tribal and not crazy. But the gist of the story, basically, is that a horde of orcs come through a portal and start taking over, Azeroth and go to war.
Camp of the Saints is where the quote you see all over X comes from, where it's, your universe has no meaning to them. They will not try to understand. They will be tired. They'll be cold. They'll make a fire with your beautiful oak door.
Right.
Yeah. So,
but it's true. And it's not, I would say this. It is not denigrating to a group of people to suggest that they would eat cats or dogs. And I think it's actually offensive that liberals get offended by it. When liberals were like, how dare you accuse them of eating cats and dogs? And I'm like, have you ever been anywhere in the world? They eat roaches too.
Yeah.
Right? Bugs are food. And Americans get all woo about it. And I'm like, well, they don't taste that good. But if they come from the ocean, bugs are delicious. If they're on land, bugs are no good. And then they get offended that we would suggest they eat cats. I'm like, bro, animals are animals. Like people all over the world eat whatever they can get their hands on. They eat dogs in Southeast Asia. And they don't care. They're not like if you went to like a Vietnamese guy and be like, hey, you eat dog, he'd be like, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And you eat chickens. And if you go to India, they'll be like, ha, you eat cows. And we'll be like, we do, and we love them. They'll be like, oh, that's ridiculous.
Talking about eating dogs makes me want to do TOS violations as well.
Well, we're drinking slop water over here. So are we much better? Are we much better off?
Slop butter.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're
man,
probably in Haiti. Like they eat like, can you believe it's not butter? They eat that.
Oh, bro.
In Haiti, they're like, they don't eat humans?
They're like,
barbecue's like, dude,
that's Liberia. That's Liberia.
It is. Okay.
In Haiti, they're like, look what they eat. I can't believe it's not butter. And they're like, what is it? And like, we don't know. It's like plastic. And they put it on bread. And they're like, ugh. And they're eating butter.
On my mud cookies.
Yeah.
I was going to say mud cookies. They eat those in Haiti, which is incredible.
What do they do? It's like a little bit of salt and sugar.
Yeah, and
butter.
And they boil the mud so that way, like, there's not stuff that'll kill you in it anymore.
Pairs excellently with Siamese cat.
Yeah, they're mud cookies.
Gross.
It's like a little butter, sugar, and salt in mud. So there is some calories to it, and it will make the hunger pang stop.
Yeah.
But you're eating dirt. Hey, I read that soil does have nutritional value, though. It's just like humans can't really survive off of it.
Bader O'Rourke loves soil. He ate a lot of it.
I bought this book that's like How to Restart Civilization. and it talks about how to eat leaves, and it's really cool. It's really cool.
I thought you just unplugged it and plugged it back in.
The book?
No, how to restart civilization.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's got like all the basics of. I got an ad for it on Instagram because they were like, "Tim, we know who you are," and they do, and so I bought it. And like the way you eat leaves is you're supposed to like take a leaf, rip it, rub it on your skin, wait 10 to 15 minutes. Then you rub it on the side of your lip, wait 10 to 15 minutes. Then you bite it, chew on it, spit it out, wait 10 to 15 minutes. Then you eat half a leaf, wait a couple hours. If none of that causes any problems, you eat a little bit, wait a couple hours, and then it's probably safe to eat. Ton of cool stuff in there, But you're probably not going to get enough nutrition from eating leaves, to be completely honest.
You need a second stomach for that.
Yeah, might as well just wait for the deer to come by. Got to eat them all. All right, let's see what we get. Samuel Rice says, never forget this feeling.
Gotta eat them all.
Yep. Soul123 says, this is brutal, but needs to be shared all over the internet. The left is psychotic and evil. We cannot coexist with them anymore. They are evil. Yeah, that video from that was posted from Frank Turk, I think was his name.
Yep.
One of that's one of Charlie's real good friends, and it's a horrifying video, and that's why it's unacceptable. Look, Hollywood Reporter said Jimmy Kimmel was not going to apologize. Like, we are at a crossroads in this country. We are. This is it. A friend of mine, this is wild to say, someone I've known for decades, posted a video of a woman pointing to an article about, Donald Trump. I forgot exactly what it was about. It was some kind of action that he was taking, targeting, Antifa or something. And then the next video from the woman, because it was a story, was her explaining the Reichstag fire, as if to imply that Donald Trump killed Charlie Kirk intentionally to justify the expansion of his control in the state. And so I'm sitting here being like, this is a person I've known for decades who's a good friend of mine, suggesting that my friend was killed by his friends to justify an expansion of a fascist state, which is just absolutely insane.
Well, also the communists actually did set the Reichstag on fire, which, they still did it. Should we let them burn down Congress just because it would be mean to stop them?
Yeah.
Also, just remember the person who's pointing to that, like everybody that they know is going to be like, and you're a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
All right. The real, actually, I want to say something real quick. His film makes comments about TOS violations. Good luck, YouTube. Your TOS, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, whatever, will not exist in a civil war state. Impossible. No. You look at the troubles in Northern Ireland. There is no way to operate a social media platform that coexists with these two groups, because they are both justifying and celebrating the death of each other. So what do? You open up Twitter, and it's everyone with big fake smiles, just going like this. Everything's fine. And then you look out the window and a bomb goes off. Your social media platform will not work when you have two distinct moral worldviews. Because I can put it like this. You can go on social media and express a universal evil is evil because everyone agrees. Mm-hmm. Where there is a bifurcation is when you get into trouble. The TOS violations largely center around the political views of the people in control of the platform. This is what Jack Dorsey argued. The reason why they banned misgendering was because certainly literally everybody agrees it's wrong. And then I was like, no, they don't. Conservatives have an inverted worldview. They think misgendering is if you call a man a woman, not their preferred pronoun. And Dorsey was flabbergasted. These people genuinely thought the rules they set were the majority of the country, and the people who are complaining were the fringe weirdos. When you have an active Civil War type scenario, what do? How are you going to enforce the terms of service?
I imagine you kind of don't. I mean, well, unless you, I assume because of the way that civil wars generally behave is the companies will align with whoever the government is saying is right.
Indeed. In which case, perhaps they just start banning all the leftists because Trump is in power. Maybe. Kimmel got fired. But I'll put it like this. Did anybody get banned from social media for celebrating the death of Soleimani?
No.
That's right, because they're enemy combatants at war. Even though Donald Trump launched a drone strike on a guy, I think it was a drone strike, right? He was in Iraq, I believe. Mm-hmm. And then people all across social media celebrated it. Twitter didn't ban anybody. Facebook didn't ban anybody. They said whatever. So what happens when you're in active civil war and you have the same scenario? I suppose you're right. If Trump is in power and he has the color of law underneath his belt, then they'll just start banning the left. And that is a massive weapon for the administration.
Yeah.
I don't see how the left can win without communications.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Well, considering the makeup of the left in the United States, I agree. They're not particularly capable. When you see the threads of what they're going to do after the collapse or whatever, it's all like, give each other massages and I'm going to own a farm and whatever kind of, I'm going to write catboy poetry or whatever, So I don't imagine that these people are particularly prepared for any kind of kinetic conflict in reality,
You even saw it Chaz in Seattle where they tried to start a garden, but they just put soil on top of cardboard.
Yeah.
So they're cooked.
Man, have you ever seen the when they gave the spider various drugs to see what it would do? They took a spider or multiple spiders and they gave them different drugs, and they're like, here's a normal spider web and it's beautiful. Then they were like, here's when we give it meth and it's all just big thick straight lines. They're like, here's caffeine and it's just like 2 lines across. And they were like, the drugs had profound effects on the spider. That's how I feel when I see the Chaz Chop farm.
Yeah.
It was like, take a human, give him a bunch of drugs and weird mental disorders, and that's how they try to farm. The aliens watching were like, that's sad.
Yeah.
It's like behavioral sync.
I feel that way about a lot of all the discourse that we see with everything going on in the world. Like, how much is it actually affected by people are just on a cocktail of uppers, downers, antidepressants? As somebody who has been through all of that, like a lot of people these days, they're just not living life with a clear head, and it makes the world a much, much different place.
Josh Ed says, Tim, we all need to take a step back and chill. Maybe you don't realize it, but we just won, and the public wants unity. And the public will get unity when the terrorists who are engaging in acts of violence are stopped. The public wants unity, agreed. A man was just murdered. How do we get it? When far-left rioters who burned down cities for the better part of 15 years are brought to justice. And people feel like we have some semblance of peace. But if Trump just says, you're right, you want unity, I'm backing off, the left will come back with a vengeance and they'll kill more people. They're already threatening to kill many, many more people, including myself. The only way to get that unity that the public wants, and I agree, I want it too, like I always say, nobody should want war. War is a nightmare. What I want is to kick back on my couch, put my feet up, order some hot wings, put on a poker match or something from WPT, or maybe we'll play some video games and I'll enjoy some nice wings with my buddies and we'll talk, about games or whatever. The simplest of surface level luxuries. Maybe you like football and you want to talk about the crazy parlays you've got planned out and you're on FanDuel, whatever. Awesome. Let's go, baby. How do we get there? Well, the people who are stabbing, bombing, shooting need to be arrested and taken off the streets so the violence stops. That means Trump's got to enforce the law against them, and then we might get some peace. And I'm going to say it. The left is trying to create this world where they're like, if the National Guard are deployed, it's a nightmare. No, if the National Guard are deployed and they start pushing people around and unjustly searching and stealing your stuff and forcing money from your pockets, that's a nightmare. The National Guard walking around happens literally all the time, and they don't cause problems. So there's a difference between deploying law enforcement and corrupt law enforcement. Now, I understand the libertarian fear that if you have National Guard out for too long, eventually you will get corruption. For the short duration, I'm not so sure that I'm worried about that right now, because the alternative is dying. I'd prefer not to. I've grown quite fond of living. So,
well, and also the framing on that is, I think, incorrect. We didn't win. We were given a martyr, sadly, whose death might enable us to win by, as you said, cracking down on the people who want to kill us. You can't unify with someone who's pointing a gun at your head.
And you know what's terrifying is that the left succeeded by pushing the line slowly. That's how they were gaining ground consistently, because it was scary enough to where you didn't want to fight them, but they weren't massacring people. Then this guy killed Charlie Kirk, a moderate
pushed the line too
guy,
quick.
a debater, and it's terrified everybody. They pushed too hard and the line broke. And now Trump is like, that's it. You've pushed too far. So I say, fine, let's get some law enforcement. But, my friends, We're going to go to that uncensored members only portion of the show, which is going to get hot. And that is an understatement. Because of this designation of Antifa, there's a lot we need to discuss. And we want to take it to a platform on Rumble, so where we can have freeform discussion without fear of censorship or reprisal. So go to rumble.com/TimcastIRL. Sign up for Rumble Premium. The first couple minutes, we give you a free preview, but then it's going to switch over to paid members only, and we hope you join Rumble Premium so that these conversations can happen. It's extremely important because communication is the most powerful tool in any conflict, and that's a fact. Crazy. The stories of human communication in warfare is really awesome. Drums, trumpets, then radios, satellites, hidden letters and jackets on motorcycles. Communications is key. So, my friends, you can follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast, but also join the Discord server. If you want a permanent location to hang out and communicate with like-minded individuals, and you want to support the work we do, timcast.com. Right now, click join us, sign up, get in the Discord server, and let's talk. How about you, sir? You want to shout anything out?
Yeah, if you are interested in this sort of thing or colonial history, check me out on Substack. It's theamericantribune.news. I write about stuff like this all the time and post about it on Twitter. But I think you'd find it enjoyable and interesting, even if it's about depressing and sad subjects like this.
You can find me on X and Instagram at
Follow me.
RealTapeBrown.
I'm on X and
Give me a follow
Instagram
there.
at Brett Dasovic on both of those platforms. But what you should do is check out Pop Culture Crisis. Me and Mary are live Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is, of course, noon Pacific. See you there.
I am Phil That Remains on Twix. I'm Phil That Remains official. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I'm
Remains anymore?
No, well, not Phil That Remains official on Instagram. I don't have the Instagram anymore. So.
Oh, all right, everybody. Again, we'll see you all at rumble.com/TimcastIRL. Thanks for hanging out. I love that the Discord is like unusual join activity because so many people are signing up for the Discord. You guys rock. You see that, Serge? It's like there's too many people that are signing up to join the Discord server. It's like, no, that's all right. We appreciate it. And for everybody who's watching on Rumble, make sure you sign up for premium. Use promo code Tim10. You'll get $10 off your premium membership. We do the first 10 minutes of the Uncensored show as like a preview, and then it switches over to premium users on Rumble only. And if you want to join, you see it says IRL live on the screen. That is our Discord chat, which is active 24/7. And you can actually call into the show. And so what we're going to do is we're going to talk about some real fucked up shit, and we're going to swear, not so family friendly. CBS News, 3 police officers killed, 2 wounded in York County, Pennsylvania. Shooting suspect dead. So it's a horrifying story, but I'm just going to say it again. Wow. Is that?
Yeah, that's the car accident.
That was the car accident?
Yep.
Wow. Fuck, holy shit.
He must have been going 100 miles an hour.
I can't believe that I was watching the news and I saw a press conference about this, and I was like, I walked in after taking a shower, and I walk in the living room and there's a TV, and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, I see a press conference, and I'm like, whoa, what? This is what.
He left a note for his boyfriend that stated, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk."
All right, but.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. This is the single proudest moment of my life. You and me, this movement together, this channel just got Jimmy Kimmel ripped off air. That's right. This is happening. This is really the Wall Street Journal. This is really an article Disney has canceled Jimmy Kimmel's show, ripped him off air, pulled the Jimmy Kimmel Tonight show, is done, never to return. Entertainment giant move follows FCC Brendan Carr's criticism of late night host. Where did that criticism come from? Our program, ladies and gentlemen, right here today. We freaking did it! I just can't believe it! Oh, this is for you, Charlie. What happened? Jimmy Kimmel despicably attacked Charlie Kirk, saying that Charlie Kirk was killed by a member of the MAGA movement. Since Charlie Kirk is the leading figurehead of the MAGA movement, this is Jimmy Kimmel saying that Charlie Kirk deserved his death and had a role in his own death. He's blaming Charlie Kirk for his own death. That's what happened in this.
The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism.
Oh, yeah, it's a criticism to fly the flags at half-staff. Charlie Kirk doesn't deserve it. Charlie Kirk was killed by one of his own people. That's what Jimmy Kimmel said. Now, of course, that's a demonstrable evil lie. Obviously, the opposite is true. And we started the day off by creating that clip. Now, that got seen by millions of people, 10,000 reposts, 38,000 likes. And we banged that out. And then we booked our friend, Brendan Carr, who is the commissioner of the FCC, the chairman of the FCC. And Brendan Carr said, you're not allowed to go on taxpayer-funded news networks and to say that Charlie Kirk deserved his assassination, which is effectively what Jimmy Kimmel said. Chairman Brendan Carr says it is truly sick, what Jimmy Kimmel says. The chairman confirmed that the agency had a strong case to hold Kimmel, ABC, and Disney accountable for spreading dangerous, political-motivated misinformation. This is very serious for Disney right now, who owns ABC, of course. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to take action on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. Then he talks about how the government grants broadcast licenses at the great expense of the taxpayer. He called for Jimmy Kimmel to be fired or suspended. The FCC could make a strong argument that this sort of intentional effort to mislead American people is a very core fundamental fact, is a very important matter. Then he goes into talking about how Disney needs a major cultural change. Strong leadership from Brendan Carr. This is Brendan Carr right here. Now, we broadcast that today on our live stream. And then what happened? Well, hours afterwards, Next Star, which is a massive broadcast affiliate of ABC News, said they are going to be ripping Jimmy, which is their right, ripping Jimmy Kimmel's programming from 32 of their stations. That accounts for 15 million American households. That means that Jimmy Kimmel's show was about to collapse in ad revenue. If you take Jimmy Kimmel, who only gets 2 million viewers a night, if you take Jimmy Kimmel out of 15 million households, well, you're going to cut his viewership in half? Who knows? And then how many more people will follow? So massive, massive shout out here to Next Star, who said they're going to preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live. They're going to take the show off the air because he made a comment about the Charlie Kirk killing and said Mr. Kimmel's comments about the death of Charlie Kirk offensive and insensitive at the critical time of our national political discourse. We want to respect the spectrum of opinions, but you can't use your broadcast platform in order to tell lies and to dance on the grave of Charlie. And that's exactly what Jimmy Kimmel did. And now this news, ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Kimmel has been officially ripped off the air. I would say this again. Jimmy Kimmel indefinitely has been suspended and ripped off air after Charlie Kirk comments. Get a load of this. Disney's ABC said it would take Jimmy Kimmel's popular late night show off of the schedule indefinitely after one of the biggest owners of TV stations in the U.S., Nexstar Media, said it would preempt airing of the program following the remarks that made about the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Nexstar said Wednesday that its owned and partnered television stations affiliated with ABC television network will preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live for the foreseeable future, beginning with tonight's show. The company said that it strongly objects to the recent comments about Kimmel concerning the killing of Charlie Kirk and the affiliate programs. In his monologue, Kimmel said that the MAGA gang was trying to score political points off Kirk's murder. Kirk was killed, of course, by a transgender political activist on the left. We hit some new lows over the weekend. The MAGA gang is trying to characterize the kid who killed Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, Kimmel said. That is a lie. I really hope that Variety decides to print the full truth. Jimmy Kimmel pulled holy S. Disney, this is from the Wall Street Journal. Disney is pulling Jimmy Kimmel indefinitely after late night host's recent remarks about Charlie Kirk. More to come as ABC groups told the network, as ABC affiliate groups. Remember, ABC is the broadcast. ABC is the production house, and then they feed those production into their broadcast partners who can take the production or not. And they've decided to not take the production. And more affiliate groups told the network that they would be dropping the host. This is incredible. Nice. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. 15 million households, 12% of all U.S. homes. Devastating number for a show like this. Jimmy Kimmel is over. Trump predicted it. I hear Jimmy Kimmel is next. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, major breaking. Disney's ABC is pulling the Jimmy Kimmel show live off air. This is the end of Jimmy Kimmel's career, you piece of trash. Nexstar Media, which owns about 24 ABC affiliates, said it will preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely. Kimmel's comments about the death of Mr. Kirk are offensive and insensitive in this critical time. Continuing to give Jimmy Kimmel a broadcast platform in the communities we serve is simply not in the public interest at the current time. We made the difficult decision to take his show off the air in an effort to let cooler heads prevail. Look at this. Amazing. We did it.
Charlie Kirk
Jimmy
Memorial.
Kimmel's show off the air indefinitely.
Instead of Jimmy Kimmel. Good.
Amazing. Amazing. Just a quick note here on a personal level. This is exactly what Charlie would have wanted. Charlie has always wanted for us to have cultural power like this. He has always wanted Turning Point to be the enforcers of decency. And what is indecent is lying about and making fun of a father who was murdered in front of his family and in front of millions. It is goblin-like behavior. It is demonic to its core. And you should have no part of it. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Jimmy Kimmel's biggest fan. You should be disgusted by this. And what Charlie always worked towards was for us to have the cultural power to do this. The cultural power to reach into the black heart of Hollywood and rip out one of their biggest stars. The consequences for your actions, not to shut down his speech. Jimmy Kimmel's free to talk anytime he wants to. I'm not calling for Jimmy Kimmel to like lose his X handle or whatever. You go spout off, do whatever you want to do. I'm saying that there are consequences for your sick and degenerate behavior. You absolute hobgoblin. Jimmy Kimmel isn't funny, says Charlie Kirk. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my comment to that is, you know what, Charlie? We did this for you. We did it for you, Charlie. And we're just getting started. The moment is here. Thank you for being part of this audience, for sharing our videos, for watching our videos, for creating the capacity for us to have these massive outsized effects. A lot more people watch our channel than Jimmy Kimmel. And that is our power. And we are going to use it. God bless all of you. We're already.
Bless Mary. Spot. Several officers shot, 3 killed. 2 were in critical, last I heard. Yeah, a lot about Jimmy Kimmel being fired. I really want to watch Candace, but I need to see what she's saying. I can't stand what she spouts. It's just nonsense. Raymond.
All right, you guys, let's actually start today's episode with a game. I mean, the feds like to play games. Let's play a game. And this is one that everybody can join in on, okay? It doesn't matter how old or young you are. I want you to grab your cell phone and I want you to go to your text messages and search for certain terms, okay, that you just use when you speak to your friends. Terms that were just casually tossed into a conversation, the alleged conversation held between the 22-year-old alleged killer of Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, and his 22-year-old boyfriend, Lance Twiggs, okay? The first term I want you to search is retrieve. Yeah, look it up. When is the last time that you used the word retrieve between you and a friend? Retrieve. I'm going to retrieve something. I played this game with my entire staff, and I was able to find, since dating back for the last 3 years, 2 messages where someone used that term. The first person was somebody that was former military, and the second person was a cop. Makes sense. Okay, we're not done playing this game. Second term that I want you to look for in your phone is vehicle. Vehicle. I mean, what pops up for you? Is that something that you say? I'm just going to go outside to my vehicle. I left something in my vehicle. I'll be right back. I just parked my vehicle outside. I don't remember where I parked my vehicle. What's popping up for you? Oh, probably literally nothing. Maybe something related to the DMV. That's what came up for me. Things about the DMV. I think for Skylar, something came up for his car wash. Your vehicle is ready. Sounds pretty professional. I don't know what to tell you guys, though, because what they're telling us is that is just the way the 22-year-olds are speaking these days. Apparently, they just shoot the breeze with one another, and they say vehicle and retrieve. And if you don't believe me, then good. You shouldn't believe that. You shouldn't believe me when I say that. So welcome back to Candace. I love vehicles, love fast vehicles. I'm a big vehicle person, said nobody ever. The text messages that were released yesterday in the indictment of Tyler Robinson make perfect sense if you don't think about them at all. Like literally, if you suspend all reason, all rationality, then they can make perfect sense. That's the only way. You just have to stop thinking. You got to get to that point where you're like, are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? No, to be fair. Now we are more broadly considering how stupid the feds believe that we are. And the frankly obnoxious messages that someone strung together must clearly be for either our or their own entertainment. So I want to hyper-focus on those. I want to actually hyper-focus on what exactly is wrong with these text messages between Lance and Tyler. Now, first and foremost, the obvious thing, there's no timestamps. Right away, major red flag. Very easy to say, he sent the first message at this time. It's a part of your investigation, right? Everybody is on edge globally wanting to know what happened, and they just remove that. But don't worry, you guys, because like I told you, one of the things that me and Charlie always believed in was that we could work harder. And I got to tell you, these devils are working pretty hard, but we can work harder than them, okay? And I decided to go back and on the basis of what Tyler Robinson allegedly writes to his lover, I decided I could work them into the timeline. I could work out an approximate timeline, at least, for us to look at visually for when they had to have been sent on the basis of what he's saying, right? Because he says certain things that were not revealed to the public at a certain time. So we're going to do that. I also want to point out the fact that the language, which many people said online, somebody actually left a very funny comment. It's like borderline poetic. He's got commas in there. It's like perfect English. And that's actually a striking contrast compared to what's inscribed on the casings, right? He goes through all of these memes that he's written, and I'm not hip to the lingo. Okay, you got to be real deep internet and hip, but for whatever reason, when he's writing these messages, he's very proper, extremely proper, right? What really wants to make sure he gets the punctuation correct. Anyways, let's just dive right back into the timeline. Let's dive right back into this conversation. And we're at first going to focus on the third message.
Wash my hands.
And don't forget just to lead up into this.
We're back. Sorry, take my medicine. Let's see what Candy has to say.
They are telling us that at
Probably
no
watch
time that we're
both of
allowed
this
to
and then
know on September 10th,
hang out
after
with the wife
Charlie
for a
Kirk
little
was
bit.
shot, the roommate, that's Lance, received a text message from Robinson which said,
You ready to
drop
come
what
back
you are
to work on
doing,
this?
look under my
Maybe I
keyboard.
can even get the
And so
solder
Lance,
tonight.
I don't know what he does all day, but he can do
for
that. He knows he's home. And Lance then runs,
10 more
I'm
pieces
saying
cut.
he ran prances, who knows, and looks and he sees this note. And to be clear, we're never going to be able to see that note because the feds have since told us that the note was destroyed. But even though he destroyed the note, he took a picture of it. Yeah, that makes sense because if you're going to destroy something, the best thing to do is to take a picture of it. And the feds saw the picture,
Yeah, I
but we're
don't
not
know
going to be able
why.
to see either. Anyways, don't think about it if you want it to make sense. Then we find out
You're
that
so
Lance,
demeaning.
I
It's
guess,
kind of
decided to
frustrating.
take a picture and then text Tyler
I'm
back.
not
And
saying I
here
fully
is where he
trust the
asks him,
FBI.
Lance says, Tyler, what?
I know they're not giving
You're
us
joking,
everything, but
right? Because, the note said, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. So Lance is like, what? You're joking. And Robinson says to him, Tyler says, I'm still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem. That's the town, okay, that UVU is at, for a little while longer yet. So poetic. A little while longer yet. I'm going to look that up on my phone later. It shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. Now, I want to jump to this next message because it gives us a timeline. He says to him, I assume right away, Lance says, you weren't the one who did it, right? And Robinson says, I am. I'm sorry. And the roommate says, I thought they caught the person. Okay. And Robinson responds, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Okay, so that lets us actually be able to drop that into the timeline pretty simply. Why? Because we know, and we can pull up this timeline, that they at first thought it was George Zinn, so that's who he's referencing, some crazy old dude. And on the timeline, Skylar, if you want to pull that up so we can go through it, what time Charlie gets shot at 12:23 p.m. Scroll down a bit. George Zinn, we learn about 30 minutes after that, George Zinn, the decoy boy, that's when it's announced that he's a suspect in custody by the Utah police. But it's not until, by the way, 5:30 p.m., because he mentions that second suspect, and he curiously says in that correspondence that he's wearing similar clothing, which I find to be strange. We don't know what that second suspect is wearing until 5:30 p.m., when Governor Cox, 12 minutes into a press conference, the press conference began at 5:30 p.m., mentions that the second suspect, who is a person of interest, is wearing all dark clothing. So the earliest that message could have been sent out is after 5:30 p.m. I think it's unlikely because I think, again, this is all made up.
Catch you guys later. Thanks for tuning in. God bless.